Well, happy Monday once again. It's a great day. And Trumpkin starts us off really great today with a tier 1 sub today. Happy Monday to Trumpkin, yes. And Zach says, hey, Doc. And the Nightbot is chiming in with our Discord link as well. And we have, how to read that. I'm going to change my glasses so I can read everything just a little better. Okay. Osler. Okay. Osler says hi. Whitestone says morning, Doc and crew. And we have a first-time chat from Corpals. That's pretty cool. Thank you. It says Saudi Duck. Hi there. So, today is the 8th day of the month, and it's a significant day for FICSMAS in the respect that FICSMAS gives you the next cartridge that allows you to unlock the next branch in the MAM. And so being able to unlock the next branch in the MAM means we can build some more things, which I'm looking forward to. Now, yesterday being Sunday, I did not go retrieve the item out of the FICSMAS calendar. So we've got the 7th and 8th to go ahead and pull out. Hey, Farms and Creek. I've got to get my tongue working again. Good morning, Doc and crew. Going for the FICSMAS Santa beard, Doc? Oh, somebody's noticed. Yes, I have. And am going for the FICSMAS Santa beard.
This will be the first time that Doc's had a beard since he was in his 30s.
Was it 30s when I was in
I think so.
Everett Community College?
I think so.
Oh, okay. All right. And Alexi says, happy anniversary for me. 9 months in a row. 10 months total is going well. Exited for the stream and for Anno 117 with not AI Robert this week.
Excited, I think.
Okay. Excited for the stream and for Anno's 117. Yes, we enjoyed playing Anno 117. We enjoyed playing Star Rupture. Two excellent games that may end up being a staple for the channel as we work. So Lexi is 15 streams in a row. Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I've been playing through the tutorial of Anno and quite enjoying it. Finished the first act here. It's in Latium and it's wonderful. And then you get exiled to Albion and suddenly everything's dreary and rainy and there's bogs everywhere and suddenly it gets much more difficult, but I'm enjoying it a lot.
Well, so Farm Sim Freak says, he says the beard is awesome. Yeah, the start of it is awesome. This is a 1 week. This is 1 week's growth. And so we'll see what it is in 2 weeks and then 3 weeks. See if Mama Doc allows me to keep it next year. We'll see. Gonna dress up as Santa for later streams and shorts. That would be a cool idea. Yeah. We plan on dressing up a little bit more. I didn't go get the Santa hat yet, but the Santa hat will appear in the next stream. So make sure I get that.
Doc, we need to look up and find you actually a good Santa hat. The ones we have are so itchy. And yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
so,
most places really phone in the Santa hats.
Yeah. And Lexi asked, Doc, you play Anno? Yes, I do. Haven't played it a lot yet, but I plan on playing it more. And Samuel L. Snackson says, hello, Doc. What's the plan for today? Well, the plan for the day is start with FICSMAS and see where that takes us, right? I'll show you what I'm doing right now. And Santa Doc would be awesome. Since when does Doc have Anno 117? We were in the testing phase of Anno 17. We were invited by Ubisoft to test before its release. And we even put out a video, didn't we, Robert?
No.
Oh, it never got out?
So what ended up happening is that the recording was bad.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, Doc actually played and was having fun with it.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Which means we need to do another video about it.
And because we tested it beforehand and gave feedback, they did give me a free copy, and I had a second copy given to me, so I gave that to Mama Doc because she played a previous version of Anno and enjoyed it. So we'll get her back into that once she gets her computer upgrade. So it's Anno 117. Previous versions of Anno weren't in the same time period, of course.
Yeah.
And then, Lexi, you gave Robert a copy, so now all three of us could play. Only having two copies kind of crimped our style a little bit. But now that Robert's there, we could play...
you can play up to 4 people in one map, I think.
Fantastic. Cool. That is really cool.
Which means I'm the only one without a copy.
We might have to fix that if that's what you'd like to do. So
I'm not overly concerned about it.
Oh, it's not generally your genre, is it?
No, not typically.
Okay.
If we want
Max.
to play as a group, I would love to play as a group, but otherwise I wouldn't play on my own.
Yeah. Max Murphy says, hello, is this the Doc Show? Yes, this is the Doc Show. So, yeah. All right. We've got an exciting agenda today. I'm excited about it anyway, because I like FICSMAS. I like doing... last year, we kind of explored what FICSMAS was. We did a few things. We did not do it elegantly. We didn't do it big. We just kind of loped along and unlocked everything and kind of had some fun. Today, this year, we're doing it over the top big. And you just got to see what is slowly developing and growing out of this thing we call FICSMAS. And I'll show you that here in a little bit. Okay. So anyway, let's go ahead and switch to my... Oh, by the way, I need to mention that Ping Players is still sponsoring us, at least through the 15th. I have a question out to them if they want to renew the contract or not. And they just gave us a new Linux server. So I think they're very positive about our relationship. So the 15th, we'll see if they sponsor us and continue renewing us. I mean, we've upgraded quite a bit of a fair amount of our equipment here, and hope to continue upgrading. So sadly, server's still not working. I wanted to build my signature FICSMAS build.
Doc, I need the information from you.
Okay.
For their new server.
They did not do away with the old one.
Okay, so
you could just open that one if you wanted to let him in and play. What?
It should be open. I'll take a look.
Yeah. Okay.
Whitestone did say that today is the last day for Star Rupture co-op playtest.
Yes, it's true.
But it does come out January 6th.
Yeah, we don't have to wait too much longer for Star Rupture.
It comes out in like 3. It ends in 3 hours. So
yeah, Robert has all the videos. Hopefully, the sound's okay for that. And we'll release our second Star Rupture video, where Robert and Garrett and I played together, and actually had a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do well battling on myself on my own, but in groups I seem to do fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm carrying my weight at all in those battles, but I'm getting a few good shots in and killing a few of the creatures along the way. So my health was down to 10% at one point. Battled through that and then got back to full health and stuff. So anyway, do you think Coffee Stain will announce randomized nodes? No, I don't think they will. Basically because I just listened to an interview on the Satisfactory News is the channel. Listened to an interview where he talked worked with the director of content for Satisfactory, and that subject actually came up during that interview. And basically, that interview said that that the reason why they don't have anything randomized in the map is because the gameplay is so critical to where and how many and so forth the things are that rest on the map. So, in order to have a beginner's area, you need to have certain things available for a beginner to explore and understand and learn. A more complex area like the Dune Desert needs its attributes in order to create a challenge for the more experienced advanced players. So he basically said, no, we're not going to go do any randomized maps or randomized nodes is what your question addressed. That was just not procedurally the way they wanted to do it. So no procedurally drawn maps are in their future at all, because the gameplay aspect of it is to them very important. So good question, very good question. But there are still mods that you can use, like Lexi just points out. Replayability, I've restarted this game, and every time I restart it in a different place or with a different focus, the game is totally different. I have never played the same game on a restart ever, just because there's so many different things you can do in the different areas. So I don't know that replayability is really an issue at this point. At least for me, it hasn't been. Okay. All right.
As you play the game changes you to a certain degree, and that means that when you go back to the game, you look at it with different eyes.
Yes. So true. What is Whitestone talking about? The old one does not have the mods.
Oh, that's what's going on, and that's something that has to be done on your. Yeah, I actually just discovered that when we loaded up the old server on your computer, we have to load the mods properly, and hopefully that didn't break anything.
Okay.
So.
Oh, that's right. In other words, we need to reload the mods on the server in order for the old Pax Prosperitas world to work properly.
And then we have to go and check to see if it works. And if not, we need to rustle up an old copy of the world.
Okay. Well, I will certainly work hard on tomorrow morning to get that world back up.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know, Whitestone.
Yeah. And letting us know the issues so that we can focus.
Whitestone, I think it would be absolutely hilarious to play Sea of Thieves with Doc.
If what?
If we could play Sea of Thieves with you.
Sea of Thieves?
It's a pirate game.
Yeah.
But it's a funny pirate game.
So who would be the pirates?
All of us. We'd all be in the same ship together, and we'd be sailing together. And they have, you could use your map to kind of plot where you're going, and we have to trim the sails to be able to turn in the right direction, and,
Oh.
I mean...
Okay.
And you could play instruments and fight pirates and skeletons and...
Well, we've got Just Rex Master saying hello in the Twitch chat, and then we got a whole discussion. Max, 80% of the works. Oh, okay. Scorpio joined us and says just started FICSMAS yesterday. Even though it's the same, it's still fun. Was stuck waiting for the day 8 cartridge.
That's today.
Absolutely, that's today, and I was lamenting too, because you get the day 4 cartridge, and the day 4 cartridge doesn't really give you much. And I'm going, okay, I've got to wait 4 more days before I can do the next thing. Yeah, I felt kind of stuck as well. So, HRB says, I'm taking your advice. I'm starting a new save with the knowledge I have gained to maybe make an easier start. That's a win, you bet. And Jennifer Irwin says, Ark, Survival Evolved has a thing where you can procedurally generate a map, but it's bland compared to the handcrafted maps. And that would probably be true, because how could you build in code or build a procedure that would build a rich map like is in Satisfactory? That's probably one of the issues as well.
Yeah.
Good point. Nozomi. Question 1. What about the option for random map for those who like the challenge? 2. How do you feel about a full-on water map with ships and new ways to build the factories? I wish they would go underwater with these things. Mm-hmm. I really wish we could go underwater at this point, with a whole new bunch of buildings that are underwater buildings and underwater items. That might be an expansion later on, but
I hope so. I really hope so. That would bring me back to fully into Satisfactory.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Just Rex Master subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate you sending your 1 Prime that you have each month over our direction. That's nice. Trumpkin says, I'm trying to decide which save to run FICSMAS on this year. My big world, which I completed the milestone with, on my 1.1 build, or my 100% efficiency run. That was just silly. Okay. Oh, so many saves, so many choices. That's terrible. Okay. Von Talken says, noticed that when presents stop falling, the totally normal presents still fall. That is true. The totally normal presents still do fall, because you still get you still get blown up, but you still get 20 nobelisks every time you allow yourself to get blown up. Just be in a good location when you get blown up, I guess. Stubby says, howdy, good morning. And Marave says, hi, any advice for handling the overwhelming feeling you have around Phase 3? I don't want to do a mega factory, but I get stuck on transportation logistics if I do smaller factories.
Actually, Doc, how about we take you to
You want to take to the university office for that? I think
we should do that and have you turn on your recordings.
Yeah, we need to do that. I need to do that. So let's do that first. As soon as it pops up, I'll let you know. There's where it popped up. Popped up in that screen up there. Let's just move it over here. And then pop it up again. Oh, come on. Oh, there it is. Couldn't figure out which window this little pop-up appeared.
And while you're at it, Doc, can you get the stool is behind you, so it's just in the screen.
Okay.
Just get rid of the stool. Is that something on the ground there, or is that literally the ground?
Is something that's right over there. Yeah, there's a speaker sitting there.
Oh, okay.
Yep, my subwoofer for one of the speaker systems is sitting there. Okay, so did it open? Do we have a second copy here? Come on. Really? Yeah, we do have a second copy. Where did it open? Okay, it opened up. Weird. Okay. So, start the recording on that one. And start the recording on that one. Okay. We're in record mode, Robert.
Oh, you know.
So take me to the office.
Actually, Garrett, if you could start taking over that so I can get to work, that'd be great.
Yep.
Okay. So we have a question from Marve. It says, hi, any advice for handling the overwhelming feeling around the end of Phase 3? I don't want to do a mega factory, but I get stuck on transportation logistics if I do smaller factories. Wow. That is a really tough question, simply because, the game progresses by getting more complex. If you're at Tier 3, Phase 3, okay. Phase 3 does start getting, fairly complex, and you're really on the cusp of deciding at that point whether you want to make a factory or want to just develop a transportation network. But by the time you get to Phase 3, you've got trains or trucks. I would try starting to work with trains and getting a good, robust transportation system built with trains to move your product from place to place. Getting stuck on the logistics is hard, but that's really a major function in the game, so you can't really avoid it. At some point, you have to move items from one place to another. So getting good at trains is really, really important at that point. Trucks are, you can play around with trucks for a while, but they're not really a very effective or efficient transportation system, where trains, once you power them up on the grid, just stay going forever, and you just have to manage the loading and unloading at each one of the stations. So master logistics, trains are probably the easiest. Later on, you might get drones. Later on, you do get drones in Tier 7, I believe. So you can add drones to the mix as well, although they're just as problematic as trucks and tractors are. But you need to master the logistics. So I would keep with those smaller factories, and I would just start transporting stuff from factory to factory and just get a feel for how to do that. And you get better at it as you practice. So I hope that helps. Well, let's go back to the game. So what other comments do we have here?
Should we be in chatting or doc stream?
We can be in my doc stream while we read the rest of the things. Okay. Scorpio says maybe it's me, but I just noticed that the FICSMAS decorations in the hub, there's a snow globe that says snow biome on it.
You should go check that out.
I should. Yes.
Sounds like some foreshadowing to me.
That might be. That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be a very interesting expansion.
Can we just add just put out a short? Satisfactory just added a snow biome to the game.
I get a lot of attention. Zach redeemed productive hacker block.
Oh no. Really?
Well, if you're, in the hub already.
I'm not in the hub.
Well,
I'm way in the northern fields. Good grief. Okay, well,
I do want to say that there are a couple of different general approaches that you can take towards trains. If I can add this, add a little bit.
Okay.
You can go with the central logistics hub, which significantly reduces the complexity, which means you only have to take train lines from the logistics hub to every factory and back. It's a fair amount of work, but it does simplify things rather significantly. Alternatively, you can make a main highway that all the trains go on, or you can just take trains directly from where the resource needs to go directly to where the resource needs to go without worrying about any of the rest of it.
Okay.
Just deciding on a method can significantly reduce the difficulty.
Okay. I'm going to check this out, and then I'm going to go ahead and head back over to the hub. Okay. Yeah, I'll bet you I haven't put the other.
Yeah, Doc, you need to get back to the hub.
I need to get back to the hub, yes. Yeah, that's the problem right here. They're not set up yet.
Sorry, I turned off game audio.
Uh-huh. Why'd you do that?
So we can get a clean recording for Star Rupture. There you go. You guys should now hear music and game audio.
Okay, very good. Okay, so this is a modified power plant that I have up in the northern oil fields. I've got 3 oil derricks out here pulling oil out of the ground. Oil extractors, they call them in this game. In real life, they're actually oil derricks.
That's because John's was already taken for another implement.
Excuse me, what?
They're called derricks because John's was used for something else.
Okay. Robert's in true form today. Okay.
Do you have a pencil I can use? For some reason, mine are good.
Okay. So what we've got here, though, is I was trying to do hard drives so that I could get the a polymer resin recipe, and I finally got the polymer resin recipe. So this alternate recipe to make polymer resin directly, so that so I could get more polymer resin to make more plastic. Okay, this one makes a lot more plastic than this residual plastic recipe did. So we selected that recipe, and now we're producing a lot of polymer resin. In fact, 325 per minute per machine. That's a lot of polymer resin. And those storage containers are the storage for it, because I just don't have the wherewithal right now to build out the rest of the manifold to make plastic. And I desperately need to do that, but right now I just need to store it. So that's what this is doing. So these are making residual oil, residual heavy heavy oil residue. Okay, and these two over here are taking the oil residue and just creating fuel out of it, and then I'm just burning the rest of the fuel in the power plants. So the power plants are basically just getting rid of my waste, and these refineries are just getting rid of my waste. The main focus of this whole thing is to get more polymer resin so I can make a large plastics factory. So I also have another one that I need to come back here and connect the other one. I need to modify it so that it's making polymer resin. It's off in the distance over there, just beyond where the train is. But I'll have to come back and do that after we play around with FICSMAS for a while. So that's what I'll come back to at the end here. Is I'll come back at the end to making more polymer resin at the next place. So I'm going to respawn. So I go back to the.
Really quick.
Yes.
Marave says, thank you both for your help. I think I just struggle to make decisions because I don't want to waste time on a solution that I don't like.
Ah, well.
And then Caffeinated says, greetings, Doc and fellow Docoids. How goes all?
Wow,
and
good.
then you first.
Okay.
It's been a
Nice
minute
to have
since
you
we've
back,
seen
Caffeinated, for a
in the
while.
chat.
Okay, so where is this snow globe that we heard about? This over here? Nope, that's not a snow biome. It says snow biome on it.
Ah,
That's funny. That's really funny.
Yep, it says snow biome on it. That is funny. This smells like earth. Okay, that's a candle. Interesting. Okay, so that's existed there for a while. Okay, pretty cool. And so what kind of treats? We got oranges, weird kind of oranges. And we've got cookies. Look like they're supposed to be sugar cookies, but they look relatively flat. All right. And fix it glog. Okay, that's got to be, that's a 2024 bottle of Fix It Flog. Log? Okay, Glog.
Okay.
Or glug. Or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay. We're going to try to do this. And I'm going to try to get past level 2.
That doesn't help.
No, that doesn't help at all. Okay, I'm gonna have to send that one.
What? Okay. Caffeinated says you telling me Doc doesn't know about oranges with cloves in them?
I guess I don't. Is that what those are?
I guess I didn't see them. I remember making that in elementary school at least once. But
That's not gonna fit anywhere. Okay, send it. You say it does tabulate the score if you're still putting... Okay, I passed with a 1 star anyway.
there we go.
All right. Applause,
Nice.
applause, everyone, applause. That's how much the getting my mouse thing fixed has helped.
okay.
Okay.
So, Archon Azrael says, has Garrett found the black magic? Not that you've been playing much of it. No, and I'll be honest, I'm not a very good magician. I have to wait for other people to show me the black magic.
And unfortunately, Ada is broken, so Lexi, I appreciate the Butterfinger.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Oh, but she says, Doc, about giving not AI Roberts a nice candy to enjoy.
Oh. I've got some great many flavored beans for him to enjoy.
I think the rule still is the Doc gets the first one, but you know.
Yeah.
Caffeinated says, I make a bowl of them, I assume oranges with cloves, every single year.
Ah.
It's been my December, January house scent for as long as I've been alive. I could see why that would be good. I could see why that would be good. Now, oranges with cloves in them, those are food, correct?
No, it's just for scent.
Just for set. Okay.
Yeah, you cover the entire outside. What were they looking at, Doc? Can you show what you were exploring around the place?
Those.
Oh, is that?
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize that at all.
Never seen that before.
Yeah.
Just
We
never
put a
done.
lot more clothes in them. I remember being almost all clove.
Okay, so we have the advent calendar, and we've opened 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And 7 should be this one.
Cool.
And I get an obelisk out of 7. Okay.
8.
And so we're looking for 8, and 8 I've seen before. Eight is right there.
Nice.
And there's my day 8 cartridge. And go ahead and close that. Enables the 3rd tier in the MAM, so let's go do that. Come on. Close, close, close. I'm done with you. Okay. I had to get done. Ada had to stop speaking before I could use it. Okay, got another hard drive scanned here.
Caffeinated says it's pretty common to do little patterns on them, but I just jam them in there until I run out of flow. Interesting.
All right, let's go to the FICSMAS holiday event and let's get some baubles. I need blue and red ones of those. But I've got the cartridge and I've got plenty of presents in my bags. So we need to go get a stack of blue balls and a stack of red balls.
How about we call them blue and red ornaments?
Okay.
Yes, let's.
Okay. Now look at the sea of green. Don't you love it?
Oh my.
I really wish that.
Got a little bit of yellow in the distance there at the end of that line, but these are my 2 blue and red ornament. Okay, there we go. And back to the MAM.
Caffeinated says deals in immature adult.
Who? Who's an immature adult?
Caffeinated.
Oh, okay. Good.
That's what he's saying. He's not calling anybody else it.
We had some people comment on our last stream when Doc was referring.
When Doc was referring to what?
Ornaments.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Again, immature adult things.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start that research. Okay. So now I can go and do a FICSMAS snow dispenser, but I have to be able to make gold and silver ornaments first. And there I need to make gold and silver ornaments to make the to get the FICSMAS power lighting and the ornament bundle. Okay, so obviously I just received with this one I got the copper and iron. Really? Copper, iron? Okay, fine. So I need to get another 2 ornament lines going. By the way, that's a pretty cool row of Christmas trees, don't you think? Constant flow of packages and presents and gifts, whatever you want to call them.
Zach asks, Robert, are you going to help Doc today?
Probably not.
Yeah, Robert's got a lot of work to get done.
That is really too bad. We let ourselves get behind. I ended up getting a cold. Robert ended up getting down a little bit from a whatever. So, anyway, we've got 76 folks online with us right now. So, hope
That's
y'all are
awesome.
enjoying this. And I need to create another line of Lou and
I missed a couple of comments from
Miss.
Gamer for Life. I think he was talking about the bottle that you were looking at in the hub. He says it's mulled wine, which you drink here in Europe during Christmas time.
Oh, really?
And eat apple slices with.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you for that explanation. Yeah, I'm about as Norwegian as the Norwegian jokes they used to tell at my family reunions when I was a kid. That's about as Norwegian as I got.
Yeah. I mean, our name comes from there, but that's about all we got in it.
But there were plenty of Ole and Sven jokes going around. Believe me. Yeah.
Captivated says, speaking of the Doc Juniors, have either of you tried the Arc Raiders? And I don't think either of us have.
No.
I'm not a particularly big fan of Arc.
Hmm?
And what did Art do to you?
Wasn't fun enough.
No.
It just
I think
wasn't
you're
fun
thinking of
enough.
Ark Survival Evolved.
Yeah, it's the same. It's not the same game, but
Really? I
it's the same group, I thought.
don't think so.
Well, I might have written it off without good reason in that case. At which point I'll take a look at it at some point.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Caffeinated confirms different worlds.
Okay. I'll take a look at it at some point.
Okay.
I probably wrote it off because I thought they were the same.
In the universe where I have infinite time, I will gladly play Ark.
Garrett, you're not reading all the comments. Come on. Keep up.
I'm trying to. We've got a lot of conversation going, and I'm only bringing up new comments. Conversation dry.
Okay. Keep going.
Devin Owsley says, how long did it take for you to build your big mega factory?
That was a lot of work in progress, working with Robert a lot on that particular one. So, gosh, probably a good 300-400 hours, wouldn't you think, Robert?
Yeah. And of course, we can't discount Garrett for doing all the infrastructure work.
Yeah, because he did a lot of the lighting for the Mega Factory, right?
Yeah. And all the hyper tubes, and he built the hub.
Well, difference between Mega Factory and Giga Factory?
Oh, Mega Factory, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, Garrett didn't help us with that one.
I mean, I still put in all the lighting. That was quite a job.
Okay.
DC1 says, good day, Pioneers. How are you, Doc and friends? Sorry, not been around. This year has been a whirlwind of chaos.
And who said that?
DC Win.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you could make it today anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And if Christmas time isn't a whirlwind also, I'd be surprised.
Yep.
Garrett, he's the organizer of the Pass It On event.
Ah,
Oh,
thank you.
okay.
Yeah, which was destroyed. Our event was just interrupted, I should say, by a tornado that decided to come through our area on the day of our build.
Between those?
Yeah, actually you can. It's really cool.
Oh,
There's
okay.
enough space between them both to put a merger right in between those.
Nice.
Yeah. When I discovered that, I said, really nice. I could build as compact as I wanted to. And now I'm missing presents. Oh, can you believe I'm missing presents, Robert?
Wow. Hopefully you can find a few.
Hopefully I can find a few. Like, right there.
Stealing them out of machines. You don't have a repository just for presents?
I don't, actually.
Oh boy.
Actually, wait a minute. I do. Right over here. That's right. I forgot about that. Gotta have presents to make a tree that makes presents.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have money to make money.
That's kind of the adage that goes with this stuff, isn't it?
I suppose.
Gotta have presents to make presents.
TC Wan says, I'm glad you're all fine since that. It must have been a scary time.
Yeah, it was a bit. And the bad part about it is we went without electricity for, what was it, 4 days?
4 days.
Yeah. Those are long days when you don't have internet. You don't have your play toys that you can play with.
I bought myself a gigantic phone recharging battery. It's like almost the size of a brick. And I bought it thinking, okay, you know what, this will last me forever. My phone will never die. And by the end of day 2, I was looking like, oh, I have like 1 more charge left, maybe. And so I started rationing the use of my phone. And
But we have generators.
mm-hmm.
If we can get the batteries placed to start them up.
Yeah. And we have other backup batteries we can get it charged with. Yep.
Yeah. We just apparently there is some small power draw on them, and so the batteries that we left connected just won't hold a charge. Though I should get out a multimeter and double check just to make sure.
Yeah.
DC Wan says it's kind of sad how reliant we've all become on the internet.
Yep. I mean, all your entertainment, you don't have, cable TV anymore because you just stream it on the internet. I mean, it was a big deal in my adult years growing up about cutting the cable because people were dropping cable companies because they were, streaming Netflix or streaming, using other streaming services, YouTube, whatever. And so I think most of us have effectively cut the cable. Then you still have these companies that won't let you get an account with them or use their service unless it comes with a what would be a traditional okay, that's what a traditional television type outlet for some reason. Like you can't get FS1 unless you buy it in a bundle with some other things on streaming. So they've moved this cable model over to streaming bundles now too. Now, come on, it was a bad thing then. Why are you bringing it back?
Knifing Bandit says, "Happy Monday, Doc." Son's
Hi.
in chat. What do you call a girl that's really good at darts?
Dangerous?
Hmm.
Just stay outside of the range of her darts if you get her mad. What do you call her?
We'll have to wait for his comment.
Okay.
DC Land says, yes, when internet goes out, I can't even watch Netflix and I have no terrestrial TV. I refuse to pay for a TV license over here.
Yep.
That is the weirdest thing. A license to watch TV?
No. A license to have a television.
Why?
Where is this?
Britain.
You have to buy a license to receive a television transmission? Fine.
That's not rotated properly.
Nope, it is not. Nope. Why did it change in the middle? That's weird.
And Nike Bandit says, you call her Amy.
You call her what?
Amy.
Okay.
Okay.
Caffeinated says, my parents only just dropped cable after never really using it a few months ago. Gave my dad a Roku, and now he's the happiest man alive.
There you go. Now, why are they flipping? That one got set down properly. Okay. Now it looks like it's behaving itself.
We've got a first-time chat from Kaizen Controller, who says, in the US, it's rolled into our other taxes, but in the UK, they make it a service funded by the people who actually use the service.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder what that tax actually goes to.
Well, it's their version of PBS and stuff.
Oh, so the company, the public broadcasting companies that we're no longer funding.
Well, that we're not funding fully anymore. I don't think he's completely cut off all funding to it yet.
But yeah, if I remember correctly, and this is, of course, when I'm into Americans talk about this, I think is it a per television tax? Or is it just per household that has a television?
So it's their way, basically, of paying for public programming.
Yeah.
Which, if you accept the need for public programming, it would seem that their way is slightly better than ours.
Yeah. It's much harder to enforce, and that's why you get all the weird stories all the time about, people coming in to inspect to see if you have any TVs in your house and all that weirdness that happens. Because
you mean like AT&T? Back in the day when you had to pay AT&T, American Telephone and Telegraph, by the way, you had to pay AT&T per handset that you had in your house.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And there were all kinds of, you have a local phone company come and install one, and then you just run a wire to the next one. So many people just working on getting around that, to save a few bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The license fee is per household. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
But then that fee should be rolled into the services that provide access to the public broadcasting network. So like cable and satellite and stuff like that.
Well, from what I believe it's just by antenna, correct?
Just by antenna?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
public
airwave.
broadcast.
It is. So you have to have a physical antenna on your house to to be charged for it.
Or have rabbit ears on your television. I can't see what I'm doing here.
Yeah, it looks like you need to set up a little bit of lighting.
There you go. And if you get up a little bit higher, you get a little better.
Repnik has been a member on YouTube for 14 months. Says 14 months and counting. Love y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for that loyalty. Appreciate that.
And Lexi says, Doc, be sure to start your Satisfactory Plus save when FICSMAS is still live. Free loot to start with to boost your factory.
Free loot, huh?
You know, I've got a better idea. How about whenever Doc decides to start Satisfactory Plus, I will enable the FICSMAS event on his computer, and he can play through it.
When he decides to play Satisfactory Plus, we move him to a retirement home.
A what? Move me to what?
A retirement home.
Oh, that's mean. That's mean.
Okay. He doesn't want to work for my channel anymore. I've got too many crazy ideas, obviously.
I wish they were crazier.
Unfortunately, you playing Satisfactory Plus, unfortunately means that Robert will have to play Satisfactory Plus.
Yeah.
And all will have to play Satisfactory Plus.
So that's why you're trying to make me resist it.
That's a big part of it, yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
But,
Mark's here.
and
Says, hello Doc, how's the trees coming? Remember the Blockbuster video rentals to watch a movie that you so wish you had taped?
yep.
Says, hello Mr. Pinky Creatureman and the infamous Robert AI.
You're now infamous, Robert. You're not just famous, you are now infamous.
Infamous. I'll settle for that.
Lexi says, actually, you won't be playing multiplayer. It isn't multiplayer compatible.
Oh. But the thing is, if I make a video about it, Robert's got to get into it and actually play it a bit so that he can make the background visuals. A lot of times those background visuals are embellished by Robert to help it to make sense.
It's, to be honest, my objection is more from a YouTube standpoint. Mod packs are generally a lot smaller of an audience than the main game. I think
Fine
it's stream
necessity.
activity, it's fun.
Bruno Pelisoli says, in your videos you make it look so easy. Every time I try to build a production line, I end up getting confused and I can't manage to do everything I need. So I end up making and creating many components manually. It's really tiring.
Yeah. Manual components do get tiring. It gets, believe me, it gets a lot easier as you do it more.
We have an upcoming short just for him.
Yeah.
I mean, you should go back and look at Doc's first playthrough. It was a complete mess. He has gotten so much better since then.
Let's not, I don't know that I want to talk about that. I was amazed. We did our 1 year anniversary. We went ahead and showed a beginning part of my first video, and I go, "You've really got to be kidding me! I was that bad?" Robert said, "Yeah, you were that bad. No, Yeah. I don't even know why he published those videos. I was so mad.
Because for the most part, we don't watch people for their skill. We watch people to enjoy the experience.
Yeah.
And for some people, that means their skill.
Yeah.
But it matters surprising a whole lot less than what you might think.
Yeah. Lexi says, we watch to see them suffer.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
You're not wrong.
That's true.
Feral Terminator says, good morning, Doc.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. All right, we have, and you know, I don't even know where that's coming up to. It probably is going to come up right in the middle of my tree farm. And we can't have that. I'm going to have to not have that. And not have that. And put it on here and have it point that direction. And we shall figure out where we want to have that line start and poke up. And I don't think that's attached. There we go. Now that looks much, much better. Much better. Okay, so I'm going to go down and out, go back up to the second floor and figure out where I want to start this new line for iron and
Copper.
That's a copper one?
I
Okay.
think so.
Iron and copper ornaments.
Yeah.
And this is my wall of gifts, by the way. This is a tree farm.
Don't give it all away, Doc.
And this is my gifts.
What's your progress, by the way?
What's my progress? What does that mean? Progress.
Like, how full are these?
How full are these?
They're on their way.
Okay, this
Ooh.
one's full. This one is partially full. Half of it's full now. Still two of them going around there. Still two of them going around there. Two there. But these are all full here. So this bank and that bank is all full. And these are relatively new up here, so they're not full yet. Yeah, they're still working away at building, making more presents, making more gifts. It's going to take these a while to all fill up.
They're the Santa's workshop.
Yep, that's all Santa's workshop, preparing presents, gifts for all the good little boys, girls.
Got a first time chat from Mind to Eye who says, why Doc?
Well, I got my PhD in 2013, and I was just always called Doc at work, and so it just stuck, and I just continue to use that for the channel. So, although I don't use my PhD much, the education in my PhD much anymore, except for, teaching at Lindenwood University. I still do carry a university job, continuing to teach. So that's why Doc. I hope that helps. Yeah, let's start a line.
Ravenwood Game asks, how many gifts do we need for this event? I skipped it last time.
Well, how many billion little girls and boys are there out there? That's how many gifts you would need if you were really being Santa Claus. So if we're not thinking that, if we're just thinking the number of lines that you have to create to make the items in the game, you pretty much need a constant flow of gifts coming in. That is the one commodity that you need by far the most. And the neat thing about it is that you don't have to pay for them. In other words, it takes no power to put a Christmas tree down. They're not powered up at all, but they produce gifts. And that's the neat part. So you can create these long lines of trees just creating gifts.
Honestly, I think it would be hilarious if the new power type called Christmas Spirit. And you had to maintain Christmas spirit somehow in order to power up all your trees.
That would be funny. That would be fun. But let's make sure that they don't ever hear that one. That suggestion. Okay. So everything takes a constant flow of packages, and so if I go here and just do FICSMAS, okay, there's all the FICSMAS things that I have unlocked at this point. Just barely unlocked the FICSMAS copper and the iron FICSMAS ornament. And you'll see if I click on it that it takes a red ornament plus copper. It doesn't take presents at all. Uh-oh, Robert. Ruh-roh. I just created a whole line for nothing.
We'll just feed that entire line into a whole bunch of making reds and then go from there.
Yeah, in fact, I've got one line over here that is a little bit yellow at the end. I think I'll just drop it into this line farther down there where it's getting wimpy. And just push it into this line. So when we get down here, how many? Yeah, it's still 200 in that one. And 3. There's the break in my line right there. Where it's not getting enough. But all these before it are getting enough. So this one's getting 200? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to...
Yeah. Ravenwood Games says, I love the child count answer. I guess I will maximize my farm. Trying to balance that while working in tier 6.
Okay.
So, just so you know, there are 2 billion children estimated in the world today. So, here's your target.
Oh boy.
Daniel Mansur asks, what's your PhD in?
It was a Doctor of Management of Information Systems Technology. So it was a DMIST. So DM, Doctor of Management in Information System Technology, IST. So the entire focus... Oh, that's why this one's not emptying. It was missing a little something. So I managed people building information systems, basically, is what it was. And my the actual PhD was my actual dissertation was done on why large corporations struggle to implement agile methods.
Doc, they're already asleep.
Oh, they're already asleep. Stop talking. Okay.
Sorry.
You're not a bit sorry. And I have a little book on the shelf that is my only published work at this point, which is the dissertation.
Yeah. Very soon, I will have more published works than my dad.
I can't let that stand for very long.
Cool. Let's see you publish something.
Okay. I guess the gauntlet has been thrown down.
Oh no.
I don't see it as much of a gauntlet. I am perfectly happy with more people publishing more stuff. I write because I want more good books.
That's a good reason to write.
Rising Controller says, oh, that's awesome. And a Boeing Allen too. Are you by chance familiar with any of Dr. Deming's work?
Oh, Deming. I'm very familiar with Deming. We studied him ad nauseum at times.
If Doc didn't have a regular religion of Dr. Deming would probably be top.
Is everybody able to hear Garrett?
Are you not able to hear me? For your headset?
Nope. I hear Garrett. Robert just fine. I'm just not hearing much of Garrett.
Is it my microphone? Hello, 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 hello. Oh, that is the wrong one. Hello,
That's
hello.
why I wasn't changing. There it is.
Hello.
There I can hear.
Okay. But like that, I am peaking a little bit. I have to be careful not to speak too loud.
Yep. Okay.
I'm a little bit disappointed. Our shelves are a bit of a mess right now, so we can't access the shelf, but we literally have Deming's books on these shelves in here somewhere.
Yep. Exactly.
I actually got up to try to find the book before you read the comment, Garrett.
Oh, yeah.
Doc just does, aha, see?
Archon says, to be fair, Garrett is just for entertainment and Doc's for smarts. There is a genuine difference between Doc's work and my work. I wrote the full draft of my story in a month. Doc spent years through exhaustive studies
And research.
and research to produce his. So, trying to compare them is comparing apples to oranges.
Yep. That's true, and
But
I'm
yeah.
glad you said that.
You did beat him in page count, even in the first month.
Yeah. Yeah.
What, Mr. Wiz? Okay, Mr. Wiz, what am I going to do with you?
You know what, Garrett? Maybe not.
How many pages? 178 pages? That's pretty good.
Mr. Wiz, do you see what Mr. Wiz just did?
Yes, I did. Let me check and see. Let's switch to my first book.
Oh, and he goes
And
back
then-
to talking about his book. He's not a bit concerned about the fact that I can't do any conveyors anymore. He's just going to talk about his book.
No, it's page setup. I'm going to put it down to
Laugh out loud, just redeeming some points. You can continue.
a 5. No.
Yeah, that's like A5.
Yeah. My 145 pages for my first book.
Okay.
And Doc's book is 178. Was it?
Yeah, but Garrett, this book has so much fluff in it. Like it has 20 pages of just introductions, table of contents, that sort of thing. His
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're talking about Garrett's book being full of fluff, right?
No, yours definitely.
Oh.
And then cited sources.
You're getting really close to the F word, guy. And the F word meaning fired.
Okay.
And you thought something else?
I
Terrible person, you.
look. We. I didn't know what you were referring to.
My second book is 137 pages.
Yep, they're kids' books. But see, it's going to be one of those like Harry Potter, where the first book was kind of small, and the next book gets a little bit bigger, and the next book gets a little bit bigger. And by the time you get to the seventh book, it's just this huge tome. to tell the rest of the story. You know,
I've already gotten to the point where I'm having to break my stories in half.
Yep.
Book 3, I planned out what is going to be close to a 90,000 word book, whereas mostly I'm targeting 25 to 30,000 words. And so I had to cut it in half just to bring it somewhere within reasonable length.
Okay.
So basically, I have both books 3 and 4 planned already.
I'm just gonna stick to making videos. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. So Mr. Wiz says, "Lol, just redeeming some points. You can continue." And that's a first-time chat.
Okay. Somebody's redeemed scan a hard drive. So I'm gonna throw down a ma'am here
And then Lexi says, "That's true, but Doc was able to buy a nice piece of land and a home when he was done, and you're still living with your dad after writing, so Doc's writing was much more successful. I will also point out that my first book hasn't been published quite yet.
Yep.
We're currently working on that. Doc volunteered to work on the publishing side of things, which I really appreciate.
Oh, so Doc, how old were you when you got your PhD?
2013, that would have made me 56.
So Garrett's just ahead of schedule then.
Yeah. Yep, he is.
Yeah. But your goal was never to become an author first and foremost.
Correct. Yeah.
He gets his PhD just to become a published author. Yeah. That's what you call taking the long road.
Lorendra sits down in his lurking chair.
Okay.
And Casing Controller says 25 years with Boeing. That also means you were probably there during the nightmare that was the McDonnell-Douglas merger invasion.
That's actually when I started. I started in 98. Actually, I started in 96 as a contractor. 98 was the merger, and I was still working as a contractor. And they pulled me into human resources for that. And I worked on their web pages for communications during the merger. As we were putting all the pieces together, the merger had been approved. It was ready to go. It was just a matter of getting the two companies merged, getting their HR departments and all their benefits and everything merged together. And so, yeah, it was.
Here's
it was
an
at that
novel
time.
idea. How about we delete the HR problem by getting rid of them entirely?
There is no HR problem. You've got legal stuff to deal with the government. You have to have an HR department.
So let's delete the government.
There you No, that's a possibility. That is a definite possibility. Okay, so you've totally sidetracked me, guys.
We actually have a Doc University comment.
Okay. Let me just put a drone on this port. All right, well,
there we go.
okay, Dan Smiley says, Doc, as you go through the game, what's your favorite milestone to get? I love 2 and 3, etc. My power grid going from biofuel to coal and then to fuel. Those are definitely by far the most exciting ones in the game. I mean, when you get to the later games, it's kind of, grinding through the other milestones. I guess the next exciting milestone is getting Mark 6 belts and being able to update your infrastructure and really get things moving quickly. Another exciting part is being able to play with nuclear power. That is a challenge that most people, kind of try to avoid until they can't avoid it anymore because their factories are so big. You gotta do something about the power situation. So I'd say by far, I would agree with you. Those are the most exciting milestones in the game. The other milestones are, gosh, that's fascinating. And then you got to learn a whole bunch of stuff. And I like learning, so I find the nuclear power fascinating. I find the upgrades to the various other items that make nuclear happen really exciting. And then, gosh, milestone 5 or phase 5, that one is just cool to see the final part of the game. That's a lot of fun too. So I think I agree with you. Those are fun, and that's kind of why I restart the game at times, to find out and get through those kind of phases too. So thanks for the comment. Appreciate it. Talk to you later. Okay. Well, I've got a drone ready to take off.
Scorpio says, Robert, you're fired.
Okay.
Robert, you're fired. Okay.
Knifing Bandit says, how do you decide to start off a book you're writing?
Ha 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 ha. That's a question for Garrett, right?
I suppose so, and that is rather difficult.
Getting the initial concept is probably the hardest part, isn't it, Garrett?
Yeah. I mean, the answer for me is I just jumped in and started writing anything and everything until I had written so much that it came fairly easy to me. I'd say that for the most part, you're probably thinking too hard. It's 90% of the time, it's better to just get started and see where it goes. And if it's not working out, you'll have so much better information to go on to the next part, or to redo it than what you had otherwise.
Mm-hmm. 'Cause you've had plenty of false starts.
Yeah, I have. I mean, I've written over 400,000 words. That's 3 stories, each at over 100,000 words. One of those at 150,000 words, and then 2 shorter stories at around 30,000 words each.
Okay. I need to take a short break. Okay. Can you take over the stream there, Robert, for a sec?
Sure. Give me a moment to bring up.
Okay. I'll keep working until you give me the high sign.
But yeah, writing isn't a body of knowledge that you study and learn. It's a skill that you have to train. And there's nothing better for training a skill than doing it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your initial start was really with Royal Road, where you wrote basically small chapters and kept posting on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what got you up in word count.
Mm-hmm. And that was a major start for me.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
And I know this is a drum that I beat quite often, but intentionally having you do a subject that you don't care about quite as much was fairly helpful as well.
You mean going to my current story?
Yeah, doing something that isn't like your story that like you're super invested in, allows you to have more fun with it and be loose enough to just be open to inspiration, having fun, as opposed to feeling like you have to be perfect at it. You know, because this is the one great novel you're going to write, kind of thing.
Yeah, writing is going to demand the time from you one way or another. And you can either spend it by sitting and agonizing over every word, trying to figure out how to put it down, doing infinite re-edits, or you can write a book and move on, write another, move on. and just keep on churning through until you can put out good stuff the first time every time. I'm starting to get to that point.
Yeah.
Which is a really good point to be at.
Nice. Yeah, is it? Yeah.
Okay.
We are on the page.
Interesting. 5,000. Nice.
Yeah, the first two are pretty far off.
Yeah, Rebel Duster says, just started a second playthrough. Such an amazing game.
Well, shucks, it messed up, so it couldn't load the file, and I knew what this was. Dang it.
Okay.
And it started me over. Gosh darn it.
Scorpio GT6 says, Garrett's writing thoughts are just like Satisfactory. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
How is it just like Satisfactory? What?
It's a very big and complex subject, and there's absolutely no way you're going to get it right your first try. And so you can constantly agonize over where every belt's going to go, where every constructor's going to go. Or you could just build it dirty and then come back and do it again better.
Sure.
Kaizen Controller says that, or as my sister-in-law jokes, your standards finally become more realistic. Yeah. It's impossible to make something perfect.
I'm just
And
here.
Once you give up on being perfect, you can free yourself to make some really good stuff. Rebel Duster says, pretty sure I did everything I could do wrongly in the first playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. Happens to all of us.
Think we're there.
Lexi says, I disagree. Perfection has been created in J.R.R. Tolkien's works. But I will also point out, he spent decades writing that. If you spent 20 years writing 20 books, you will write better than J.R.R. Tolkien.
Well, we also need to account for time. The time period when he published.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
Oh, this is so hard. I think we're here. But these exactly which bend, I just don't know. Yeah.
Kaizen Controller says, perfection is not a thing to be held, but a horizon for which to chase.
Not the good ways.
Yeah. Jay Sanderson says, I'm 225 hours into the game with a number of restarts and haven't gotten to the credits yet.
You know, funny enough, Doc's only seen the credits once. And that was in a multiplayer server. Because Doc just likes the building process.
Yeah. When I saw your username, I got a little excited for a moment until I realized it wasn't Brandon Sanderson.
Oh, bro.
And it would never be Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah, he's
And
just
then I
going to
got
show up here
disappointed.
in your chat and...
When I'm talking about my book.
Dream on.
Dream on, yeah. Trumpkin says, closer to 30 years of writing, and most of it was actually the Silmarillion.
This
Yeah.
is a pretty boring game. Not a very good one.
And Adresea says, I hear someone is looking for perfection, so here I am, just dropping in.
Okay.
Yeah, Jay Sanderson says, I love his books, no relation. Yeah, his books are great. Up until recently, but he's still got to be one of the absolutely the most talented authors of our time.
Yeah. I agree with that. I hope that he can recover and get back to where he was at.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Zach, I am playing, this is just a Satisfactory GeoGuessr game that somebody made. It's been linked to the Discord before, but I can link it again. Again. By the way, guys, a perfect score so far, and I'm having to refresh and start over again.
That sucks.
Yeah. I know, Mark. I'm...
Lexi says, it's not about how long it took him. You said perfection can't be created, and that's not true. Well, until God comes down and gives us perfection, we're gonna have a little bit of a hard time.
Thank you, sir. Christmas is coming. We have packages arriving.
All Stoke says, reminds me of an American commercial I saw on YouTube. A man coming into a restaurant saying, table reserved for Michael Jackson. And the person looked happy until he saw a nerdy white man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the famous Michael Jackson would not fit that description, that's for sure. Okay, so...
Mr. Wiz says, do you have a link to see your books? Not quite yet. They haven't quite been published. We're working on that. My first book is ready to ship as soon as we have, as soon as we've decided on our publishing method. Book 2 is in the editing phase, and books 3 and 4 are in the writing phase.
Okay.
In fact, Garrett was in here all day yesterday and wrote the entire, first, 3,500 words?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When Garrett writes, he will just sit here for 8 hours and just pump out words. My cough drops arrived.
Oh, that big
Nice.
box for...
No, I have Christmas stuff in there as well.
Yeah. Zach is like, do I hear presents?
Nah, I just had a sore throat for the last little while.
Mark says, I see that the shine is still on Doc. What do you do to keep the shimmer look?
I turn up the lights too high. So...
Yeah. We don't quite have enough room to make a real nice studio setup. Though I suppose if we got a couple of ring lights, we might be able to mount them from the ceiling.
Well, we do have the correct lighting. We just haven't got them fully installed in the ceiling yet, and we don't have the diffuser. Doc, did you buy the diffuser material?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
All
we
the
should-
material. It's just a matter of doing it.
Yeah, I even
Let's put that on the schedule for this week sometime. Could we? Possibly? Maybe?
Sure.
Oh, Zach in Plays has a Doc University question.
Okay. Oh, gee whiz. That is a good question. Zach in Place says, what is better, making ingots the traditional way or by the leached ingot recipe? Now, I'm not quite sure which particular ingot you're referring to. I guess, let me look on here. So we have the copper ingot or pure copper ingot, pure iron ingots, steel ingots. Not quite sure. I obviously don't have that particular recipe. Generally, if you can add a material to it like water to increase your ingot production, then you generally would want to do that. The leached ingot one, I believe you add something like...
Sulfuric acid.
Yeah, sulfuric acid? Okay. Sulfuric acid, sulfur is pretty rare material in this planet. You only get it in just a few places. I think I don't have that one because I've passed on it several times. Because it's just that particular one is not all that beneficial. But there are recipes where you can add a fluid to several different recipes, like water to the concrete recipe to make more concrete, and various ones like that. Those are valuable, but to me, the leached ingot recipe was not very good. So I passed on it. So hopefully that'll help. Back to the game. Okay. Yeah, that's always an interesting question is what recipes do I take, what and when do I take them? We did a short, I believe. I believe it was a short, wasn't it, Robert? Where we basically said, if you don't need it in the here and now, just leave it in your library. Or if you think you might need it, but don't unlock a recipe unless you feel the need to use it right then. And just keep leaving those hard drives in your hard drive library, because that alone is beneficial. Just leaving it in your library is incredibly beneficial in the respect that it forces each hard drive you find after that to get alternate recipes to what you've already unlocked. Well, I probably went higher than I needed to, but that's okay. I went far enough. That's good.
Lexi says, leached recipes are basically wasting your most valuable resource for a common resource.
Yeah, exactly. The leached ones. Yeah. Good.
And Kaizen Controller
Glad to hear some agreement.
Okay. Kaizen Controller says, I mean, the scope of manufacturing efficiency kind of comes down to your factory build style, right? Do you make just-in-time style lines, just-in-case inventories, or just belt storage all over?
I tend to more build just-in-time lines, but when I build a line when I need it to, let's say, unlock the next tier or the next phase, I overbuild it so I've got leftover product. So it's kind of a just-in-time when I build it, but it's a just-in-case in the respect that I create a storage so that I can have more for later. So hopefully that kind of answers the question there.
Doc, I think we have a potential of being sucked down a rabbit hole.
Be right back.
Sucked down a rabbit hole. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking manufacturing with a guy literally named Kaizen.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, it's dangerous territory.
Yeah. Yes, I worked a lot of Kaizen stuff in my day. Yep. In fact, I've got a neat Kaizen story if you really want to hear it.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking if Kaizen controller wants to hear it. Because it was really a fun one. What am I doing? I am creating a drone. That's under transport. Put a drone on. And I have a feeling that I did not get power to the other one, therefore it doesn't even show up on the list.
Knifey Bandit votes for story time with Doc.
All right, so
I found another dead bird.
they have been busy, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
So the particular story we had, you remember the 757? The 757 was a sweet aircraft that Boeing stopped building after the 737 started creeping up into its size space. So basically, it became obsolete because the 737 kept stretching. But the 757 was a nice plane that they stopped building at some point. But before they stopped building it, I had to go out to the factory with a team, and we were looking at trying to create a Kaizen line out of the floor rails. Now, when the plane is put together, they create rails in the floor that all of the seats attach to. So when the seats attach to them, where are you going? I didn't give you a place to go. I didn't tell you where to go. Where are you?
Is the one
going?
below it?
Yeah, because it didn't actually go where it belonged. It just...
Yes, it's going exactly where it's supposed to go. Ah!
Is there a drone port below this?
No. Why? It went out this way. And if it brings copper back, I'll be totally amazed because I didn't think
Because it didn't actually land on the drone port.
See, no destination because that drone port over there isn't. I mean, copper ingots one. Oh gosh, what am I thinking? I'm dumb. Okay. Anyway, so we went out there, and what was really interesting is we found a lot of just-in-case materials that were sitting off in this one room that was dedicated just for storage. Part of the problem was that they had this room as just-in-case storage. They'd had it for so long that almost all of the stuff in that room was obsolete and had to be just sent to the scrapyard, which shows the whole idea of just-in-time manufacturing, not wanting to build up a whole lot of stock in any one time just in case, because, just in case sometimes never happens, and then you're just stuck with a whole bunch of product that you have to, destroy. And a whole lot of wasted money. So we set up the line. We got the Kaizen, got the whole Kaizen system set up for them, and we junked that whole room and then repurposed the room for something else, so they didn't have a place just to store extra. And we taught and taught and taught, helped the people to understand why you don't ever want to do that again, which. That was, in and of itself, that was a culture shift. So, that was a pretty cool experience.
So, for those who don't know what Kaizen meant in Boeing, What did you mean when you said you set up a Kaizen line?
Basically, it's a method. It's a method of supply chain management, where at the production site you're only ordering or bringing in new product when it is needed. Now they've got software for that. The Kaizen line that we set up was actually quite a manual system where you pulled an inventory card and you left it with the person managing the Kaizen table, so that they would know that one was now taken out of stock and ready for use, and they would know then to order when they got a certain number of those cards. Now ERP systems take care of that whole ordering system as the parts get checked out or parts get put on planes. So basically it was a system of just managing inventory that allowed you to order in time to get the stock in for the next build, but not have too much in stock at any one time. And then you balanced that after a while. You worked out how long it takes to get the parts so you didn't have shortages, and at the same time you made sure that you used it quickly after it arrived so that you didn't have a buildup of the product on site. So, anyway.
We got a first-time chat from Bell.
Okay.
Just built a rocket fuel powered plant. Just wondering how much of that should I siphon off for drones?
Not much. In fact, not very much at all. I would set one device to make packages and one device to make the packaged rocket fuel, and then transport the rocket fuel. You shouldn't need much more than that because drones really don't use much rocket fuel at all. And then put it into your system. But generally, I build out I will build out a fuel power plant to use all of it, and then I'll just put a feeder line into the packager, so that the packager packages just what it can, and it won't take much at all. So sifting out much, you don't need much at all. So I hope that helps. Okay, I want a conveyor belt, but I want to put together this line here.
Yeah. Lorendra says, what you describe as Kaizen now, I know as Kanban, which is most likely
Kanban,
a proprietary name of the software we now use.
Yep, Kanban. Kanban and Kaizen, two different words for the same process, basically, yes.
Okay. Mark says, looks like a greenhouse build. Doc, is this the main base of production, storage, or is this the outlying course for something bigger?
This is the main base for construction and storage of presents, and I'm now on the second floor, and I'm starting to build out production for the get the words production for the iron and copper ornaments. And once I get the iron and copper ornaments, that allows me to build a lot of other things afterwards. So the main thing is getting this production line going. In the back, this conveyor, this whole container wall is just building up presents for all the good little girls and boys throughout the world. So that's what that is all about.
Jimmy Vans says, I'm just about to start phase 3 and choose refined plates using wire instead of screws. My other choice was sulfuric acid one. I guess I made the right choice hearing your take on sulfuric acid.
Yeah. Good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Sulfur they just made sulfur very rare on this map. There's only about 3 or 4 places, if I remember right. But, hey.
Knifing Bandit says, the fun thing about finding storage rooms like that is that it's great for companies like mine, that most equipment we have are obsolete when they're installed. So finding replacements is very difficult.
Ah. My cat felt the desire to knead her claws in my leg. And she's usually quite gentle about it, but claws are reaching in a little bit too far.
Hey, it's just acupuncture. She's helping you out.
Just acupuncture, huh? It's definitely puncture. I don't know about the accurate part of it. Okay.
Hydrate.
Oh, good. Hydrate some more. My orange monster for the day. In my monster cup. Now, remember, this band is green down here, and this band is green. That's why when I tip it up, it looks like it's filtering on through things. That's the effect of the green screen behind me. That's so funny.
And then another Doc University question.
Oh, goody. That's a good thing. Let's go do that. Frostier has a question. It says, how do you get inspired to keep playing? I really want to start over, but I can't bring myself to do all the long work again. The way I do that is I go off to a different place and build more in a different place. Well, let's just take a quick look at my factory here. You'll see that I build on the world grid so I can connect all these things eventually if they get built big enough. So, yeah, you see out here is compacted coal. There's a huge run of coal power plants. Here's a bunch of refineries refining residual oil, heavy oil residue into fuel and making plastic. And you'll look over here. As I started getting into the higher tiers, I started building floor upon floor going up here to build more different items. And then over here you can see there's just basically urban sprawl. There's one factory here making plates and rods. There's another factory down there making cable and wire. Another factory over there making steel. So various factories all over the place. In fact, you go under here and I've got, okay, no, not doing that. There we go. Need to go down under. Oh, by the way, this big factory here is concrete. So basically it's just building off to the side and building the next thing. So you just keep on, sprawling around. And if you're not familiar with the term, the world grid, when you're placing your first foundation for an area, you hold down control, it'll spin and twist to a certain grid area. If you build on the world grid, you can keep connecting all these together and they'll be all faced the same way. So my hub is over there. That's where I first started. And I just kept on building a little bit farther away until I built all these factories. And what you couldn't see from above is this huge bunch of building over here. So I just keep on, sprawling out. And then eventually I connect them with conveyors and start moving things around from place to place. So when I get too cramped in one area or it looks too chaotic in that area, I just move on to another area and build it again. Then sometimes I'll come back and I'll increase this. Like this line was built initially with only like Mark 1 conveyor belts, and then I went to Mark 2, Mark 3, and I've up to Mark 5. So this whole area here has continued to expand. This one miner here has gone from Mark 1 to 2 to 3. So, you just keep expanding and, building and continuing to upgrade everything until finally it just all meets together. You can see these are on two totally different levels, and I've got a ramp, connecting them there, and, all kinds of things. So that's kind of the way I build and how I keep interested. So hope that helps. Okay. Well, let's go back to my copper. See, that built the copper. And this one's run out of fuel by now, I'm sure. Yeah, it's all full too. So
Yeah.
I need to find a way to refuel these things. And I'll figure that out here in a moment.
The Kaizen controller says Kaizen is from the Japanese words Kai, meaning change or improvement, and Zen, meaning good or virtue, together meaning change for the better. It's one smaller element of the overall Toyota production system,
Yep.
but Masaki Imai coined its use. And he goes on to say, to Doc's story, the amount of hidden inventory waste, like on the Boeing line, was sometimes astounding. I worked for a company that was basically a bespoke tooling company, trying to move away from job shop mentality, and the amount of obsolete parts in the warehouse was concerning. And Quantum Star replies to that, we live in America, waste is our forte.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
It can seem like that when we're comparing ourselves to Japan, and Japan's very, very good at efficiency. There's a reason why this idea came out of Japan. But I will also point out that Japan, throughout much of its history, has been very limited on multiple key resources, enforcing an efficiency mindset
Yeah.
that Europe never had. And it's like if you compare Japanese woodworking to European woodworking, Japanese shops are very minimalist, and they make incredibly efficient use of every little bit of wood. Whereas European style woodworking is absolutely, their shops are absolutely filled with tools. There's a tool for every tiny little purpose, and there's scraps of wood everywhere. But at the same time, in Europe, we were able to do so much more because we had material to waste. And that became an even bigger deal in America. Now we're having to go back and learn how to be efficient because that's more profitable. But we were able to do a lot more because we had more material to waste.
Yep. Oh, Mr. Pinky Preacher Man comes back.
Indeed.
I will read out Gonogrim's comment. What timing? He says, Japan's efficiency came from copying Henry Ford on the US's manufacturing. As for waste, take a look at India and China before you make a comment. The reference to our waste is a reference to the amount of food we produce. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, and I'll talk about, waste in manufacturing in general. To be honest, well, not manufacturing, just in general, when a company expands, they become more wasteful. And then they contract for a time and become more efficient. And as long as you're constantly doing this growth phase, which is less efficient, and then the efficiency phase, you can continue to grow your company over time, fairly effectively. If you're trying to grow your company while being super efficient and reducing all waste, very, very difficult to do.
Oh yeah. Because that can lead to shortages.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaizen says, I actually have 2 years of aerospace experience as an SpaceXer.
SpaceXer.
I worked at
Say that,
Starlink in Redmond. So I've worked with folks in the Boeing Renton facility. I'm a non-degreed process engineer / lean practitioner. So you guys are good company while I'm playing my Satisfactory save file.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, that's one thing Boeing didn't really recognize. They wanted me to take all these classes to become a lean practitioner, and didn't at all take into my account that my entire dissertation was about lean or agile principles. And so I eventually gave up trying to convince them that, take your classes and let me fall, put a cot in the back so I can fall asleep while you teach things I already know.
I know there's a lot of overlap between lean and agile.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any parts of it that just don't translate at all when you go from lean to agile?
Not really. No, the mindset is the same.
Okay.
Yep. The mindset is all the same. Okay. This is all working just fine.
And Megalith resubscribed. Been here,
Oh.
been 11 months now.
Oh, fantastic. That's way cool. What's going on? Cannot unload. Okay, so where are you going to?
And when I say the
Rocky Desert Fuel.
United States is fairly wasteful, I'm not talking about. I'm not saying it's overly egregious. I'm talking about, like, carving is a very wasteful form of art. You end up removing and destroying most of the material you use. Whereas something like kumiko is an incredibly material efficient form of art.
How do they cut apart all the pieces in order to create kumiko?
I assume they,
Use a saw?
as opposed to the amount of material you have to remove from a block of wood or stone to get a carving.
Sure. Gonogram says there are entire companies that came around in the 90s that buy up waste and trash of other companies, repurpose and sell it to those who can use it.
Yeah.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Oh, true.
And then we'll just come even further in America with the surprise box bin stores, so just buying random boxes of stuff you don't know, people looking for things to resell to make a buck.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, we live pretty close to Walmart's headquarters, and there's quite a bit of that. If you wanted to buy whole semi-trucks full of returned merchandise and stuff like that, you could get it pretty close here.
Max Murphy wants me to give a sermon on the blessed machine. These people. Old Stoke says, are you talking about wood carving?
Yes, he was talking about wood carving. I'm trying to figure out something here. I wish I had a portal. I don't want to go clear out to the Rocky Desert to troubleshoot a problem. But I don't have a hypertube out there, and all I can do is basically ride one of the trains. So, I guess I'm going to ride a train out there. See what's going on.
Well, before we get to that made me laugh.
Okay.
Lorinda said something interesting. Says the COVID years have been good learning experience for today's supply chain management. We were way too lean to cope with disruptions in the supply chain.
Yep.
Just in time was the way to go before COVID.
Uh-huh.
And Trumpkin says Walmart's a great example of that. Their whole supply chain is that way. We all remember the toilet paper riots.
Yes. Exactly.
And you know, Gonogram said he's a bit of a detractor. He says, I'm not really sure how much I buy that. Companies have learned that artificial lack of supply and jacking up prices, Bitcoin and GPU started to spawn in COVID.
Interesting. You know, and what's basically being demonstrated here is if you look at different aspects, you see different reasons for things being the way they were. So literally, it's a matter of you see a breakdown in one area and it's due to supply chain disruption. You see a breakdown in another area and it's because of deliberately restricting supply and not a supply chain issue at all. And so you see different results from different aspects of the way people manage their supply chains and or product inventory levels prior to a big event like COVID. So you kind of have to take a look back and look at a holistic picture of all of it, because you can't really look at any one aspect of it and expect to have the final answer. I forgot about that hypertube.
Old Stokes says, I would not say wood carving is wasteful, considering it can last hundreds of years. We even have houses from 1300 here in Norway, and wood is renewable, of course, which is really beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just comparing by relative amounts. I don't think that wood carving is wasteful. I'm just saying it is more wasteful than other forms of art.
Meaning there's more unused product in the final product than there is used product.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Based on comparison of other things. Then again, injection molding took and revolutionized a lot of industries, because prior to that, let's say you wanted to do a metal part, and doing a metal part in the days of machining, it was very subtractive type of manufacturing. You started with a piece of metal, you subtracted out what you didn't want, you had your final piece. Where when you finally did injection molding, you could just use the amount of metal you needed for the part. But then you created a lot of different parts that had to be bolted together, a lot of screws and stuff. And then come the day of 3D printing, where suddenly you can 3D print metal parts and print the entire part without any of the screws that you had with old injection molding parts. And so you've got this evolution of less waste being used in the whole manufacturing process as time progressed and as technology progressed, which I found to be a very interesting aspect of the supply chain management as I was watching it evolve during my time at Boeing.
There was one picture you used to show in one of your classes on the subject, which showed how a typical part, it took like 7 parts to build this piece, but then through 3D printing they could build it all as one, which reduced 2 kinds of, not waste, but it not only reduced the material components, but also meant you reduced the assembly time. It reduced the ability, the failures, the failure rate. It reduced a whole lot of things, right?
Very much a lot of things. So if we I don't know how quickly I can find that, but it's in my slideshow.
Oh gosh, you're just gonna search through tons and tons of images to find that.
Gonalgrim says, and go pound sand, Garrett. Your blatant attempts to annoy me is superseded by the arrogance to think you could in 20 years come close to the excellence of Tolkien. But that pales in comparison to your mockery of a southern accent.
Turn yourself down a little bit, Garrett. You're pretty loud.
Wow. Okay. Mockery of a southern accent, huh?
Truly apologize, Gonalgrim. This is not my choice.
And it is a terrible, terrible accent.
It is. Kaizen Controller says, depends on the definition of waste.
Yep.
In terms of manufacturing, folks, a lot of us generally are referencing the 8 deadly wastes, which are not solely focused on byproducts or physical items, but other places where companies are losing money or using resources inefficiently. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
It is.
Yeah. So I want to read out what Megalith has been sharing with us.
Okay.
He says, by late 2025, open source models account for roughly 1/3 of global usage. But within that open source subset, there's been a major shift in market structure, where previously there were like 1 or 2 dominant models. Usage has now fragmented across many of them. No single open source model accounts for more than 25% of tokens used.
There it is.
And notably, many of them are developed by Chinese companies such as DeepSeek and Qwen. So it suggests the development of high quality, and I'll insert a word, open source, AI is no longer dominated by US-based labs.
Uh-huh. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's that part that Robert was referring to.
There we go. That's it. Yeah.
Yep. So prior to this, this was this was a molded part, and of course you had to have the center partition, you had to have the upper part, the lower part, and you had to have a bracket, and it required 16 parts, plus glue to put it together. Okay. A 3D printed part was one single part that had all those components all together. And that's, when we talk about part count reduction, we're also talking about labor reduction. We're talking about all of the things it takes to put this together. Even if you had machines to put all the screws and so forth in, there's still an inspector at the other end to make sure the machine did it correctly. So no tooling, less labor, no assembly error, less a problem with certification, so forth and so on. And that's the value of getting 3D printed parts into the mix, and this total evolution of everything that's been going through the marketplace. It's just been incredible, and I've just loved to watch it, as you can probably tell by the fact that I'm kind of passionate about it. Okay, so this can't unload simply because it has plenty. It's only using 24 containers, so it doesn't really need to do any more than that. Very good. So I'm going to go ahead and catch the hypertube that I forgot about. It's sitting over here. Hopefully it'll fling me the right direction, Robert. Think it'll fling me left?
This going up is fairly slow, so you should be able to choose correctly.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
The Gonogram says, if you work in the comic industry, as a retailer, you have to be quite meticulous of the waste, the unsold comics, and what to do with them. A smart seller will know to use a system to keep track of every book they sell. For example, if 10 issues of Spider-Man or Wolverine sells, you order 15. Those are people who are your subscriber members, and those who are going to come in every week and pick up the book, and a few for the shelf. 90% of the waste is from comics that don't sell, and comic book sellers simply not dumping them. Which they should do, and which end up in boxes or dollar bins hoping someone buys them, and they can sit there for years. And the data suggests that open source... it's simply a waste of time and space. You jettison unused inventory. Holding onto it simply holds no value or point. Keeping old issues for 6 months, then dump them.
Yeah, you don't want them building up over time.
When we owned our bookstore, one of the big issues... So, lower time, I started and ran a bookstore for 3 years. Doc did all the tech back end for it. And it was a used bookstore. And then my sister bought it, and she ran it for another couple of years with our help, and it was a lot of fun. But in the bookstore, you'd have like 1% of your books that would sell as soon as you get a copy. And then another like 5-10% that would sell fairly regularly. And then you'd really have about 80 to 90% of your inventory that would just sit on the shelf forever and would literally sit there for months.
Yeah.
So, especially books are on an extreme end of it, of just, there are so many books that are just never worth the shelf space. You will never have enough shelf space to be worth the expense of holding onto that book long enough that it can sell.
Yep, and that was kind of a hard-learned lesson, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I started, in my parents' basement, and we filled up the basement full of books. We bought as many shelves as I possibly could. We put them on wheels and back to back. So we would have like the old, library archives where they have to spin the wheel to open up the shelves. We did that sort of thing. So we filled the entire basement full of these shelves. And so every time I sold an order, I had to pull the shelf out, pull the thing off. Just the quantity we had. And that wasn't enough. And so I filled another bedroom full of books. And that wasn't enough. And at that point, we basically realized that there's not enough room to run a bookstore out of the house. And so then when my sister bought it, one of the reasons why she bought it is because she had, how many square feet was in that warehouse?
Oh, it was 30 by 50?
Yeah, it was a pretty big warehouse. And we helped her build shelves and build them super efficiently.
So we had about 1,200 foot of that space that we could use.
And even that filled up, and we were not getting the kind of inventory turns we needed to. It was terrible. Anyway.
It was difficult, yes. I miss those days. I miss touching the books.
Uh-huh. I completely agree.
Megalith says, and the data suggests that open source and closed source models are not competing. Rather, they are carving out complementary niches. Open source software tends to dominate creative, interactive, low-cost, high-volume tasks, while closed source software is often used for higher stakes workloads involving reasoning, reliability, and professional code generation.
Yep. Good.
And Pup Super One says, what kind of classes did you teach, and where were you using them?
Well, I was teaching a lot of IT management type classes at Lindenwood University. That's in St. Charles, Missouri. It's across the river from St. Louis, across the Missouri River from St. Louis. St. Louis and Illinois are separated by the Mississippi River, but the Missouri River comes just south of where we lived, goes north, and then dumps into the Mississippi just north of us. So across from St. Louis is kind of in that whole area where it's bounded on one side by the Missouri River and the other side by the Mississippi. And on the other side of the Missouri River is where we lived. And I taught at Lindenwood University in St. Charles, which was 2 cities over from where we lived. There was O'Fallon where we lived, and then St. Peter's, and then St. Charles. So Lindenwood University is a private college, private university. They don't have a doctoral program yet. They have, and they tried to get their master's IT program going, but wasn't able to get it really off the ground, and eventually suspended it. Right now, I still teach a blockchain class in the master's program, but I used to teach a blockchain program in the blockchain class in the master's program, as well as several other IT management type of courses in the master's program. Oh, FICSMAS fuel.
Megalith sent me some interesting charts. Sent me one that seems to indicate that the vast majority of tokens are used on. I misinterpreted that a little bit, and it makes a little bit more sense. Vast majority of tokens are used with closed source AIs.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. By a vast majority.
Well, it's been kind of considered common knowledge for a long time that the tech industry, at least a lot of PCs were driven by, video cards were driven by gaming and stuff, right?
Stretch.
Oh, stretch.
Mm-hmm.
And so, video cards being pushed by gaming quite often. That makes a lot of sense. It's a big market, lots of money. But now that AI is here, a lot of companies, and somebody was talking about how much they hate NVIDIA. There's a lot of companies that are saying, oh, well, there's a whole lot more money in AI than in gaming, and therefore that's going to drive a lot of problems. But I'm not at all surprised that in the open market for AIs, that there's a lot of demand for roleplay, for that kind of stuff. So entertainment is worth a lot of money.
Zuma says, I know this is off topic, but thanks to you and all other Satisfactory CCs, I have an easier time figuring things out when I'm stuck. I'm working right now to build a railroad network.
Good. Fantastic.
Yeah. And Megalith gave a good example. Micron, Crucial, is not making RAM anymore. Consumer
Really?
RAM. Now, yeah, weird. Now, they are still manufacturing the chips. Those chips are still being sold to other memory, consumer level RAM manufacturers.
Okay.
But they're not doing their own in-house line anymore.
Interesting.
Honestly, this is causing temporary issues. These issues will all smooth out in the end, and because eventually these AIs will be running these partially off of our own computers. Gaming will have AI in it just to get the scope and the increase in what we're looking for out of games.
Interesting.
I don't think I agree with that. Yes, that will happen. I don't think that's going to lower the prices because it doesn't matter how much consumers spend on AI, it will not be as much as the big companies that are trying to train new AI will spend.
But not quite what I was trying to say. I'm saying that they're developing AI specialized chips for these big companies. They're pivoting their capacity towards these big companies, but it'll be those same chips that we need when gaming changes.
Yes, I understand that. But that means that we are competing for the same chips with the big AI companies. And so if we're directly competing with them and they need 10 times as many as us, we're paying their prices. We're competing with them.
And then the market will equalize because the market equalizes.
Yeah, and it'll equalize at their prices because they're willing to pay a whole lot more than we are.
And more companies will make it.
Charging their prices.
I don't think this is a healthy argument.
So you're declaring that prices will never come down as people make more product.
Hmm?
You're declaring that when people make more product, make it more available, the prices will never come down, that they'll equalize at corporate price levels.
Your volume is so high, Gareth. What I'm saying is a new video card is rarely worth more than a few $100s to a consumer. That same video card is worth a substantial amount more to them.
To the AI companies.
To the AI companies. And if the price comes down, they will just buy more. And every time it comes down by $1, they'll just buy more. The price won't come down, generally, because they'll just buy more of them. I honestly believe that for the foreseeable future, their hunger for more chips is functionally unlimited. It's limited by a dollar amount, not by a quantity.
In other words, you're buying into the idea of supply and demand. It becomes a supply and demand thing.
Yeah. Which I think is the argument Garrett's trying to make as well, but...
When there's demand, people make more.
Yeah.
There'll be a temporary instability, but...
They'll make more, and making more will lower the price. And because they have a functionally unlimited budget, they'll buy more, driving up the price.
In other words, until the demand wanes, they're not going to be able to. Prices aren't going to lessen until the demand does, because every time there's a decrease in price, the demand continues.
You're declaring that their demand is functionally unlimited.
Yes.
And while it is a lot, I disagree.
The demand is what they call inelastic. In other words, the demand is where it's going to stay, and the current video card makers have not met that demand yet. So the price will be high enough to be restrictive to the AI companies to buy them, to bring it down to the amount of demand that is available. And until NVIDIA increases production enough to meet that demand, prices are not going to soften at all. And it might not even be NVIDIA's best interest to even allow that to happen.
On the positive side, this will make video card technology improve much faster than it ever has before, because NVIDIA is making more money than they ever have before. They will improve faster, and therefore the consumer market just might not be the leader anymore in GPU prices. The consumer market might be an afterthought.
Yep.
And we might use 2 or 3 generation old graphics cards, and that might be perfectly fine. That might be better than what we have currently. But I doubt that we will ever be getting the market leading video cards or graphics chips anymore. But I don't know.
Yeah. I think that what you're talking about is really we need a monumental increase in the capacity of our chips.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rather than in the quantity of our
Well,
chips.
that might be true too.
Both.
So they can buy, it will need to be both. Technology has to improve and supply has to improve both. And one way or another, one of those two will begin meeting that demand.
But it also means that they're going to phase out what we have today very quickly.
Possibly. That might be why they're getting to the 5000 series so quickly after the 4000 series. And again, that's my perception that the 5000 series came pretty quickly.
Oh, thank goodness.
Are you done?
I think so.
Hey, Mark, you still there?
Please.
That sounded like true desperation, Garrett.
That did sound like true desperation.
But it's as soon as the abilities of our video cards start increasing even more rapidly, it'll mean that any computer that comes with a video card, even if we're multiple generations later than the big companies, our computer's capacity will grow in leaps and bounds.
Absolutely.
As will gaming, even if it's just an afterthought compared to AI.
Mm-hmm.
Though I wonder how easy it would be, how cheap it would be to buy secondhand cards from AI companies who are trying to upgrade to keep up. It might be that there becomes a massive used market because they just have to constantly buy new ones to keep up.
It sounds like the same thing that happened with the glut of GPUs after crypto.
Yeah.
Old Greg made a nice comment. He said, "Howdy, mate. Been watching your videos for a little while now, and I appreciate how you break down all your builds. You have substantially helped with the chaos of my spaghetti factories."
Nice.
Cool.
Scorpio says, moral of the story, invest in NVIDIA.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Just forget about the
Feed the beast.
politics.
Feed the beast.
Yeah, feed the beast. There you go.
Kaizen says, the biggest issue too with the inelastic demand is that so much of the industry is a pseudo-monopoly because the cost for entry into the silicon and chip industry is so high, it stifles competition. So it's not like there could be a meaningful change on the supply chain, the supply side.
So true.
Well, I mean, Intel started making their video cards a couple years ago, and they, I don't know how well they're doing, but they're trying. And honestly, it feels like the market started going into the market at the right time.
Yeah. Well, I will also say that pick and place machines to create circuit boards have started to become, or personal pick and place machines have started to become a thing. So we can now
build our own circuit boards at a fairly large scale for one individual. And so I wouldn't be surprised if eventually we get the opportunity to to start being able to build our own chips. They won't be as complex as the ones made by the big companies.
Oh, that'd be weird.
But could you imagine having a device like a 3D printer that can just print you a chip?
Okay, it wouldn't print a chip.
No. All the pick and place does is take existing chips and put them on
Oh,
the green
hey,
board.
Doc, sorry, you weren't told. No conveyors.
What?
Yeah, no conveyors. Sorry.
When was that?
A couple minutes ago. We didn't tell you. Sorry.
Okay.
So no conveyors from now. 10 minutes.
I got to stretch. I was told to stretch. I need to stretch.
Okay. But for me to promote my favorite 3D printing company, Prusa's been doing some awesome stuff. So they're not their core one, but their large machine. The name of it is escaping right now. They are developing a pick and place head for it. So a pick and place machine is specifically for putting components onto a circuit board. So there are big companies. You still got to get your circuit board printed by a big company. Generally, you can have them print your circuit boards, and instead of them placing the components, which is the much more expensive part of the process, you can do all that in house, which is so cool.
Yeah, and I wasn't talking about pick and place machines being able to create a chip. It would have to be a new machine entirely. But I 100% believe that we're heading in that direction.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't. From what I understand, making actual chips is, and the clean rooms and the technology involved, that's why the barrier to entry is so high that was talked about previous for the chip market.
Yeah.
Because it just takes an incredible amount of very, very refined technology in order to do it. You don't just invent an NVIDIA and an Intel corporation overnight. You just can't.
Oh, I also want to say that plastic manufacturing once had a similar level of difficulty in getting into the market. The amount of technology required for something like metal casting or plastic casting was huge. And now we make complex parts in our homes.
Yeah.
We have a long ways to go for that.
Yes, you're right. First time chat from Limp Noodle. NM level tech isn't for mainstream. Yeah, not yet. And One Metal Fist says, physically silicon is reaching its limits. As transistors get smaller, quantum tunneling, heat density, electron mobility, and quantum noise make it impossible to scale further. Must eventually replace silicon with new materials like graphene, nanotubes, spintronics, or photonic chips. Yeah, I saw a video on photonic chips that was really cool. They were developing photonic chips for AI, and that promises to have capacities that are very similar to, or that are way better than what our current chips have.
Yeah.
And when I say machines that build chips, I'm not talking about. I'm talking I'm talking. Oh gosh. Like Raspberry Pi level chips, not extremely complex CPU
Now,
chips.
Please, when you talk about chips, you're talking about high-level manufacturing. Are you talking about the circuit boards?
No, I'm
Assembling
not talking
the
about
circuit boards?
We are very close to being able to print circuit boards already. but I wouldn't be surprised to see machines in our homes.
Okay, then why do you keep saying chips? Because that's nanometer level of manufacturing. There's just no way that's going to come to the household in the next several years at least.
Decades.
Decades, possibly.
It'll take a while, but I absolutely believe that we'll have it.
Well,
Sure.
not in my lifetime.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Not in Doc's lifetime. Maybe in ours.
Okay, I've got to put foundries down. I can't just do it in an assembler. What am I thinking? Foundry time.
Chinko says Lay's, Doritos, Ruffles. I want them all. Bring me all the chips.
There you go. That works.
We can manufacture those chips at home.
Yeah, I would love to manufacture those chips at home.
Me too. But
Oh,
In fact, I have a deep fryer and I have a bag of potatoes.
go for it. All you need now is the, oh gosh, that's way too. That's way too.
Now I just need to be able to cut them thinly enough.
yes, we are not talking about crisps.
Yeah, let's start it there.
Scorpio says foundry, not refinery.
Yeah, exactly. What? Did I go? Ah,
He's trying. Third time's the charm.
yeah, third time's the charm. There we go. Refinery, foundry. Come on, foundry. There. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute.
Yeah, both One Metal Fist and then Gonogram also says, biology has been, he says biology is nothing more efficient in an electrical to production sense on the planet than the human body. I can't wait to see what the next, level of technology is because, yes, we're definitely approaching kind of the end. Flip it around, Doc.
No.
There you go.
I want the inputs to be.
You're right.
Right.
So flip it around. What? Sorry, where are you putting the inputs?
I'm putting the inputs to come from that input right there into that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay, I guess.
No, excuse me? What's that voice?
That's my loving,
Eisen
kidding.
Controller says the Volterra V1 is actually an at-home single-layer circuit board printer. I've used it in R&D lab. It's
Okay.
really nice for migrating from a proto board to a more semi-permanent application.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so that machine already exists, and so it just needs to be made cheaper for home use.
That is my voice when I want to point out how dumb somebody is.
I think Dum Dum needs Butterfinger to assuage her feelings.
I couldn't come up with a good response. I didn't know what to say. Thank you. The Volterra V1 makes PCBs, not integrated circuits. Right.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. Yeah, the video I saw, kind of related to this. Some guy had to make 100 circuit boards for something or another. Oh yeah, he was helping Mr. Beast do his Squid Game video, and he had to build a rig for all 100 people. And he just kind of went through and showed the difficulty of finding local manufacturers who could manufacture just regular circuit boards in the volume he needed.
Okay.
And he had a real struggle. Finally found what ended up being a pretty small mom and pop shop who had a pretty hefty rig, but who could build them all, and that was kind of neat. I'm excited to see more home-scale manufacturing.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm really fascinated by Raspberry and the Pi and the... Why is my FICSMAS fuel not working?
Yeah. No Conveyors is still going.
Yeah, I realize no conveyors is still going, but I need to figure out why my drone port isn't working. Maybe...
Chinko says Eeyore just entered the stream.
Oh, really? Ionized fuel. Worth it. Really? You think so? Ionized fuel requires... What is the component that's so expensive for ionized fuel? I can't remember what the one component is.
I don't know.
One Metal Fist says the companies that produce our chips are struggling because silicon has reached its physical limits. Once transistors get too small, the disadvantages become huge. This slows down chip production. Even though AI is exploding, consumers want more power, and other industries depend on faster chips. Silicon is basically jamming the entire supply chain. Yeah. It's the market is demanding a better technology. Hard. And you may use conveyors again.
Oh, did somebody... Oh, it's power shards. So you can't make you can't make ionized fuel until you can make your power shards, rather than having to go get slugs for them. And I'm very close to being able to do that. Now I'm going to set up a system right away to do that, because once you have synthetic power shards, there's just no reason at all not to pretty much power shard everything you've got and just build less machines that way.
Yeah. My prediction earlier was that was based on being able to produce as many chips as we want, with prices going back down. But if silicon is significantly bottlenecking production, then prices will continue to go up until a better technology is made.
So silicon wafers are just getting to the point where they're just reaching the end of the physics of being able to make them thinner and more useful. Mark, don't you love me no more? You no more love me? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I don't think he likes me anymore.
The YouTube channel Smarter Every Day tried to make a grill brush with all made in America parts, and one of his biggest struggles was finding both an injection molding company in the States, but moreover someone who could design the mold itself. And I saw the same video, and it was crazy because we do not have any mold manufacturers anymore, or hardly any mold manufacturers.
Okay. Mold manufacturers for what products? One Metal Fist has it. Wow.
Yeah. Basically, plastic or metal cast parts. The molds are currently all made in China and then shipped over here for what few companies actually still do things here.
I'm grounded.
Yep.
Okay. All right, I want to check here. Wow. Pipes and beams aren't being uploaded to the I've got too much drain on pipes and beams at this point, I guess. Wait a minute. I've got pipes and beams. I can't fly, so I can't get there, but I've got pipes and beams being made out at the aluminum factory, and
You should have made your factory a little more walkable.
it is walkable local. It's just not walkable when I need to go from this main factory out to my aluminum factory.
Yeah. Megalith says 70% of the software you see on social media, of the AI software you see on social media, are just wrappers of the big companies.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when the AI bubble pops, those will all disappear.
Mm-hmm. I see Megalith actually, we talked about this a couple days ago. And yes, at some point there'll be a popping of the AI bubble. I see this to mostly resemble, likely, the .com bust, where in the .com era there were a lot of new sites that could do this brand new amazing thing that were more or less vaporware. There's a whole bunch of investment money and a whole bunch of people with crazy ideas, and the investment money couldn't know what ideas were good and weren't good. And so therefore there were a ton of companies that were starting to have massive valuations that during the .com bust, they just disappeared overnight. All that money just evaporated. I see that happening a lot the same with AI. There's a lot of AI companies out there who are just putting promises out there, and there's not nearly enough. It's impossible to have enough, quote, intelligence to know which ideas are real or not because it's emerging technology. And so a lot of those companies are just going to disappear overnight. It's not going to happen with ChatGPT. That's not going to happen with OpenAI or with a bunch of the major companies. It's going to happen with a lot of the kind of the mid-sized companies that have, $100 million valuation types that can't actually support what they said they could.
One Metal Fist has written an essay with all the comments that he's made.
Yeah.
Him and Comic Con. Before you get into that, I do want to address something because this person's asked it a couple times. Christian asked, "Hey Doc, I saw you gave Factorio a try a while back. Do you like it, and do you think you'll make a return to it?"
There are enough games right now that I probably will not make a return to it. I've got a whole bunch of games in my backlog of ones that I'm supposed to try to play. So probably not. Didn't enjoy it enough, really. So that's one reason.
Okay, yeah. Were you gonna read some?
Okay.
Yeah. So, Gonogrim is making an interesting point. I don't know that I agree with him, but he is making an interesting point. He says the answer is Neuralink. Once that technology is perfected or improved to the point that you can use the processing power of the human brain, it's going to be a whole new level of boom in the tech industry, or more accurately, biotech. Love him or hate him, Musk and the technologies he's helping to innovate, whether from him or from his money, is the next age of human technology.
Yeah.
That's where true AI will come from, throwing the physical computing processing combined with the power of the human brain. And I think that we'll see that more in the creation of artificial brains.
So, Robert, what do you think? Upload speed more important, or well, I can't do this one.
I was gonna say upload speed anyway.
Okay, I need to go grab some more fluctuators.
Can you imagine though if you're, if Neuralink progresses? So he brought up something interesting I hadn't heard of before: the idea of Neuralink allowing you to use your own brain as a processing chip. Thought that's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. I think for now, it's more than enough to get increased upload-download speed so that we can interact with computers better.
That would be nice.
Mhm.
That would be really, really nice.
Oh no, Kaizen. Oh no, Kaizen. He says the problem there becomes you've now turned human computing bandwidth into a marketable commodity, which can be a slippery slope. You know, there was a problem there for a little while during the crypto boom of, oh look, I found this cool, neat indie game. Oh no, it's mining Bitcoin on my computer. Now it's, oh good, I found a brand new daycare for my kid. Oh no, they're selling my child's computing power.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
Oh, that's terrible.
It is.
Yeah, that's why I prefer that this technology comes from someone like Elon Musk, who at least has some degree of ethics behind it. But, oof. Yeah, it's a problematic technology.
Jay Sanderson, I think, is correct. He says, that kind of crosses a boundary I'm uncomfortable with.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I desperately want the benefits that a neural chip will give. I desperately want the benefits, but do I want those benefits more than I'm willing to deal with the consequences?
That is a good question. Okay, so this is where it gets frustrating. I have the MAM is the only place that will not take from the dimensional depot to put the parts in there. You've got to go to the dimensional depot or your inventory, pull it out, and come back to here. When I add it to my list, it says, yeah, you've got it all. It's all in the dimensional depot. Okay. I'll go pull it out of the dimensional depot, one at a time, and waste my time doing it. Computer and heavy, launcher frames, and
yeah, the
crystal
MAM
dust.
should take stuff directly from the dimensional depot.
I guess I just don't understand why it doesn't, really. Okay, so down the quartz tree, I can get the radar tower and start research. There we go. Come on, start the research. Do it. Okay, so that takes care of that one, and Ada has been silenced, so she says radar tower. Okay.
You may build again.
Oh, I can build again, and I can fly again?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, let's go down the sulfur one. In order to do this one, I've got to make smokeless powder. I've got to make the black powder. I wonder, do I have any sulfur in the...
We've got a Doc University question.
We do.
There you go.
Alrighty, we have a question from Pup Super One. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a question from Pup Super One. Hey Duck, can you help me with FICSMAS? I don't know what to do to get these cartridges. What to do with the cartridges that I got? Go to the MAM. Go to the MAM, my friend. The MAM here is where you get things unlocked for Christmas. The FICSMAS holiday event there is what I've got shown on the screen. This is where you put in the cartridges. And your very first cartridge for day 1 goes here. The day 4 cartridge goes here. Okay. And then the day 8 cartridge goes here. And so day 1, day 4, and day 8. And I suppose day 12 will end up going in here. So when I click on that, I think that's the day 14 cartridge goes there. So the cartridges go down the core of the tech tree. And once you unlock this one, you can unlock the 2 side ones easier. Like, for example, this morning I put day 8 in here. That opened up this one and allows me to go unlock the lights and unlock the snow dispenser. So I can actually make snow and push it out, make my place look snowy. So that's what to do with the cartridge. And this is where it gets fun, because that's what unlocks all the things that you can build during the FICSMAS event. Okay? I hope that helps, because that was a fairly easy question to answer if you've done it before, but you hadn't done it before. And that's kind of a discovery you have to make, that the MAM is where you go right after that. So hope that helps. Let's go back to the game. Okay, so I was going to go see if I have sulfur first in here. Yes, I've got.
And you may fly.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I've got sulfur being uploaded from somewhere. That's good. And I needed sulfur and coal. Hopefully I've got coal being uploaded.
So, Olstoke says something. Elon Musk will not be ethical about that. And I just want to say something really quick. I know a lot of people don't like Elon Musk. Some people have some fairly good reason to not like Elon Musk, and I'm not going to say that you're right or wrong on that. I will say that there are a lot of people in power that have no real ethical framework other than get more money and power. Elon Musk's ethical framework might not be the same as ours or desirable to us, but at least he does have an ethical framework that drives his goals and his actions.
Like, let's get to Mars.
And he specifically wants humanity to survive. And he'll make sacrifices and efforts in line with that goal.
The scary part is just having one individual with that much power who can make those kinds of decisions just based off the sheer quantity of power he has compared to everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So his desires happen.
I don't know that Musk is much of an individualist, which scares me a bit.
Yep. So Marx asks, Doc, given the choice you have to give up one of your children to the AI interface, which one do you choose, as the system will require one child per family? How would you choose?
Oh. But see, that's a hard choice. Do you give up the one that gives you the most trouble?
Uh-huh.
Because that would corrupt the AI.
Oh, that's true.
Or do you give up your best child because that would lend to a possibly ethical AI in the future? Very, very difficult choice there. Not quite sure how I would do that. I really am not sure quite how I would even evaluate that. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Kaisi Controller made a funny comment.
Yep.
Of course billionaires want to go to space. Guillotines require gravity to function.
Oh, no.
That was a weird comment, to say
But
the
only
least.
if they're French.
Well,
Okay, let's go to, I think it's the sulfur line where I can unlock smokeless powder. And I'm going to start the research. That gets me stun rebar. which is made with smokeless powder, and but beams. Those are iron rebar. So I'm gonna see, boy, this damage compared to regular rebar is double the amount of damage. I've used explosive rebar for blowing away rocks, to get the rocks that are encasing nodes or slugs or things like that, get rid of them with the explosive rebar. Works really, really well. Works, in fact, as far as I'm concerned, works better than nobelisks.
Yeah.
So I'd create an explosive rebar line as fast as I could as well. So, okay. So I need to go make some smokeless and some rebar, and I got to go figure out what's going on with my rebar line. And now that I can fly, I can go do that. Well, I need to put on my jetpack, my hover pack, because I took it off, so I wouldn't be, tempted to fly.
And Macatron86 just subscribed with Prime.
All right,
Nice.
thank you.
Old Stoke says, "Are both of you Doc's sons?" Yes,
They
we
are. I do claim them. They have value.
We were both listening very intently to see which one of us is going to name. Because it wouldn't be any of his daughters. It'd be one of us.
Oh, you mean which ones I'd give to the AI?
Yeah.
I'm sure you were very curious about that.
Yeah. I have to say, I do really like the idea of Neuralink, and especially the idea of integrating AI with that. And it doesn't even have to be an AI like we see them today. Just a stripped down AI that allows you to research incredibly quickly and dump that knowledge directly into your brain. It wouldn't work exactly like that, but you get the idea. That would be incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
Incredibly good.
Mm-hmm. So, Kaizen said, in the scope of making life interplanetary, there's a much better argument in regard to cloud cities on Venus versus a Mars colony, because to Mars' solid core, it lacks an ionosphere like Earth has, which means even if you terraformed it, you wouldn't be able to walk under a Martian sun without receiving deadly levels of solar radiation.
Interesting.
I think you're correct. I think Mars is just the next step. I don't think we could technologically get to cloud cities on Venus without going to Mars first. Mars is much, much closer, much easier to inhabit, much easier to build. Even if Venus is a better long-term plan, you gotta baby steps, right?
Gotta have baby steps. Those babies have to walk first.
And Gonogram's talking on the scale of, eventually our sun's gonna go nova, and that's billions of years away. So, I mean, first colonize Mars, then learn how to colonize a gas giant, and then learn how to go to a new solar system and
How do you colonize a gas giant?
floating cities. Basically, you're living in a giant satellite.
That floats on the surface of the planet, on the liquefied portion of it that's frozen, right?
I don't know.
Well, it's a gas giant. So
Yes.
I'm thinking that they just straight up make it air buoyant. Their air is a whole lot denser than ours. So possibly.
I'm sure if we could, channel Isaac Asimov, I'm sure he'd have the solution right up.
Okay, Jennifer.
Jennifer?
I mean, Roberts already is an AI, so we already have the answer to that question. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that the sun going supernova or something like that is really a major concern. With the rate
Not in
at
our
which
lifetime.
at the rate at which technology progresses, it's will be colonizing other worlds at minimum by the next 1,000 years.
Oh, ho, ho. She really does love me. Thank you, love.
Oh, that's cool. See, I don't know anything about Venus. Kaizen said the gases in Venus's atmosphere is generally more dense than oxygen. So you can have humans essentially living in giant blimps where the buoyancy gas is breathable.
Interesting. Oh, somebody redeemed cat. Well, my cat's investigating my lunch. So,
Ooh.
and of course, she'd love to eat some of the salami. She wouldn't care about the oranges, but she'd love some of the salami. Sometimes I share it with her a bit. So
That's how bad habits form, Doc.
that's how good habits form also.
Uh-huh. What good habit is associated with a cat eating your lunch?
The cat coming to me and wanting affection from me because I feed it once in a while. Right?
Dahlgren says that's assuming humanity doesn't implode again. History is littered with fallen civilization.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a major concern.
Which is one of the reasons, at least, one of the stated reasons for going to Mars is if there is nuclear war, I mean, there's not much avoiding it. If you're here on Earth.
Yeah.
Mark's wondering what you're having for lunch today.
It is a salami and pepper jack cheese sandwich on a pumpernickel swirl bread.
Cool.
Nice. Well, I will be right back.
Uh-oh, I made him hungry. I made him hungry. Okay, I need two lines to go to this. I need one coming from this side, bringing red ornaments to this line.
Yes,
So-
Gunnagram, you're absolutely correct. He says, to survive on Mars, the threat to survival will be just being on the planet. Every waking moment will be focused on keeping yourself and everyone else alive.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Just like any astronaut in space, you know. Here on Earth, luckily, we can just exist and be fine. We don't have a place that isn't on Earth that's like that.
Thank goodness.
Sanderson wants to know how is pumpernickel different from regular bread?
It tastes different. Pumpernickel and wheat are just two different types of seed that you make into different types of bread. So pumpernickel just has a very different flavor from regular wheat bread.
It's typically a lot denser, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. That you could say is true, yes.
Kaizen says also the added bonus, since Venus would have the equivalent of 1G, people born on or living long-term on Venus won't face the musculoskeletal issues that someone from Mars would experience, generally rendering them unable to go from Mars to Earth.
So true. Without a bunch of physical therapy.
Yeah. So I was watching, the Expanse, and they, in this world, and I have not finished the series yet. I'm currently watching it for the first time, so please no spoilers. They have somebody who was born in one of the mining colonies up in space, who had never been under Earth gravity before. All he had was their simulated gravity. And he was brought to Earth and was tortured by being forced to stand under Earth's gravity. And they consider that to be an inhumane torture. How dare you force him to stand, because he can't physically do it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting, to say the least. Okay.
It's called The Expanse, Zach.
Is that a YouTube series or?
No. It's now on Amazon Prime. And it's fun.
Is it rated something that Mama Doc might watch?
I'm thinking,
I mean, she really enjoyed the Lost in Space series, for example.
yeah, it's definitely not Lost in Space level. It's much closer to Battlestar Galactica.
Huh. Closer to Battlestar Galactica. A lot more intrigue.
Definitely a lot more intrigue. Yeah, I mean, the whole big story is that there are people who are trying to kick off a war between Mars, Earth, and the Spacers. I think that's what they call the faction. Or war is coming, and these main characters who have been kind of thrown into the middle of it are trying to figure things out fast enough before it all happens.
Okay.
Nesmub just redeemed no conveyors. 10 minutes.
Okay. Do we have Let the Man Work available to people to let me work?
It should be.
I'm lobbying. It should be. Check it out. And then I'm lobbying for somebody who wants to spend their points on letting me work.
And as a general notion, guys, if somebody donates, it can only be undone with a donation. If somebody uses points, they can only be undone with points. And Manfred redeemed Let the Man Work.
All right. So I can do conveyors now. Yeah.
Yeah, Chinko does know that today's sexuality is thrown into it a little bit. So, yeah, that is true.
Yep. Then that would probably be a no-go.
Yeah. Kaizen says there's a small community of SpaceX employees and alumni who ideally want to build their own endeavor towards such a project, and realize their work on the advancement of rocketry, even focused towards Mars, still makes their dream more feasible too. So, win-win.
Interesting. I just happened to catch a YouTube video, and by the way, I'm not an Elon Musk hater. I actually admire the man quite a bit. I've read his biography, where he came from, how he just kind of started. I mean, he's just a common sense guy as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, so that's kind of my background. Let me just get this going again. Anyway, I caught him in a video being asked the question, why doesn't SpaceX hire more foreign contractors? And it was an interesting question. He says, I'd love to hire more foreign-born contractors. In fact, his other divisions that don't deal in the same technology, such as the Tesla car manufacturing, that company hires foreign-born workers all the time. The problem with SpaceX is they develop rocket technology, and rocket technology is covered under ITAR, which is the International Trafficking in Arms regulation in the United States.
Okay.
So being covered under that particular regulation means he cannot hire any foreign-born people to work in SpaceX at all because it is embroiled in rocketry and that kind of sensitive technology.
Yeah.
So I thought that was an interesting impact because I learned about ITAR all the time. Every year we had a class to refresh our minds on ITAR and all the other restrictions based on the fact that we had military contracts and dealt with military type of hardware and goods.
Yeah.
So I thought that was quite interesting. Elon is, foreign-born, not citizen is what the, not U.S. citizen is the challenge there.
Yeah.
Not just foreign-born. I misspoke there. And he is foreign-born, yes. Having been born in South Africa, yes.
Mm-hmm. Jennifer says there's a Deep Space Nine episode where a woman born on a low-grav colony has to go around in the Deep Space Nine in a wheelchair. But when they turn on low grav, she can move around effortlessly, but Bashir is flailing around. Yeah.
That was an interesting comparison, I bet.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Still need to get back to the series. I keep on promising that I will, and I just...
Deep Space Nine?
Yeah. I watched the first season and quite enjoyed it. But too many good shows, too many good games. Too much work to do for Doc.
Yep.
I
too little time and too much to enjoy.
Yep. I think the other big reason why you like Elon is because he is basically the epitome of lean.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or I should say of agile more than lean. But
the fact that he's got multiple rockets ready to go up for the next test, and they establish their success criteria getting past a certain milestone, and if they can get past that milestone, great, they'll learn some more, and if they don't, the amount of information they learn ends up being much more because of failure than a success. Okay, didn't learn anything because we already learned that stuff, and we already figured all that out, and we just proved that we did figure it out right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the next failure so we can figure out from the data what to do next.
Mm-hmm. I watched one of their launches and saw everybody cheering after it crashed. And like, okay. And it was very directly said, we learned a lot, we got a lot of data, this is good, this is progress. And that's a really, really healthy mindset to have, and allows you to progress so much faster than we have to do absolutely everything perfect every single time.
And the term fail fast comes from that,
Yeah.
Rush to your next failure where you need to figure out the next thing to overcome.
Kaizen says Gwen Shotwell, the chief operating officer, is the real hero of SpaceX. Elon's great at selling a vision and ensuring their support rallied, but for the day-to-day of the company, she's the one who's the flywheel of SpaceX.
And that's part of what Elon is also good at. It's also good at finding people to put around him that propel things forward. It's just, and then he'll get into a discussion with his engineers, and his engineers will say, "You can't do that." And he says, "Well, why not? And just look at it this way." And all of a sudden they're saying, "Oh, okay, let's look at it that way and see if we can succeed."
Yeah.
Just, it's amazing. I can't remember how much formal education Elon has, but it's not the high level that you would think. He's just got a thinking mind that figures things out.
So there's been another conversation happening here. I think One Metal Fist brought it up first. It says if we talk about traveling to Mars or the Moon, the progress of lab-grown meat and now cow's milk produced from yeast changes everything. You can take the cow without taking a cow, and the meat without ever bringing an animal. Perfect for space missions where every gram matters.
Absolutely.
And Mantrid says in Canada there's talk of 3D printed lab-grown meat entering the supply chain.
Yep.
I really struggle with lab-grown meat.
Yeah, I think everybody will until finally the new generation that comes along that'll have grown up with the concept becomes much more accepting of concepts like that.
Yeah, the thing is when it comes to new concepts and new things that are super awesome, is this the new concept like plastic, or is this a new concept like asbestos?
I'm not quite sure how those compare.
Is this the brand new thing that's the whiz-bang thing that's better than anything before? Because it's actually going to revolutionize the world, or is it something that provides huge benefits, but also gives you cancer?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that fall into that same bucket. One of which you can mention right now is DDT. DDT is the single most reason why we don't have widespread malaria throughout the world. But at the same time, DDT was an incredible, carcinogen that really was not good to be around human areas. And it destroyed a lot of bird life, and the eagle almost went extinct because of the amount of the shell. The shell got really, really thin, and the eggs couldn't hold the chicks until they finally hatched or were mature enough to hatch. So you had to ban DDT in order to get rid of the bad consequences, but the benefits were incredible. So yeah, the asbestos scare was kind of another example of that whole progress towards a good conclusion eventually. But yeah, you had to learn a hard lesson with that one.
I will say though that the DDT fears were overstated.
They ended up being overstated, yes.
It's still like anything, any chemical substance needs to be used appropriately. But a lot of the ban it all immediately, it's going to kill all the bald eagles, was definitely overblown.
You really think it was overblown?
100%.
Well, bald eagles started coming back after DDT was banned. And yes, it was a sad day when DDT was banned because it had such beneficial effects. Because the problem is they banned it throughout the entire world, and there were many third world countries that needed to have something the strength of a DDT in order to get them on good footing, and then you could deal afterwards with the damage caused by the DDT itself.
Sure.
The solution to ban it worldwide was worse than the problem. And how many times do we have solutions like that?
Yeah. So Lexi says, Doc, remember when you took Robert's candy at the start of the stream?
I never took candy from a baby.
Excuse me? She just redeemed no conveyors for next time.
Okay. We're back to that again, I guess. I'll just have to keep building out this.
So there's been an interesting back and forth between One Metal Fist and Gauntlegrim
Okay.
about the future of computing. And while One Metal Fist has been, really talking about quantum computing, which is another technology which, to me, feels it's going to be Phantomware for a lot longer. And we'll see if it ever works, because I'm not completely sold on it existing in reality more than just tech demos. And on the other hand, Gauntlegrim has been talking about, the power of the human brain, because human brains can do some incredible things that we cannot normally do. He cited, some people with brain injuries. He cited people with, various genius intellect people. He says, this, over the course of human history, if the course of human history has taught us anything, is that human beings are capable of anything. I recommend you brush up on Newton, arguably the most intelligent human to ever exist. The father of modern maths. But the examples of impossible being disproven, Franklin, Einstein, Tesla, Oppenheimer, and Faraday, Annister, the Wright brothers. Until the limits of the human brain are actually defined, I hesitate to use the word impossible or can't in the same sentence.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I am entirely open to absolutely any and every method of improving technology that we have that is ethical.
Yeah.
Because I think growing clones of ourselves to run computers off of our brains would not be ethical.
I guess the question I have is if they're going to connect humans to the computers, are they using the human brain as computing power?
Yes, that is the purpose. That is the concept.
Okay, that seems a little bizarre.
I am pro-technology in every way. However, I know that a Butlerian jihad will come, and I will be a jihadi. In that... Don't take me out of context, please.
I guess I didn't understand what you just said, really.
The Butlerian Jihad is a event that happened in the Dune universe, where the people AI had grown to a point. Now, this is a book written in the 60s, I think. AI had grown to the point where it was more or less sentient and was replacing humans. And so it was a religious war, but the Butlerian Jihad ended with a complete ban on all thinking machines. But then it was replaced with various other technologies, one of which being the Mentat, which is a human whose brain has been hijacked to where they can perform computations at the level of a computer. And so, in fact, you could not... Yeah, there's a whole lot of things you could never do without having your own Mentat. And the best, most powerful people in the universe had their own Mentats or Mentat trainers.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Gauntlegrim mentions that in Warhammer 40k, AI is also banned in the Imperium of Man.
Interesting. So fiction authors are kind of picking up on the idea that AI ultimately is not healthy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is one of those many things that science fiction has been writing about for a long time.
Well, yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
I mean, I love reading Asimov, and well, I, Robot is definitely one of his
Yeah?
preeminent works. So
Gauntlegrim asks, is Doc familiar with what the Grey Jedi are?
no, I am not familiar with that. Enlighten me. The Grey Jedi. Or is that what you were talking about the other day?
I'm not sure. I don't know what the Grey Jedi are, although I see fuzzy memory says that there are people who don't ally themselves with the light of the dark side of the Force, but I don't know what that has to do with this context. One Metal Fist mentioned that they're working on a printer that can create full meals. A friend of my former teacher is developing a food printer that uses fats and proteins to form real food. It's still early in development, but it could be one of the biggest breakthroughs on Earth.
The question I always get is, you can't create something from nothing. So what is the something that goes into creating the food and how difficult is it to get that something
Yeah.
in order to create these meals?
Mm-hmm.
And is it going to be easier to get, if you can go from simple to complex, and the simple is easy to get, then we got to win. But
Yeah. So Jimmy makes a comment referring to earlier when we were talking about Deep Space Nine and gravity changes and stuff.
yeah,
He says, I was watching The 100. Did you watch that show?
I watched it for a while, and it just got too complex.
Yeah. I started watching it, it felt like a high school drama show wrapped in a sci-fi show. But anyway.
That could be too.
It probably got better over time, but anyway. He says, I thought the kids that they should have had trouble with Earth gravity because I had artificial gravity on the Ark, but my knowledge thought that it just shouldn't have been the same. Yep. Olstoke asks a great question.
Okay.
Not a technical question. Because I was going to say that companies that deal with brain chips should be publicly owned. But because you guys are Americans, I have the sense that you might be against that.
Uh-huh.
Because I have the sense that Americans are against what the government can do to the public. What do you think?
I would really have a hard time with a public partnership on something like that.
Yeah.
It's just difficult.
Allowing the government into that sector is a double-edged sword. On one hand, we can force them to be more responsive to the people, right? But on the other hand, they can enforce whatever decision they make with the power of law. Let's say things go badly and they decide through their public ownership of Brain Corp that they're now going to tax everybody's brains by 10% of their brain power. And they just decide it one day.
Or they decide that the penal population are excellent candidates to all hook up, and that if you get it put in get incarcerated for any reason, all of a sudden you just get hooked up to the system.
Right. So it's a double-edged sword. On the other hand, we can then use the power of our government to regulate it more closely and watch over it more closely. So it's dangerous, but. Okay, back to Gothergrim about Grey Jedi.
Okay.
He says they use both sides of the Force. They use both the light and dark side powers and aren't beholden to the ideology of either side. Both light and dark side powers have their uses, but essentially everything in its place. Okay.
I guess I struggle with that because if you're using the Force for good, then isn't the Force just then good? So, where do you go from there?
Yeah. Oh. One of my difficulties with... Okay. First, I have to... I'm absolutely going to say Star Wars is a heroic opera. It's not a... We are intentionally taking it outside of its intended story format in order to analyze it this way. Okay? It's meant to just be a story of good and evil set in space. Right? You have knights and wizards fighting for good and for evil. Taking it out of that context, I view the Jedi concept as being a religious faction who has declared their morality and imposed their morality on the Force. I see nothing morally better about Force pushing something versus summoning electricity from your fingers. They're both just uses of the Force.
Okay. And you could use that power for whichever good or ill along the way.
Right.
So it's totally individual dependent. It's like guns don't kill, killers use guns.
That sort of thing. Yeah, I would be more inclined to take it that direction. But that's already stripping away the framing that Lucas gave the story when he wrote the story.
Right.
So, you know.
The continual battle between the Jedi and the Sith, for
Yeah.
example. I'm going to need to use conveyors here pretty soon. How much longer can I not use conveyors?
Let me check. Actually, I don't know. It feels like it's about time. Golden Arrow asked, "Have you watched The Expanse?"
Wasn't that brought up?
It was, yeah. I've watched the first season. I'm currently watching it. Doc hasn't watched it yet. Chinko says, "The Force don't kill people. People kill people."
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so I can conveyor these together.
And Gologram's absolutely correct. A better in-canon argument is that the mantra of the Jedi banning love from Jedi, which is the old lore Luke did away with because it led to the downfall of the Jedi Order. How can love be evil? It's the main reason why Anakin was manipulated and fell to the dark side, because his love of Padme was wrong and he'd be cast out.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that follows the old Catholic concept of the celibate priest. The Jedi are a priest class, therefore they are celibate. And Jay Sanderson says they wouldn't be Jedi then, they'd just be Force users. As Grey Jedi. Technically, I guess, but... The Jedi are the adherents to that particular philosophy.
Yeah.
Mantrid, yes. Let the Man Work is on a 35-minute cooldown with no conveyors and a shorter one. Basically what ended up happening when we put them on the same cooldown was, we have people wanting to have fun by saying no conveyors. People want to have fun by let the man work. But if let the man work always happened every single time, it would ruin the fun of the no conveyors. So we put that time differential to allow both parties to have some fun.
So the big question is it fun?
I think so.
Okay.
I also find it fun when somebody does it and you groan and then somebody says let the man work and you can work.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Apparently the Grey Jedi also have a code, and that's one of protecting the Republic. So they aren't just anybody who practices the Force and isn't, on one side or the other. It's a specific group. So, Jay Sanderson said that Star Wars is a space spaghetti western.
Spaghetti western.
I think that definitely covers some of the aspects of it. But one of the biggest, at least plot-wise, for the original trilogy was the building in the hero's journey, which isn't typically a spaghetti western plot style. So he says, I've been running FEA sims at work all day, and this is a great way to pass the time. What?
FEA.
Yeah, I don't know what FEA is. Tyson says he groans about it, but as a former Boeing guy, there's nothing he's more accustomed to than red tape.
Yep. That's so true. That's so true.
So this is the mantra of the Grey Jedi. I will do what I must to keep the balance, as the balance is what holds all life. There is no good without evil, but evil must not be allowed to flourish. There is passion yet peace, serenity yet emotion, chaos yet order. I'm a wielder of the flame, a champion of balance.
Okay. That was never in any of the movies, was it?
Nope. That was part of the expanded universe, which Gonogram notes got blown away by Disney.
Yep. When Disney famously said, all previous lore is debunked.
I'm so mad.
Oh yeah, no kidding. They basically said, fans of Star Wars, forget about even enjoying the series anymore, because you're just now irrelevant.
They wanted to do their own thing.
Is Kennedy out yet?
I have no idea. She made them billions of dollars on every movie. I don't know why she would be. Chinko says, the true lost love of Anakin was his mother, and she basically vowed he would never lose anyone, and he basically vowed he'd never lose anyone ever again. Since he had all this power, and that there had to be a way to use it to provide a way to make that not ever happen again. Doc, you were banned from using conveyors.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, no, that ended, Lexi. That ended. Sorry.
Yeah, I was told that it had just ended.
Yeah, I counted it out.
Thank you. Because I'd hate to start that one over again.
FEA Sims stands for Finite Element Analysis. Stress Analysis. Computer Sims.
Interesting.
That's cool.
So it's kind of a set the computer to its task and wait till it gets done type of task.
Yeah.
Kind of like processing data in a database, like I did at the class.
Old Stoke, who previously actually is the one who asked us about doing the having the public corporation do the brain chip thing. He asks, Old Stoke asks, does the distrust of government go all the way back to distrusting the British rule of the colonies?
Yeah, I think it does really, because our Constitution is all about checks and balances to try to keep the government from being where it is today. They've had 200 years to water it down and to try to break it down. Luckily, it's not completely broken yet.
And, the distrust of the British was a big deal, but there's also, the whole westward expansion. we expanded beyond, like, so many of our states were populated by people who expanded beyond the reach of the government. And so many of our states started more or less ad hoc. And so it has just been built into our self-identity of self-governance, always hating the government that's big, that's too big, you know, very, very small local scale on everything. Old Stokes says, I've never understood what bringing balance to the Force means. Did Order 66 means there were too many Jedi? Though from what I understand, the Jedi deserve it because they weren't being peacekeepers.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, what is balance to the Force?
Yeah, I never understood that statement either.
To be honest, we can theorize in universe. It's another one of George Lucas's kind of fuzzy statements that's made to sound really cool when he says it, that later on that might be used for something. Gottlegram says some of the expanded universe is becoming canon, but not all of it. I'm excited for the Revan stuff, but at the same time as well, as Garrick would say about coincidences from Deep Space Nine, I hope for the best, but the experience has taught me always prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
Star Wars The Old Republic was an incredible game. It was one of the very, very few games I have played beginning to end where I didn't have the ending spoiled and actually genuinely surprised me and was incredible and awesome.
I didn't even know that there was one in your life, Robert. Honestly.
Okay, I was like 12, Doc.
Oh.
Maybe a little older.
Now that you're older and wiser, you'll never be spoofed again, and so you'll never enjoy a game again.
Doc, don't say that. That's heartbreaking.
It is. It really is.
Oh, Harry Potter. I don't think I was... Do you have the input on the correct side for those?
You have to what?
Do you have the input on the correct side you want for those?
Yeah, the input's coming from behind me, yes.
Okay, good. Lexi says, I spoiled Harry Potter for my sister since she had to wait for the Dutch translation to come out, and I read it in English. Oof.
Yeah.
So my sad story that I tell, when book 6 came out, I think, our family basically since, like book 4, I think, had been picking them up at the midnight releases. So we went to the store at midnight to pick up our copies, or the very next morning when they opened up. And we went to the store and I bought a copy of book 6 at the midnight release. And I went and read it. And I read from midnight till like 6 or 7 a.m. And then I went to an activity with like 50 people there. And out of there were dozens and dozens of copies of the book. This is all people around my age. And tons of people sitting around reading the book. And I had just read it. And for huge spoilers from quite a while ago, Dumbledore dies. And I sat there saying, oh guys, somebody dies at the end. Somebody dies at the end. Somebody dies. And it's huge. It's huge.
Oh, I remember you doing that.
And it bugged everybody so much.
Oh, man. And you weren't nice about it
I was
either.
not. I've grown up a little bit since then.
It was still funny.
Yes.
Have you read Olstokes?
Yes. Yeah, we've been talking Star Wars
Yeah.
and Harry Potter now.
Yeah, they finally got me off the topic of lean and agile and all that. And supply chain management.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the version of Star Wars that existed before. The backstory that people came up with for Star Wars before Disney got a hold of it. Because in a lot of that backstory, the dark side wasn't evil. It was just more passionate. Whereas the light side was just more ordered. And they were meant to be used together. And the Jedi, by enforcing a world where only the light side had a place, unbalanced the Force. That's my personal favorite interpretation.
So I guess the conclusion then says, are the Star Wars movies Jedi propaganda?
Jedi propaganda?
Mm-hmm. Meaning, is it written to be biased against the dark side and for the light side, using their terminology?
Yeah.
And, from my opinion, what I already said is I don't understand how Force lightning is evil and Force... I to be honest, I can't name a single specific thing that is the light side of the Force. Well, who won the war, says Chinko. Okay.
And that's why the original trilogy was told first. Because the whole thing was only told after the light side defeated the Empire. And suddenly they had to go and fix all the plot holes by telling, how Anakin fell from the light side.
Force healing, says Max Murphy. Show me where that happens in the movies. Somewhere other than a game mechanic.
And I also want to point out that in the movies, the only mention of any sort of Force healing was Darth Plagueis the Wise, a dark side Force practitioner.
I need to go rewatch the movies.
That was one of the major things that, or it wasn't, and in that particular point, it was bringing people back to life rather than typical healing. But I think that they exist in the same sphere.
Okay.
You're taking a D&D argument there.
What do you mean?
At least old school D&D. The idea of resurrection and reincarnation and healing is all the same genre of magic.
Sure. And I could be proven wrong, but I've not ever seen anything that makes me believe any different.
Okay. Spoken like a truth Sith. Heavy says the Force Ghost was a light side power. Interesting.
Say that comment again?
That the Force Ghost that you can see after somebody dies was a light side power?
Yeah, but at the same time, even though Darth Vader had a change of heart, you can't tell me that he went from completely dark side to completely light side in the bare few moments before he died. So I think that's more Jedi propaganda that the Force Ghost is. The best part in the theory that I have is the idea that Qui-Gon Jinn was a gray Jedi, somebody who practiced both sides of the Force, and that's why he never was allowed to be on the to become a master.
Okay.
But of course, that's just a theory.
We have been talking about the Grey Jedi, but
Yeah.
that did come up before. Yeah, and Heavy mentions, along with Kaizen Controller, so deathbed repentance is a thing in Star Wars canon?
Seems so. Now, I will say that the change of heart seemed to be pretty genuine. Then
Yeah,
again, even evil people will act out of character to protect their kids. So, who knows?
And Kaizen calls them space Catholics.
Jay Sanderson says Qui-Gon Jinn was a Jedi Master. Then maybe it was him not being allowed onto the council.
Yes. But
It's been a long time since I've watched Star Wars. What Disney did with it kind of ruined it for me.
Trying to find a power pole. There's a lonely power pole.
Legologian wants me to read this out in a Bugs Bunny voice, but I can't manage that, so sorry. It says, "What's up, Doc? What are we building?"
We are building the FICSMAS ornaments for iron and the copper FICSMAS ornaments. So that once we get those FICSMAS ornaments, we can make other things. And unlock other things. So it's been entirely FICSMAS today.
since
Good.
Gama Grim is here, once
Um,
again a conversation popped up, which I don't know enough about Star Wars to postulate on it. But and apparently I think this came from a piece that was in Clone Wars, I think. That their argument was that Emperor Palpatine commissioned the Death Star to handle an invading alien species, which was basically taking over entire planets all at once.
Oh, so it's a Dune. They pulled a Dune.
What?
Dune. The whole thing was that there was an invading alien race.
Oh, yeah.
Lexi asks, "Doc, why not end the stream with a race for the people under 18 who couldn't play during the event?"
Interesting. Are we able to even set up the...
Yeah, we could.
That could be fun.
And in fact, the three of us could participate as well. Because we never ran it.
Yeah, we didn't run it during the live stream anyway. We would have had a really, really unfair advantage, Robert. In fact, all the young kids would have a fair advantage unfair advantage over me because they can actually climb the Tower of Doom.
Well, there you go.
I don't know that I want to embarrass myself.
Yeah, the Mandalorians. I'm talking about the Yuzan Fong, I think is the name of it.
Yeah. Legalogian says, was Ada on board with the idea of spending so much time on FICSMAS?
No, by all means, no. She was openly critical of it.
And Jester on that end says, anybody else doing the FICSMAS stuff at this point just to make Ada mad?
Definitely. Okay. Okay.
But doesn't matter because Doc has a hunger only presence can fill.
Absolutely. More presents, more gifts.
Always more present.
Jester says, I mean, let's face it, annoying the heck out of Ada is one of the reasons I exist on this planet.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. Okay, we have plenty of copper coming in from the two drones that are working that line. I would expect shortly that the iron will do the same. Fill this right up.
Is there a roof on this room?
Not yet.
Nope. Okay.
I don't know how tall my containers are going to go. I mean, they might go high enough that I'm not able to breathe the air up there. Never know.
Yeah. Dahlgrim says, the Mandalorians' original species were the Twang, a non-human ape-like species, not insects. Interesting.
Very.
Lega Logan, Doc.
Lego what?
Lega Logan is his name.
Okay.
Says, I didn't want to do FICSMAS, but I'm too lazy to disable it, and I like the snowing. The random gifts everywhere annoy my entire being.
Okay. Plant 10 trees. And your gifts will stop dropping everywhere and messing up everything. So go plant 10 of those trees that make packages. And you won't have to worry about that.
One Metal Fist says, the Dresden Files does things far better than Harry Potter. I know some people will hate me for saying that, but the world is richer, it's magic cooler, and if the adaptation had been done properly, it would have been one of the biggest fantasy film franchises ever. Sure, there's honestly a lot of fantasy books done better than Harry Potter. Harry Potter is not popular because the magic's good, or the world's
terrible.
All that in depth. The magic system sucks in Harry Potter. It really does. But what it does is the characters and the relationships and creates a world that people want to be in and brings a level of magic to what feels like the real world that no other book can match. That's why it was so popular. And yeah, I do believe that the Dresden Files should have gotten a better adaptation. I still like the adaptation. Don't get me wrong. It was pretty good for what it was, but I need to read the Dresden Files at some point.
I read one of the novels, and it was pretty good. So I actually kind of disagree that it would be better than Harry Potter. Dresden Files, the main character is a middle-aged guy living in New York, if I remember correctly, in kind of the real world handling magic stuff. It's a cool story. I enjoy it. But that will never, ever, ever sell better than the story, coming-of-age story of a young kid with his friends. It's just the total market of people who read a Harry Potter type story is just infinitely larger. Also,
Yeah.
I mean, Dresden Files merchandise. What are they gonna sell? You know,
There were a lot of things that they could if it had gotten a lot more popular, but
a skull.
I would buy it.
Okay, sure.
And it looks like you're missing one of the loops on one of those.
No, that's
Straight-
intentional.
Oh, that's intentional. Okay.
He's got some fuckiness going on there. That's intentional.
Okay.
Yep, just like where these are offset from the others. This container actually never fills with it.
But Tolkien says, "Long live the hero's journey." Exactly.
Yeah. Theologian says, I have a hot take. The entire purpose of the Pioneer is to collect spheres so that Matt Mercer can flirt with Ada.
He didn't say that.
We know who he was talking about.
Okay.
Some of the times I feel like the third wheel in their little chat.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mark says something interesting, and I think it ties back to the hero's journey. Harry Potter is a sidetrack of Star Wars. A single boy child sent to live with his aunt and uncle to be trained by an old man to beat the Dark Lord. Harry Potter sounds like a ripoff of Star Wars. Yeah, and 1,000 other stories. Because that's almost perfectly beat for beat the hero's journey.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's Lord of the Rings. That's Chronicles of Narnia. That's Percy Jackson. That's The Matrix. That's The Lion King. It's Spider-Man. Some follow it more than others, but
Yes.
Okay. Now do you upgrade the giant FICSMAS tree? Or what? You rebuild it? Okay. No answer. Good. Okay. I'll move on.
Sorry,
The only
you
thing I
asked
haven't made is the FICSMAS candy cane. I've got the ornaments,
something? Cool.
and so the only thing I haven't made is this FICSMAS candy cane. And at this point, I don't need it for anything else.
Well, you can make lights now, can't you?
Not yet. As soon as I go and deposit some of the ornaments, go see how many. Yeah, see.
nice.
Gongrim points out Spider-Man doesn't follow that track because, and I absolutely agree with him, because Spider-Man is a deconstructionist take on the hero's journey.
Oh boy.
Okay, so it doesn't follow as closely, but it does follow. There's a call to adventure. Okay, he gets bit by the spider. He has his mentor who dies very early on, Uncle Ben, which sends him into a new world where suddenly, instead of being a kid at home, he's now the man of the house, right? It means that he has to go through all the trials of fighting all the bad guys, right? That still happens. He has to handle the death of his family. So there's a lot of those pieces which still happen. It's not as literal and tightly tied, but it's still a loose retelling of the hero's journey.
Okay. You wondered what to do next, and I can make the lights. Bingo bango. See?
Peter wasn't trying to be a good guy when he got his powers. He had power and failed to do the right things. Yeah,
I need to take a 5-minute break, guys,
sure.
and I'll be right back.
I would say that's true with Harry Potter as well. He was just a random kid, right?
Yeah, the fact that he failed to do the right thing is a little irrelevant in this case. It was still a call to adventure, and he still took that call to adventure in the end. In fact, there are a lot of heroes that straight up deny the call to adventure, and that call to adventure has to basically slap them in the face before they finally say yes. And that's still a hero's journey. And yeah, Harry from the start was doing the right thing, same with Luke. And yes, you are absolutely right. There are some heroes that start out genuine and trying to do the right thing. Some heroes that start out not doing the right thing.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like, when we look at Luke was just a kid who just wanted to get away from home, right? Like, he was literally about to sign up to work for the Empire at the start of the story, right? It was just, he hated farm life, wanted to escape from farm life. And him buying this droid, you know, quite a bit contributed, although he wasn't the primary cause of the death of Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. That's her name. So no, not causal link there, but he wanted to leave. He wanted to escape. He didn't want to be there. He didn't choose to go on the adventure any more than he wasn't there when his parents died, when his uncle and aunt died. Therefore, he went on an adventure. He didn't actually decide to do anything until he decided to chase a princess.
Yeah.
Which was a whole lot less choosing to be a hero. That was, it's a princess, you know? But
well, you'll find that a significant number of heroes start out with selfish motivations. And then, by seeing what that brings, they come to positive motivations in the end. Lexi says Aragorn didn't want to be king, but took the sword of Andoril with him on his journey, knowing what it would mean. Now, that's very interesting, because Aragorn in the movie is different from Aragorn in the book. Aragorn in the movie was a reluctant king. Aragorn in the book was just preparing for his destiny.
yeah, want is such a hard word. And I think this comes from our perspective versus the early 1900s British perspective, especially him looking backwards. There's a big difference between us, who were all born in a big air quotes here democracy type, where any power you achieve you have to strive for, you have to take. He was born as the rightful heir to a kingship. Wanting had nothing to do with it. Wanting was, do you have the responsibility? To him, he was born under the responsibility to become king. None of the rest of these heroes were. Harry Potter was not born under any responsibility, nor was Luke, nor was Spider-Man, right? They had no responsibility, as opposed to Aragorn was born with that. And therefore it would just become a striving for attaining or to shirk your responsibility. Which, and I totally get that Spider-Man is, by the way, a farther away from the hero's journey than any of the rest.
Yeah. As I said, it's a deconstructionist take on the hero's journey. A lightly deconstructionist one, but it's still deconstruction.
Can you describe what you mean by deconstructionist?
I think that the biggest indicator is the fact that the hero at the end of the hero's journey gets rewarded. They come out with something, both being something greater and having possessions greater than what they started. You could see this, like in Harry Potter, he came out of it as an Auror and with a family. That's what he got out of fighting Voldemort.
In the case of Spider-Man, he was often and brutally denied any recognition for his work and was often hunted for trying to do the right thing. That's the part that's deconstructionist. It was, you will do your work, but you will have no gratitude, you will attain no wealth, you will get nothing of worth other than the good feeling of knowing that you've done something good.
Interesting. Well, Golorum seems to support your saying he's demonized for doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. There's no reward for being the hero or going through the journey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Heavy says, where does Ender's Game fall into the hero's journey?
Ender's Game isn't a hero's journey.
So he's called. He has a mentor. He's put in a foreign place. He goes through trials. He becomes a leader. He gains the ability to help others. He faces a final boss, comes to a new understanding, and brings that understanding back to the people. I don't see why he's not a classic hero.
His only benefit that he got from all of it is PTSD and the ability to leave the life behind.
He specifically got the ability to resurrect a race which was destroyed.
He got the ability to right the wrongs that he himself had committed.
No. He didn't commit a wrong. This was a war that they had to win for the existence of the human race.
Yeah.
What he got was, you're right.
You're a lover of the show, and I don't like book, and I don't like the book.
You're getting loud again.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I will also say, let's take Ender's Game as a book, and not the entire expanded. Let's tack on a completely different story idea and put it into this one, right? Mm-hmm. I think within Ender's Game, it's very clearly a hero's journey.
Yeah, One Metal Fist says, Dresden isn't a rising, shining hero either. He's constantly hunted, blamed for murders, and dragged into terrible situations throughout the series. He's a hero who stays in the shadows, and that's what makes him so compelling. Yeah, he is a hero, but his story isn't the hero's journey.
Correct. Yeah, Ender's Game is Batman. No, Batman's not. Absolutely not. I think most of the superheroes are not in the hero's journey by the very fact that most of the superhero genre is a constant fight against evil to protect humanity, which removes it from the classical hero's journey concept. That's the book, right? Yeah, that's the...
Yeah. Lexi says, Elrond tells Aragorn they may marry only when he is king of both Gondor and Arnor. So Aragorn has this reason to become king and a motivation. Sure.
Oh, I think that's part of it. I don't think that's the entire thing. I do not believe that Aragorn would have shirked his responsibility if it weren't for a pretty face. Mm-hmm. I think that was a great motivator. And by the way, if you talk about hero's journey, what's the classic victory of a hero? You get the princess. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, I mean, not that. Gosh, what's the old English story? I'm forgetting the title. It's just guy has to go defeat a monster. Gosh dang it! No, not Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is Middle Eastern. I'm talking about an old English one. Beowulf, yes. I think Beowulf is is one of the most stripped down versions of the hero's journey.
Yeah.
And in the end, he gains wealth, power, and the girl.
Yeah.
And yeah, first time chat from Jace Dizzle.
says Beowulf. Yeah.
Okay. So Mark asks, he says, is the hero's dream in Star Wars and Harry Pothead all a ripoff of Superman, a hero required to take on the journey to hunt down evil and foreclose the moment where humanity can live in peace?
No. There's no hero's journey that's a ripoff of any other. It's just that the hero's journey is the single most compelling story that anybody can ever tell.
That's a bit of opinion there.
I'm sorry, I believe that I'm backed up by the fact that it's told over and over and over again, and every single one of them does incredibly well.
Yeah, I would say it's... Sure, whatever.
Mark says Beowulf is in English, it's a Nordic tale.
Okay.
I thought it was originally told in English, but I could be wrong.
No.
Now, that said, when you say Nordic, did it supposedly take place in England amongst Nordic settlers?
I have no idea. Yeah, it's a trope, says Heavy. In fact, you can map the big book. Oh, Garrett, what's the name of the book? Isn't it just called... Oh, no, Hero with 1,000 Faces is the big book that detailed out the hero's journey with the most detail. And it specifically goes through the story of Buddha and the story of Christ.
Oh, okay.
And it's just the typical template for human experience of us being young and innocent, us growing up, realizing the world isn't perfect, taking on the responsibility to make the world a better place, and getting a reward for it.
Mm-hmm. And that's why the hero's journey pairs so well with the coming of age story.
Yeah. So.
Well,
And-
I'm
Hi, Doc.
back.
Yes.
We'll come back. There you go, Joseph Campbell. Thank you. You got the name. One Metal Fist says the hero's journey is partly inspired by Greek mythology, but it comes from a universal pattern found across many cultures. Joseph Campbell identified this structure by comparing myths from around the world. Heroes who rise, fall, gain power, face trials, and return transform.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
What it's all about.
Yeah. And it's Greek mythology because Greek mythology is the seed that created most of, that grew into most of Western civilization.
So, Doc, we had a scan a hard drive redeemed by Community of Gaming while you were gone.
Oof. Okay. I was just there. I'm just gonna go collect some candy canes and something else.
Okay.
Von Halton says plans for a FICSMAS display.
Well, this is all FICSMAS in here. Every bit of this is working on FICSMAS stuff. So I'm going to get some candy canes and some snow. That's what I wanted. I need to have some snow. And candy canes, and then I can make a snowmaker.
Well, I'm going to read more and more comment and then head out and
Okay.
take a quick lunch. Lexi says, I didn't say Aragorn wouldn't have done it otherwise without the promise of Arwen, but it's a great way for Elrond to inspire Aragorn, who had a task ahead of him that was very hard on any man.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the question of, is the reward necessary?
I mean, if a man were perfectly righteous, they could do what they do for only the good of humanity. I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Zach wants me to make this the candy cane basher. I'll go to the equipment workshop and do that too.
Okay, I'll be back in a few.
Cat. Okay, cat. Here's my kitty cat. Oops. There's my kitty cat. Being a little rebellious at the moment.
Oh, she never likes being held.
Okay. I am going to unlock something else. Just, I'm going to unlock this before I go ahead and scan a hard drive, because then I'd have to wait on the hard drive. So, let's go ahead and go to hard drives and scan the next hard drive. And Robert, do you still have hard drives in your inventory?
Robert just left.
Oh,
Go
okay.
watch.
Okay, very good.
But we just started the hard drive scan.
Yep,
Okay.
I just did. Yep. And I need to know how to make the candy cane basher here. I need another regular Xeno Zapper. No.
Mark says, Doc, change the subject, please. It's getting tedious in here.
Okay, what has been the subject?
Oh, we've been talking about stories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Our conversation about Star Wars and stuff transformed into a conversation about the hero's journey.
Yeah. All right. Now I can go ahead and put candy cane basher in place of that whenever I want to do some bashing. Okay. What am I missing out of my here? Interesting. I don't know what I'm
Wow,
missing.
a lot. See all those empty squares?
I was talking about what I'm missing in my hands here, sorry.
Is it scanner?
Probably the detonator, which I don't need right here, right now. And frankly, I don't need the zip line or the saw. So I'll just leave it at that for now. And there's the candy cane basher. Works just like the regular basher. Okay. So we're scanning a hard drive.
Mark says, show the putty tap in there.
Where do I find that?
We don't have it, Gary.
Nope.
Yeah. We're not much of a bird-loving family.
We were.
What?
We were. We had Makiki for a long time.
Oh, okay.
Until somebody didn't realize that his water dish wasn't a food dish. Filled the food dish and for some reason didn't fill it with water, and we found him dead on the bottom of the cave. That was a sad morning.
Yeah.
Very sad morning. Alright, let's see what other recipes I have now. That, okay, I can make FICSMAS power lights. More festive take on a power. Okay, so instead of doing regular power lines, I'm going to do those for power lines. And a FICSMAS snow dispenser. Okay.
You should go and rebuild all your power. Yeah. I don't know how well that's going to do, but actually covering the power. I think it's supposed to be going to fall.
Yeah, it looks like it might. Although it goes on the floor too, but... Okay, I think I've got an idea.
Maybe a ceiling?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Maybe I could have it snow all over everything in my factory down below.
Spellwalker says, "Good afternoon, Doc."
Good afternoon, Walker. Glad to have you with us again.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens when I put one up here.
I wonder if it'll actually put snow on the ground.
Doesn't look like it.
Truly sad.
Yeah. Or do I have a defective one? I only see stuff coming out of 2 of the ports right now. Missing iron ornaments. So both of them are only putting out snow in the 2 ports. Yeah, that was kind of lackluster. Oh well. I need to go up topside and get a dimensional depot. If I have enough materials to make a dimensional depot, I might need to go hunt for more Mercer spheres. I don't believe I have any. No, I'm out of Mercer spheres. Okay.
Mundalkin says, "Cannon for the win."
Yeah, that's what we need is the snow cannon. Cannon FTW. What's that? I wonder. A large candy cane is missing, Doc. Okay. Right now I'm just building out my creation of the various FICSMAS products. Right now I'm building. Hi there.
Mark says, "You'll come back tomorrow to see a snowdrift."
I'll come back to see a snowdrift tomorrow. Okay,
Cool.
We'll see if that's the case. Okay. Well,
Yeah. Okay. I did a little look into Beowulf.
uh-huh.
It was written in England by an Anglo-Saxon poet in Old English, but it was set in Sweden.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm missing Mercer spheres, so I've got to either deconstruct deconstruct some
Well, Stoke says it's 20:30 here in Norway, so that's 8:30.
8:30 p.m. Yep.
8:30 p.m. And he says, "I'm playing Satisfactory with you guys on console."
Cool.
Cool.
I'm looking around for dimensional depots that I can.
Old Stoke says
Can't
the
obsolete. What?
Sorry. This Old Stoke says no cannons were a bit disappointing. Yeah, I want a blizzard. I want a pretty blizzard.
You want to cover the world with snow.
They should let you put Power Shard into the snow.
power shards into the snow dispenser.
Uh-huh.
Oh gosh. Still looking for ones that I can obsolete. I think I've got at least one over here I can take off. Then I gotta go search for more Mercer spheres. And you can't make synthetic Mercer spheres, unfortunately. As much as I'd like to. Well, dimensional depots work really well when you've got a surplus, but they're doing absolutely no good when there's no surplus to go in them. So, bye-bye.
That's a problem.
Because cable is going in this one, okay? So this dimensional uploader was doing the same thing as one of the ones I deleted over there. And this was doing the same thing as one of the ones I was deleted over there too. So that allows me to harvest 2 of them. So with 3 of them harvested, I can now go ahead and put a dimensional depot on both of these. I should be able to make... I think I've almost done as much as I can do today on these. So I'm going to head over to my project out in the northern oil field. Nope. Spaced wrong. Another thing to watch out for, doggone it. These stupid things turn the minute you hit click the first time and you have to reorient it back like that. Then the second one you do stays. Weird. Don't know why. So those ought to be filling up. Yep. And yep. Okay, so those are filling up. And we have all those building. Now, if I don't have any more anything else. Oh, I've got the snow cannon. I didn't realize I had a snow cannon too. Let's try this one. Well, that looks a little underwhelming, but look, we've got a pile developing.
Oh, nice. Good. Oh, if it fades.
Yeah, and then it goes away, and then it comes back. And it goes away. Okay, fine. We're not going to get a pile.
Maybe if you put it inside. I doubt this will program that complex.
Well, we are in a desert, and it is on the roof, you know. We don't know what the temperature is outside. It's not an element of the game.
You're in the desert.
Yeah, exactly. I already said that. While you were sitting down, I already said that.
Mantrid says there's a mod to enable making synthetic somersault.
What is
I
this?
checked it out, and it uses Fixonium, so it's a super late game
looky,
item.
looky. I may have a totally normal over here. Yep, I've got a totally normal that dropped.
What?
Totally normal.
Oh.
FICSMAS
okay.
gift.
Well, you can pick it up from here. I mean,
Yeah, I'm right next to my hub.
Don't get too close to it. Don't jump. Don't get so close.
You still blow up no matter how far you are away.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. I wonder if somebody else can stand right next to it and not die. I wonder if it's a real explosion or if it's an explosion animation and an instant death to you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Up Super One redeemed scan a hard drive.
All right. Now that I'm right here, I can check and see if the other hard drive is done. Yep, it's done. Hey, Robert, do you have a hard drive in any hard drives in your?
I will log in and check.
Infused uranium cell.
That's a lot of.
That one might
Check
be
the
good.
standard.
Encased to use sulfur, sulfuric acid, and you have to have a blender. The new recipe requires a manufacturer, but you add silicon instead of concrete.
Silicon instead of concrete, and sulfur and quick wire. So it reduces by one step, but
Do you have to use the same amount of sulfur? Because if it's lowering the amount of sulfur you use, then it can be very worthwhile.
Well, I can check out to see what sulfuric acid costs to make, and then let's look at this. Turbo blend fuel. Oh, interesting. Sulfur. Yeah, boy. Turbo fuel in a refinery, and this is in a blender, probably. Pardon me.
Megalith
Yeah.
reduce stretch and hydrate.
so basically with this one, you just don't have to make the compacted coal first.
Oh, you can make regular coal. Okay.
Oh,
Petroleum
no,
coke.
petroleum coke.
Yeah, boy, that one. That made
It's
it really
probably
complex.
a better rate by making it a bit more complex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So heavy oil residue. Alternate recipe from water.
No, water's a byproduct.
What? Okay, water's the byproduct. Okay.
No?
From fuel to fuel. Yeah.
Why is this thing showing water there? I don't know.
Maybe it consumes and produces the same amount of water.
I need to see if this really helps me a lot. The radio connection unit, or the radio.
Okay. Megalith redeems stretch and hydrate, by the way.
Stretch and hydrate both.
Both.
You know what they, something that they should add to the game? Liquid cooling. So it has a pipe that goes in that you pump water into, and a pipe that comes out where the water comes from, and what comes out is hot water, and you have to run it into a radiator to cool it down.
Liquid temperatures as a game mechanic. Oof. Yes, I just dropped a hard drive in for you.
I wouldn't make actual liquid temperature a game mechanic. I just make hot water a separate resource.
You put it in the dimensional depot, Robert?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about that, Garrett. I see how you could do that, but I actually kind of like the idea of liquid temperature the more I think about it.
What I want to do is I want to make synthetic power shards.
Mantrid says that HOR alternate is so good for diluted fuel setup.
The heavy oil residue one. Okay.
Super One says oil exploding would be funny in one of your pipes.
No!
No.
Yeah, Mark, I just logged on to give him the hard drive. Is there anything I need to help you with before I go?
Nope.
Or?
I'm going to head out to the oil fields and I'm going to keep working on the...
Chico says lake water warmer than seawater.
Yeah. Like, I can imagine they make it so that most processes don't care about the temperature of the water as long as it's not near boiling. But then you have some processes that just need to be cooler or need to be warmer, and so you can have a water heater and a water cooler. And your pipes you can attach heat sinks to your pipes and, stuff like that.
I'm going to see if I can make another rack of gift storage. Yes, I can.
It's like right now we're talking about geothermal, right? We have geothermal energy. Well, we could do a fairly similar concept with, what do you call that? When you strip away the rest of the tech and it's just energy made from boiling water.
Huh. Don't know.
Boiler?
I guess. Because that's how nuclear power
Steam.
works. That's how... Just a steam
power.
power? Yes, it'd be steam power. Thank you. My brain, man.
Kaizen says, yeah, but then if they implement it poorly, the devs would be in hot water.
Hey, Doc, I found a mini Christmas tree.
You found a mini Christmas tree?
Yeah.
Where?
Let me show it on stream.
Oh, over in the corner? Yeah. My Christmas tree grew over the... I need to take it down below and put it up here.
There you go.
Will it let you put a Christmas tree inside the hub? Like scale it down and then nudge it into the hub?
You probably could. Hey,
It's
Robert,
just whether it'll let you actually place it down at that point.
look at our wall of containers.
It's starting to look good.
Yeah.
Mantrid said one of the challenges of the refined power mod is that you have to deal with steam as a byproduct. You generate power.
How many blueprints is this so far?
Oh gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the bottom, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the top. So there's 13.
We have a question
Yes.
for Doc University.
From TBE 46.
Yeah, is there any way that we can put two comments up at the same time?
No.
Okay. We'll have to do the one.
Well, let's see the one.
Yeah.
Wow. We have a question from TBE 46. It says, "Hi Doc, currently have 6 assemblers making reinforced iron plates, demanding 360 screws per minute. I'm using a double manifold design. However, I only have Mark III conveyor belts, limiting me to 270. Okay, so what you need to do then is you need to split up your manifold. You can't be quite as long as what you've got. if you need 360 and you've got 6 of them, that means need 60 apiece, which means that you're basically, you can bring it up to 240. So you can have a manifold line of 4, and then you have to have another conveyor feeding the last 2, and I would end up making the next one of 4. I've done that before. I can show basically what I've done when I needed to split up a manifold like that is on the manifold that I needed to have more supply going to, on the machines I need more supply, I stack another splitter on top of that other manifold, and then I run a new line into that one, and then with the conveyor going down into your machine, and then going down into the next splitter and continuing on down the line. That is a problem with early progression, is that your conveyor lines just can't keep up with the amount of machines that you can easily put on a manifold. So split up your manifold, feed 4, and then feed another 2 with another conveyor line, and you'll be good. Or make the other conveyor line 4 instead of just the 2, and feed 4 more. But you're only going to be able to feed 4 if they need 60 apiece. So that's just a limitation until you get Mark 4 belts, and then you get Mark 5 belts, and then eventually 6. So let's go back to the game. Okay. If you're still watching, I'm going to go ahead and show you what I was going to move to on the screen. It just would have taken too long to get there. Okay. So this is what I meant by doing that. I've got a line over here that the trees that I have producing are more than what I can supply. So pardon me for the dark, but this is what I mean, is I've got an extra stacked manifold, and what I do, stacked splitter there, and what I do is I just go ahead and I feed the line into that. This is outgoing, so it's not the same as your incoming splitters, but in the outgoing side, I don't have enough room on the conveyors that are below this, because they're just feeding too much in, and eventually chokes the line down there. So I have I stack these and feed the next one into this next line here, and then it goes forward until I need to do it again, because I've got too many. And now this one's that one's just stacked twice, and so that one stacked another one high, and I've got 3 belts now here. Can't hardly see that. I've got 3 belts now, and I just keep stacking them until I've filled up all the belts, and unfortunately they fill up pretty quick. So that's a version of what I was trying to say in the outgoing. So, oh, that helped. So Robert, if I don't have anything that you tell me I need to do, I am going to head on out to the oil fields and keep working on the polymer resin.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Hugo says, it's starting to look like something I would build.
Uh-huh. Okay.
TBE asks, is there a way to do that with assemblers since they're already double stacked?
Yes. You just if you basically have to do it on the side with the lift. You just stack your I'm not quite sure which problem you're trying to solve. avoiding the other line that's already been lifted or getting up to the other line that's being lifted. You just lift use your conveyor lift and lift it higher to get to it. It's just a matter of just configuring your lifts and your conveyors so that they all meet up with the splitters and things. So. I wanted to go out to the oil fields, and I honestly did not want to come out this. I love to talk, and I get distracted when I talk. So I'm headed back to take the right branch.
Pup Super One asks, have you seen any animes?
Have I seen any what?
Anime.
I've occasionally watched some anime. I mean, the closest I ever got to anime was back when as a kid, when I watched Speed Racer. I think that was kind of that art form, but not really that genre.
Yeah, I think Speed Racer is at least anime adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
But
other than that, no, I've never really gotten into that art form.
Garrett's the pro anime person in the room. I'm the anti-anime. Garrett's Doc's the eh.
I mean, yeah. It's kind of cool art.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Speed Racer, I think, doesn't look much like modern anime, but apparently it was made in Japan originally as a manga titled Mach Go Go Go.
Interesting.
The anime adaptation followed in 1967 and was later brought to the US in 67-8 as Speed Racer.
Okay.
Dubbed in English and heavily local.
Cool.
Yeah, that's why they call it the Mach 5, I suppose.
Yeah.
I did see the Speed Racer movie. It was fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
There was a Speed Racer movie.
Yes.
Did I miss that one?
No.
I never want to watch it a second time, but it was a fun couple hours.
We only saw it in the theaters. We watched it once, and you loved every minute of it.
Okay.
Let's see.
So, yeah. Speed Racer is apparently it's one of the first massively popular animes in the West. So,
Gottlegram says, unfortunately. I think it is a law of nature that if you're the fan of the original, that the recreation goes badly. Or the recreation is not beloved by the people who enjoyed the original.
Yeah, only because your expectations are set, to a level that's probably not realistic for an adaptation.
yeah. To some degree, people who are doing new versions of old content, they have to bring new creative direction to it. And that annoys a lot of people. Hologram says, I thought Astro Boy first take off the list. Maybe I'm just following what ChatGPT is telling me.
That was a 2008 movie. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is that old. Holy cow.
I mean, it would have had to have been a long time ago for me to gone to the movies.
That's a gut punch, but
It
yeah.
has been forever since I've been.
All right. Well, these are still filling up. That's good news.
Garrett, what was that dumb kids superhero movie? They made like 4.
Remember, only the dumb one now.
Yes. Then they made like a whole bunch of sequels too. Whereas the brother and sister, parents, not superheroes, sorry. Spy Kids. Duh.
Yes.
It has the same aesthetic as Spy Kids. When I look at it, it's like, yeah, that's Spy Kids.
Connor says, "Oh, that narrows it down a whole bunch."
I'm sorry, Goldman. Gosh darn it. Yeah, it has a lot of that same feel of that level of animation and stuff.
But yeah, it's looking at Speed Racer. It was clear that the anime style hadn't really been created yet, because it still looks very much like early Western anime. So that probably contributed to why it was able to proceed so well.
Sure.
Because it wasn't really pure anime yet.
Yeah, it hadn't diverged.
I'm looking around here. I shouldn't just be looking around.
Lexi asks, what's the movie you watched the most in the cinema? Mine would be Titanic 9 times, or This Is It by Michael Jackson 7 times.
My number one movie watched the most times was Star Wars 4. Episode 4, when it first came to theaters in 1978. I stood in line for that movie more times than I can even remember now. So,
I have never once seen a movie more than one time in the theater.
yeah,
Me
because you're
neither.
too young. It's just too expensive.
Yeah, well, okay, first off, Christy saw Titanic like 3 or 4 times as well, right?
In the theater?
In the theater 3 or 4 times, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Fair enough. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I enjoy the theater. I don't enjoy it enough to watch a movie more than once. Max
Okay,
the
so
Monk
these-
says, A New Hope is from 1977, as old as me. Well,
Oh gosh, did I just age myself
yep,
by quite a bit?
that's okay.
Oh yeah, I'm totally fine with it.
Pup Super One saw Pacific Rim 3 times.
Crazy. 1977. That's close 20 years before I was born.
Yep.
So what did you have to do with the pipes over there to get the fuel out of the pipes?
Oh, just open the pipe and press E on the pipe and just tell it to flush the line.
right. Okay, I did that. Flush the entire system.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I've got this one, and these were balanced to accept those. Now we're going to change recipes.
Christian Dennis asked, "Did you like the Star Wars prequel?"
Did I like the Star Wars prequels? The 1, 2, and 3 prequel? I mostly enjoyed them. I was really mystified by the direction they went on the 7, 8, and 9 sequels.
Yeah. Star Wars prequels were fun, but they were a fundamentally different genre than the original story. They were a tragedy, whereas while the original trilogy was a hero.
Yeah. I think people were right to criticize the prequels when they did. They were still fun, but they didn't feel like Star Wars. Because they were a different genre. The sequels... I watched the first of the sequels, so I watched 7 in the theaters, and I came out of the theater having really enjoyed the time I spent watching it. But within about 10 minutes after getting out of the theater, I decided that it was really bad. But during the experience, I quite enjoyed it because there was lots of flashing lights and really cool events, and got to see people that I loved and cared about. And
yeah, that's been the story of a lot of movies that we've seen more recently.
Donald Grimm says, I don't think it's so much the cost as the service. I can't think of a cinema anymore that the service is terrible, the food's worse. The theater feels like a dive bar from New York City in the 80s before Rudy cleaned it up. I feel like I'm going to catch Hep C just by breathing the air of the theater.
Okay. Let us know how you feel about that. How about? Whoa.
Yeah. I also think that theaters need good movies to be made in order to survive. And, those have been in short supply.
Sure, but just the economics of it. When theaters were big, you couldn't watch TV at home. Or during my childhood, if you had the TV at home, it was small and wasn't very high resolution. When you did have theater, and now you can just stream the movies. You can watch it at home. You can buy the DVD. Everybody knows the DVD's coming out, so you can wait until it comes out before you watch it again. We now have home theater systems. We have great quality audio. You get everything you could ever want from a home theater experience at home.
Uh-huh.
Except the only thing that still pulls you there is the theater itself. And, as Gondram says, the theater experience itself isn't what it once was.
And some of the theaters are actually recognizing that and starting to, put, nice chairs. I mean, recliner type chairs with a server tray next to it, and waitresses that come around and fill orders right at your chair. Mm-hmm. So it's becoming a better experience. But unfortunately, theaters have had to go through a lot of pain in order to get to the realization that they had to innovate and do something different, or they're just going to become part of like where drive-ins went.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see drive-ins anymore because, there's just no reason to go to a drive-in and sit in your cold car and watch a movie.
Yeah.
And listen through a radio.
And listen through speakers that were usually very substandard. Exactly.
Yeah, movies have gone from a consumer experience to a luxury experience.
I'm gonna think about that one for a while.
People don't want to go and just watch a movie because they can just wait to see a little bit longer to just see the movie at home. Only the very biggest movie draw any crowd nowadays because those are the ones that people are truly excited to see.
The Avatars.
Yeah.
Or Titanic, or those kind of movies.
Yeah. So James Cameron,
Yeah, there you go. Two Cameron movies. Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. These are all hooked up. They're powered up. And why aren't things? This says no power. Okay. What happened to my power grid here, folks?
Von Talkin says dinner theaters are the bomb. Snacks and beer delivered. IMAX is still awesome. Yeah, but that's a lot more of a luxury experience than a typical theater. Though, I imagine that you're gonna spend more like $50 to $100 at one of those, rather than a normal theater where you're gonna spend $15 per ticket.
Okay. Oh, because the polymer resin can't get moving.
Well, interesting. Pomegran's pointing out something interesting. It's a completely different experience watching Terminator or any of the Rocky movies in the theater than at home.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And it's like, so in that case, were they made for theaters?
Well, back in those generations, they were.
So when they're translated to a home experience, even today, the experience is subpar. I'd have to look into them, but that's a very interesting.
I really,
very interesting thought.
I have not watched a Rocky movie on my home TV.
I really want to go back and watch a lot of those movies. They still haven't gotten yet. Christian Dennis says, "I'd like to see Matrix and Lord of the Rings in theaters again." Yeah. Well, so interestingly, theaters are theaters have a limited amount of time that they can show a movie before they have to stop showing it, before the license runs out. I wonder what would happen if a theater could get a hold of the license to show a lot of old movies.
A lot of theaters do that.
A lot of theaters do.
Uh-huh.
Do you know how well that works for them?
Yeah, they're called dollar theaters.
But I'm not talking about just random shows. I'm talking about a lot of the old classics.
I don't.
Maybe you're right.
The problem is it's, you have a theater, you have to get a certain minimum number of butts and seats, and just convincing your local community, hey guys, let's all get together and watch Terminator tonight. That's a pretty big sell, right? Unless you're in some big city to get everybody together to watch some random old movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no kidding.
It would have to be part of a bigger service, I think.
Sure.
Something that generally encourages people to go and have a cult movie experience. Maybe that's not quite the right term, but I think I've gotten across what I'm trying to say. Top Super One says, "I saw Shin Godzilla in theaters and it was amazing."
What was the movie name?
Shin Godzilla.
Actually, before that, Pup said, saw a video essay about second screen media. And the idea is that since so much of what Netflix produces, people watch Netflix on their second screen while doing something else. It's not like a theater where you're paying 100% attention to it. They have to introduce characters differently. You can't just have a really cool they walk in the room scene, because you get to watch as they walk in the room and you kind of get their sense of who they are. Instead, they have to be very explicit and have characters explicitly tell you who they are, and have these really meta level conversations all the time, so that somebody who's only paying half attention with it on the other screen can really keep up with it.
We have
Which is really sad.
Doc University question.
All right, just a second. Great. My number keys decided to stop working.
Is it on the correct profile?
It's not a profile issue. It's my regular computer keyboard doesn't get my hotkeys opening up at all either. So.
Okay. Ready to go to the doctor's person?
I'm really. Oh, the pipe is full. No, the pipe isn't full.
Doc is perturbed. What am I
Yeah,
saying?
I'm. Okay, there. Why is it filling up with fuel? Supposed to be filling up with heavy oil resin. Okay.
Oh,
And now it changed colors.
yeah. It's just a color issue.
Okay, so that should go there. And this should, saying it has no power, so let's give it power. Now it's working. And those are going to be starting to work to process the heavy oil residue, to send that heavy oil residue to the here to burn it up. All right. Let's go to the university. All right. Jerry Riggin has a question. He says, Doc, please help. How do I unlock gas filters? I cannot figure it out or find a video. All right. Well, let's take care of that. That one's easy. So let's go take care of that. Right. Need to go back to the hub here. I'm going to go back to the hub. And over here, there's a thing called an equipment workshop. Okay. They are built by going to special here, and they're down here in the equipment workshop. Okay. In the equipment workshop, you then can scroll down here and you can find the gas mask. And if you scroll down a little farther, you find the gas filter. Now the gas filter, needs coal and iron plate and fabric. And then the gas mask, I can make 8 of them. Like, requires fabric, copper sheet, and steel pipe. Both done in the equipment workshop. Now, understandably, there was a lot of confusion by me on my part as to where do you do it in the craft bench and where do you do it in the equipment workshop. Equipment workshop tends to be one-off type of things, like a jetpack or a hover pack or a hazmat suit, the Blade Runners. You don't create a lot of them. You usually just go there and you create it as a specialized item. And so that's the way I look at it. If it's something I just create once or twice, I look in the equipment workshop for it. And a lot of times you'll find those type of things there. Okay? So, go to the equipment workshop and you'll see the gas mask, you'll see the filter, find out what it takes to make it, and come back to the equipment workshop when you have those goods and make up a bunch of the filters, make up one mask, and you're good to go.
Tell them about how to unlock it as well.
Oh. I am. Which
Mycelia.
it's in the mycelia? Okay. Yes, and that makes sense. The mycelia is the way we make cloth in this in Satisfactory. The mycelia branch is where you make cloth, and you have to have cloth in order to make the filters. So you end up unlocking the filters at one of these branches. The inhalers are there. Well,
At the very
you
bottom.
unlocked- There's the filters. Okay, so this node down here is the one where you unlock the gas filter. Prior to that, you would have had to make factory out of mycelia, fabric out of mycelia. That lets you get down this branch to unlock the gas filter and the gas mask. Okay, so there you have it. Womb to tomb. Hope that helps. Go back to the game. I wish there was a quick, easy way to get back to where I was. Also, but there's a couple things I want to unlock that I was here for. So, we need to know. Is it down the sulfur branch? I know it wasn't down this branch. Yes, it was down this branch. The synthetic polyester fabric. I am going to go over here. This is where I've been storing all the fabric I've been making. And I've been making it out of the mycelia and out of the mycelia and the biomass. That's the way we make fabric up until you unlock the synthetic fabric. So now I've got the regular fabric. And now I'll go ahead and go unlock this one. And once I do that, I have unlocked the synthetic fabric, which will allow me to just create a production line of fabric, and then a production line for filters, and put them in the depot and have them available always. So, by the way, can you use filters through the depot? If I had all of these filters in the depot, if I went to a gassy area, would they automatically be used out of the depot? I need to check that out.
I think you're probably gonna.
Well, if I start dying, I'll leave. I'll leave. Good heavens.
Oh, scan a hard drive.
Yeah, I should scan a hard drive while I'm still here, huh?
Do you have any?
I do. I took the ones out of the depot that you gave me.
Oh, I only gave you one.
Oh, there were 5 in the depot.
Oh, good.
Wow, I could unlock all 3 of these branches.
Jimmy says, I have a drive-in down the road from me that's still operating.
That's still functioning? Man, I haven't seen one of those in a very long time. Whereabouts do you live?
Why are you going to go take it?
No. I'm just wondering what part of the world still has drive-ins. Singularity symbol. Okay.
Solar Flare says, Doc should try Industrialist. Free game on Roblox. It's satisfactory, but 5 times more complex.
Satisfactory, but more complex, huh?
And sorry, but we will give him every advice to not touch Roblox.
I don't like playing games that are currently under investigation by multiple government agencies for enabling child endangerment, I think is the term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. Black eye much?
Oklahoma has one.
Oklahoma has one. I guess I could expect it in an area like that.
Yeah, well, they don't have indoor plumbing yet, so, you know.
Hey, be nice. Okay.
Look, we live in Missouri. That's hardly better.
I got a question.
What's up?
This next one costs, of course, the date 14.
Uh-huh.
FICSMAS ornament bundle.
Uh-huh. You should be able to do that now.
I should. But when I when I tap O and tap FICSMAS, there it is, the ornament bundle. I guess I do have more things to do.
Chico says, in reference to the filters, no, you have to have some in your inventory, but you can pull them out from that inventory to place your inventory.
Right. Yeah. There's some things like having to use the MAM. You have to pull them out of your inventory to use the MAM. And obviously that's another area where you got to pull them out of inventory and have them in your close inventory rather than the depot. Oh well. It was a nice thought. What would happen? Okay.
Solar Flare says the reason why Roblox is getting sued is because kids lie to get on and don't know how to keep themselves safe online. And I think you're wrong.
Yes, kids do lie.
Yes, kids do lie, certainly. But that's not why they're getting sued.
Well,
They're getting sued because individuals tried to deal with the problem individually to great success, and then the company went after the people trying to keep kids safe on the platform. A platform that is almost explicitly made for those kids.
It's gone beyond that now. That's definitely part of it, but I had particular reasons for this, but I had to download Instagram, which, because I couldn't get it to work on my computer, I had to download it on my phone, which I still dislike. But I was doing a quick comparison of search results of Minecraft content versus Roblox content on Instagram. Every last Minecraft build, every last Minecraft thing that popped up, and this is first blush, looking at the platform for the first time, have no idea how to use it, just went to Instagram and typed in Minecraft. And what came up with a bunch of cool builds, some funny pranks, an assortment of general Minecraft content. When I did the same thing with Roblox, it was 99% sexually suggestive and explicit material.
for Minecraft?
For Roblox. Not for Minecraft. Minecraft, I didn't say a single one that was inappropriate for the age.
Oh,
For
same
Roblox.
platform, but the content given you that was Roblox content was explicit.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
And yeah,
Yeah.
that is the environment that Roblox has encouraged, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
I think racism is a lot smaller of an issue than sexually suggestive material for kids. It's not good, but Zach, I love that idea. Would Doc play Lethal Company?
Lethal Company?
No. Unfortunately, no. It'd be fun.
Okay, so what about this summer sloop location that Mark is talking about? That one that you can't get to, can't find?
No, he's just been telling you
When you've been near a summer soup, he's been telling you locations on the map to find.
Oh. So I was near that one and I didn't see it soon enough. I didn't see his message soon enough, is what I'm talking about. All right. Well, ooh, is this a live Robert or just a floating Robert?
It's a floating me.
We got a
So
first
that's
time
where you
chat.
logged off.
We got a first time chat from Delamas, but I think his first time chat is something that should be done in Doc University.
Okay. Go ahead.
And I think this is related to
Well,
the other game.
Well, Dilemmas says, hi Duck, is it effective building a mega factory with a central spine bus method? If I can understand just the words that are strung together, central spine bus, I assume that you're talking about network transportation system. And absolutely, if you have set up your mega factory as a central hub where all of your modular factories around are able to transport product into that central hub, then by all means, that is an incredibly effective method to use. Especially if you're able to develop an effective train station to deliver that product and then an effective logistics center that you can move that product from the train station into storage temporarily and then off to where you're using it in your mega factory. But yeah, putting it somewhere in the middle of the map, or at least in the middle of where you've built a lot of your modular factories, creates an incredibly powerful situation for getting to the end game, building an effective mega factory. So yeah, more kudos to you. That's quite good. And thanks for the question. All right, back to the game.
Yeah, that's something that's done in Factorio.
Yeah, learning
So
to
I
do a
suspect
central
he
hub.
found Factorio.
Okay, cool.
And Dilemma says, yeah, where the inputs and outputs of the production line are set to the same bus.
Okay.
In Satisfactory, the bus would be a little bit more complex rather than just using would have to be a bit more complex rather than just using pairs.
Uh-huh.
But
Okay, I need to see something. If we are to make, the ornament bundle, we need an assembler, and we need to assemble copper and iron ornaments. Well, we just built a copper and iron ornament line, and each of those lines outputs over to here. So let's put together an assembler line and assemble some ornaments. And the question is, we have two inputs, one output. Are they one for one? Like one of each makes a third? And it's interesting, somehow you get a blue one and a red one in there without putting blue or red ornaments in there, which I always kind of wonder about the building physics of this game sometimes. So, okay, well let's put an assembler down here and see what the recipe is. Because I think I want my outputs in the outside and my inputs in the center. I'm gonna build it clear out here. And let's configure this thing. And here's the ornament bundle, and we need 1 and 1 and get 1. So, okay, we need 1 copper, 1 iron, and we get 1 ornament out of it. So if it's 1 for 1, I think I'm gonna have this the inputs be central. No. I think I'll have the outputs be central.
Pricing controller says really important though when you use define to consider product family and ensure that you keep similar products with similar nations close together with their work styles.
Very good. Nice expansion on the concept there.
Mark says, sent you 7 Mercer Square locations. Robert's in-game collecting them, but he says they're his, not yours.
Hey, what? Excuse me. Huh?
Stop throwing him under the bus like that. You're supposed to tell him.
So who's he throwing under the bus, Robert or me?
Me.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Unraveling your nefarious plans again, huh? So are you off hunting those?
No, I'm not.
Okay. He sent 7 Mercer Sphere locations.
In fact, I just tabbed back into the game so I can exit. By the way, I finished the row.
He just exited so he could remove the possibility of you ever getting the first version.
I'm gonna make you exit, Garrett.
Okay. Garrett, could you go back into the chat window there that Mark has been doing and get all those locations for me?
Sure.
And Robert, would you keep up with the chat while Garrett's doing that, please?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. I need a merger on this side. And I want to send the product back to that side. Okay. There we go.
Kaizen says, my last early game factory had serious organization and supply issues because I was trying to run as much just-in-time baselines as possible, but realized I need to switch to just-in-case with the need to start building new factories for my first oil processing.
Yeah.
Building in the inventory handling made everything run away smoother, and then it's super easy to plan for excess production to send to the sink.
Exactly. Yeah. All of a sudden, using a sink and selling off your surplus parts until you get a chance to actually use them ends up being a much, much better philosophy in this game. And not one that you would do in normal business. So yeah, I have sinks all over the place. I have almost 500 coupons in my inventory right now, and I've got, another 100 or so that have been awarded in the sinks that I haven't pulled out yet. So it's very good. Good in the economy of Satisfactory. It's a good method to follow.
Okay, I just sent you the locations on Discord.
Okay.
Mark says, question is, who's on first? Why's on second, and what's been demoted to third?
Neurodead Virgin says, what is this, a new vanilla world? just for FICSMAS, or did you start with another save? Also, are you doing this all with 0 group?
No. To the last question, no. With 0 blueprints, no. My my project to give a present or build up enough presents to give to all the little girls and boys is this right here. Oh, you added to it, Robert?
Yep.
Those are all containers, industrial storage containers.
Oh. Jimmy finally
They are
responded.
filling.
The drive-in theater is in Pennsylvania. I just
Okay.
moved here last year and drive by it from time to time.
Okay. Have you ever gone to it? Probably not. Okay. So, these are all containers here that are filling up. They all have rows of trees filling those containers. And so as I play, I'm developing more and more gifts to give. And we'll see how many gifts we have after how many gifts we have to give after the event is over. But that is one serious amount of storage.
Lexi says, so are you guys racing at the end of the stream before the show?
Do we have a showcase today, Robert? Robert didn't remember.
There is a term that I invented quite a while ago that
Forgetfulness?
I call tattle talking.
Tattle talking?
Yes. It's intentionally bringing up a conversation just loud enough that somebody hears the other thing you really wanted to talk about. So it wasn't directly bringing up the conversation. It's doing it indirectly so people actually hear what you're really trying to say. Tattle talking. Yes. And that's what Lexi's doing right now. She really wants to bring up the fact that we're going to do a the showcase. But, you know.
Are we doing the showcase today?
Yep.
Seems kind of early.
It's supposed to be the showcase. It's supposed to be the end of month showcase. Or, you know, we do usually do it in the first week of the month, but we had the event last week.
And then it was temporarily forgotten this week.
Yep. So I'm starting to build up the showcase today, right now.
Lexi says, how could I know you've forgotten it, Robert? I can't look right.
No, it's just the way you said it, you know.
First time chat with Mock 2020. Quick question: Is this Christmas event new, or is it a repeat from last year?
It's a repeat from last year, which was a repeat from the previous year. I don't know how many years they've actually done it. But we could look that up and find out how many times they've done this.
Last year and this year they didn't add anything new because it was just a brand new release, and now it's the new release for console. But by them explicitly saying that, I'm betting we will have new content for next year.
Just when I mastered this.
Yes, you want more content, Doc.
Okay. I'm going to be off screen just for a moment, okay?
Okey-doke. I don't have anything to bring over. I'll show these because it's something to put on screen. So, Doc has been monopolizing the 3D printer, and he finally didn't use it for a day. And so I went ahead and printed a bunch of these guys. I'm not done with it yet, but I printed 3 of them. so far. I'm gonna print all these little guys. Probably gonna give them to my nephews for Christmas or something. Throw them in their stockings. Mama Doc had that idea. But anyway, they're just fun, silly toys for computer.
Neurodad's version says maybe they'll add a golf event. Why would they want to add a golf event?
It's been a bit of a meme in the community is all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hush.
Just
Really?
yeah.
Golf? Ugh.
Okay, so what's going on?
Nothing.
I've heard that too many times when I was younger.
No, I was just showing off this page, Doc. I don't think you've seen this page.
Ah.
This is all the little mechs I'm going to print. I've printed this guy. This guy's was kind of annoying to put together. But then I've printed this guy down here and this guy right here. And these two down here were pretty easy. But I'm going to print all the rest of them, including these guys up here. And probably, give them to the nephews for Christmas.
Oh, they'd love it because the nephews that went to the outing that day, they saw the other kids' version of those.
Yep. Are they to scale? They are to a scale. They're about 4 inches tall.
Kaizen Controller says we might get Satisfactory Golf before GTA 6.
Oh, for tabletop play? I mean,
Satisfactory what before then?
Satisfactory Golf.
Okay. Golf in Satisfactory.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Apparently that's been a joke, an ongoing thing.
Okay.
yeah.
Don't know why.
Meech asks, what type of 3D printer do you have?
The best 3D printer.
Cordman isn't here, Garrett. It's fine.
The most wonderful 3D printer.
We have why am I having a hard time figuring out?
Because the weird
Cobra
name.
S1. What's the first?
Anycubic.
Anycubic Cobra S1.
We have, that's the one that does, it's a multicolor printer, which is cool. I also have a Prusa i3 Mark 3.5, as well as a bunch of Elegoo resin printers. I have like 4 or 5 Elegoo resin Mars printers. But Docs is the newest, and it's the one we print with a whole lot.
I just don't comprehend this. I start, they're facing all the correct direction. Then at some point in time, it just decides to flip around and I don't catch it.
That sucks.
That is irritating. That is really irritating.
Neurodad Virgin says, for the last several years, it's been asked about in almost each dev stream. I don't think I'd want to play golf in Satisfactory, but I guess many do. I just enjoy the humor and the thought of adding that before other things would extend or refresh the gameplay for those of us that love the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is nothing about golfing that complements this game, other than the fact that this is a very beautiful world, and having another reason to move around in the beautiful world is neat.
Yeah.
Dubs says, I just started 3D printing a fleet.
Oh, cool. What printer did you end up getting? Because my first printer was a Robo 3D, and the Robo 3D was basically one of the first real die-hard, it'll print when nothing else will print, sort of very reliable printers. It did not print really huge quality, and I just, I printed a lot of stuff out anyway.
That's funny, because the only thing I remember when I
from that 3D printer is how unreliable it was.
Well, you know, Mama Doc would probably say the same thing about the Anycubic and the number of times we've, you know, pulled out a filament jam or
Well, okay.
a print has failed or...
The Anycubic is still leagues better than your old 3D printer.
Oh, absolutely. Totally. Absolutely better. So,
Kaizen says, I still can't get over what Bamboo Labs has been putting out. Meanwhile, I'm still fighting with my Cobra Mac.
Well, yes, Bamboo has done great stuff. I was so pleased by Prusa's latest announcements because Prusa's been behind the 8-ball for quite some time.
Nice.
And, yeah, very, very happy with their announcements.
I would personally much rather give my money to Prusa than a Chinese company, but that's just me.
yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not just being Chinese, because Elegoo and Anycubic are both Chinese as well, right? It's...
Elegoo is China, too?
Yep. In fact, I could not get onto the Elegoo website when we were living in Arkansas. I couldn't get on their website to download the manual for the printer because our ISP decided to block their website. I had to use a VPN to visit their website. In fact, I got you to do it on the Boeing VPN.
Yeah.
Because the Boeing VPN let me in on the site.
Yeah, I think it had to do something with Arkansas, because Arkansas also either forced China to sell all their properties in Arkansas or something.
I mean, it's still good for them.
Well,
We should confiscate it all.
but yeah, when Doc was researching to buy this printer, all the issues with Bamboo Studio was happening of, you know, having to log in to use the printer and all that stuff, and there was just enough uncertainty about it that... So... And I know it's going to cost a whole lot more to get the equivalent printer to get it from Prusa, but...
Yep, gonna cost a whole bunch to get the real nice real nice filament changer one.
No,
I would love to have that one.
core one's looking so nice with the 8 filament changer, 8 of them. Oof. With, by the way, a 15-second change time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's insanely
and
good.
that beats Anycubic just hands down, because Anycubic still has to change the head, and because they're only using one head, they have to, you know, push the filament out, extrude the filament until they know that the head is clean. So there's this wasted filament, and there's all the time that it takes to get to that point of actually, you know, extruding the filament to make sure that it's clean.
Mm-hmm.
Change the filament, pull the filament out, change to the new filament, push it in, extrude it, and then you're finally ready to go. So we print single color as often as we can. There are times when we just flat want 2 different colors on the same print. That's when we use it to its advantage there. If they put it in multiple parts and we can print the colors separately in the multiple parts, then we easily just put one color on the printer and it goes a lot faster.
Jay Sanderson says, I've been thinking about getting a Creality 3D printer when I eventually get one.
I've heard of that brand. I don't have any comment about quality or anything.
Yeah, Creality and Anycubic are two of the 3D printing companies that are kind of we build inexpensive printers that work most of the time. That'll be pretty good for your average tinker.
In other words, just like me.
Yeah, it's just like what Doc got. Bamboo is they want to be the Apple of the industry. Their pricing is obviously way better than Apple, but they want to have the most feature-rich, the easiest, smoothest experience. That's what they value above everything else, the smoothest, most perfect experience. Neuro asks, if you could add or remove or change something about Satisfactory, what would it be?
If the change something would be to make it easier to do fluids, give me higher capacity pipes, make it easier to pump them up, give me better indicators to manage fluids. If I could remove something from Satisfactory, I don't. Where are my pain points, Robert? That one's a hard one. I'm struggling to think of what I would take out of the. But okay. What would I? And then it was remove, change, or improve, right?
Yeah. Remove screws is Jace.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want a monitoring system. Just like Kaizen says. That's what I want.
Yeah, I want to be able to see a
Remote
dashboard of my, where my, if I look at a power pole, I can see that my power usage is fluctuating, but what's causing it to fluctuate? Where do I have machines that are turning on and off? Where do I have machines that aren't turning on at all? I can look around my factory and see where there's conveyors that aren't working, and that gives me a good indication of that the machines aren't functioning, at least all the time. But boy, it would sure be nice to have, a dashboard that I could put particular monitors for particular places, like an expansion of the conveyor output ones, where the conveyor output could be put at the end of a manifold line, and that monitor would link like the power switchers do, the automated power switch, to tell me what was working and what wasn't, how much throughput was coming on a certain set of belts, and I would have them all nicely labeled. That would be cool. I think that would be the best monitor and the easiest way to put it into the system, because you've already got the monitoring piece established already. You can flip them onto the conveyor and see right away what the throughput is on that particular conveyor, which that would be incredibly useful. Okay, so I need an input from here. That was quick and simple and easy. And I need an input from here. It's not going to be quite as simple, because I'm going to have to just come down here. Oh, it's too far.
Jay Sanderson says, I just can't get over having a printer that poops.
I hate that term. That's so true,
It just is what it is,
Nope. Can't do that. Gotta do this direction. That was better. Okay, here we go.
Hey, Doc, can we take a moment to shout out to our sponsor?
Oh, yes, I think we ought to. We have Big Players is coming up for renewal here on December 15th. And let's see. I've got a real-time response. Okay, so to conclude, thank you for your efforts these last 3 months, and we are definitely feeling positive to move forward another 3-month deal starting from January. We should continue our conversation after January 5th. In the meantime, please feel free to send us your last invoice for the month ending December 15th. So we're going to have a little bit of a break.
Okay.
But it looks like their budget... Oh, their marketing team is off in December. But they'll resume their campaigns in early January. Personally, be back on at work on January 5th. So yes, they're wanting to renew the contract starting January. So we'll probably get going again in January. That's cool. That's exciting. I was hoping that would be the case, and they're definitely feeling positive. Good.
So one of the nicest things is that we've been able to talk with them, and even though the server's been down, that's been our fault that our multiplayer server has been down. But the fact that every time we've given them feedback, they've immediately tried to improve the service, and in fact, they're testing new server architecture for us and wanting active feedback and trying to improve and always get better. And they're launching new servers for new games that are coming out and everything. So it feels like they're hungry to make a better product and to continually improve and bring more people on.
Yep. And they have seen people that have gone and used Doc35. They've seen people that have used our link to go there to check it out. So they're happy with what we've done and happy with the results that they've got from what we've done. So, that's good news. So, go get your server from them if you would, and let them know by using Doc35 and saving yourself 35%. So, and we'll look forward to continuing to use them as time goes on. Great news. Okay.
And if you guys know of any other company that might be interested in a partnership with us, let us know.
Gamer subs.
Like, what did you just say, Robert?
Gamer subs.
It's
They're
a gamer-focused energy.
It's an energy drink?
Yeah.
Okay.
They tend to have a aesthetic that might not be 100% appropriate for the channel, but we could get them to send us only products that are. Possibly.
Okay, are you saying that they do some that are alcoholic or some that are tea or coffee based?
The artwork has some very pretty women.
Oh, that kind of. Yeah, we might have a challenge with that a bit.
But as far as I know, it's not all of their artwork that does that. So who knows?
Yeah.
And they're a major sponsor of streamers and YouTubers, so it might be worth looking into, even if.
As long as we don't have to compromise the standards of the channel, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to use their drinks? Do you like their drinks or something?
I've never had it. I just know that they're a major support of
I
our kind of stuff.
I just appreciate ping players because we need to have a server anyway, and it fits so well with Satisfactory.
Yeah.
So I'm not super keen with just finding a product, but.
Gibbo says, can someone put the link for Doc's server? If you want to get onto the server, you need to go to our Discord
And if you are a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you can connect up your Discord to your Twitch account, and you'll be able to, and you'll be automatically upgraded to a member on the Discord. At which point you'll be able to access all the information through it.
Now, do understand that the Pax Prosperitas server needs to be reset up. In order to do that, we've got to get all the mods back onto it that we originally used. And that's a bit of work that we need to do tomorrow. That was brought to our attention. Earlier today. So we shall get on that tomorrow morning. So then you'll be able to, if you're a member or subscriber, get on there. You can get onto our Pax Prosperitas server where we're doing a bunch of cool stuff.
Adrestaya says, cough, ping Minecraft, cough, cough.
There you go. Gamer Subs Dock Edition. Back.
Okay.
And all it is the same exact covers of all the rest, except with black bars across them.
What? Adrestaya wants to play Minecraft, and I do too. After the first of the year, I'm going to get back to Minecraft. I'm going to get back to doing some stuff with Anno and Anno 117, and of course, January 6th we'll hopefully be live streaming the release of Star Rupture. Yeah.
That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah. What day of the week is January 6th?
It's a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday.
Might need to do a special.
Might need to do a special Star Rupture release day. Yes. Right, yeah. So nice.
Adrestaya says, Doc, what do you want to see in Minecraft? Besides me digging and building underground /water.
You do such a good job underground. It's so amazing, actually. But what do I want to see? I want to see one mod that will make the gameplay better for me. Right, Robert? You know what I'm talking about. You don't like... Okay, fine. You don't like... But to get me to play Minecraft, you'll install this mod for me, right?
What mod is it?
It's Create.
Oh, really?
Robert made the mistake of showing it to me. Now he's stuck.
I have nothing against Create. But Create is the side project you do every once in a while when you're tired of Minecraft, and you just do it. Oh, this is fun. Wouldn't that be cool if we had this and this? And then you go back to regular Minecraft.
But if I never went back to regular Minecraft, does that mean I'm violating some law of the universe?
Possibly.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna have to do some more research on that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know, whenever I heard that in Boeing, it meant that the answer is really no, but I don't want to say no.
Sounds like a very good way to say that.
There are a lot of cool things that you can do with Minecraft, but Doc's kind of locked into the sandbox nature is a struggle for Doc.
Yeah, give me some structure.
And that's antithetical to Minecraft.
Antithetical to Minecraft. Yeah, that's what I understand.
Yeah. And by the way, there's no structure to create. It's a bigger sandbox, except it's a sandbox full of toys.
Yeah, and the toys looked very appealing.
Doc, we can do create mod, but you have to let me install a mod of my choosing.
And that is gonna be...
You'll see.
No, I'm not gonna go blind.
You'll have to talk to Megalith about that, Garrett.
Oh? Is he the one setting up our mods?
He built a mod pack.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun little mod called the Broken Script. It adds scripting to Minecraft, just a little bit.
Scripting. So you can kind of write your own code to make Minecraft do certain things?
Yeah, just a bit.
Just a bit.
Yeah, it's called the Broken Script. Pretty cool.
Alright, I gotta go turn on some lights here. Gotta go from red light to green light.
Okay. And I have the showcase ready whenever.
Alright.
So we'll be doing that soon. And I'm now getting in to get the server reset for another run.
Okay.
We can do a race. So while Doc is finishing this up, we did an event a couple weeks ago, which was a whole lot of fun. And there were a bunch of people who could not participate because they were either not here, or because they were under 18, or because they were otherwise unable to attend. And we still have the map. We'd like to run the event again. There's 8 slots there. And Garrett, you gonna join us to run it?
I think I'm gonna step out of this one.
Okay. So Garrett's not going to run the race. Doc, do you want to run the race?
Not really. I'd rather watch.
Okay, I'm gonna run the race.
I will be there to commentate with Doc.
And anybody else who wants to.
After all, you've got to have commentators.
And anybody else who wants to join in can. So we will be changing the password and posting it so anybody can come play it that would like to. You have to be on our Discord, and you can get the IP address and stuff from, it's called the Satisfactory Triathlon. Okay, from that area. So that'll be done probably in about another hour-ish. Okay?
All right. That turned the whole lot of them green. We are making ornament bundles now, folks. And
Awesome.
we're still stuffing them all into the depot at this point. So, with them going into the depot, they're not showing up in the container yet, but, you know. Okay, so is there anything else I'm not making yet? Because, see, all of these things get used eventually in various parts of the FICSMAS production line. And so now we've got ornament bundles being built. Wow, this is cool. I love to see the production lines working. Now let's see what we got going here. It looks like it's supposed to be going.
Yeah, but no actual accumulation. I don't think that the accumulation that you see is an actual asset in game. It's just an image that they place on whatever you call it.
Yeah, probably. Probably. And there's no interacting with it at all. Frostbite hazard. Oh, come on. Cold surface, do not touch.
And there you are, rolling your body up against it.
Something like that.
Hugging it. He's out in the desert. Come on now.
Yeah, Garrett, come on. All right, so let's see if there's any other FICSMAS stuff that I've missed along the way. Okay. Okay, the red ornament, the blue ornament, the snow, copper, iron, and the bundle. I think I'm going to go deconstruct the bundle from down there. You know, doggone it, I should have been doing.
Oh,
Well, I couldn't.
Oh.
I couldn't do those until I had the bundles available.
Okay.
So, but it'll be interesting to see if I can choose the FICSMAS power lights and upgrade them. Look at that.
Now, at the very least, all of your this factory has to be the power.
Oh, that looks
Right.
so good.
Yeah, it does. Interesting how the line acts like it's being hit with something.
Perfect.
So, Doc, at this point, who's spent more time decorating for Christmas, you or Mama Doc? If we count this as decorating for Christmas.
If we count this in-game stuff, after the 8 hours today, I could probably say that it's probably running neck and neck now.
Yeah. It's so funny because, you know, she's been trying to scale back Christmas.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
I
right.
think is
until Christmas gets here.
Yeah, scale back Christmas. But I tell you what, I have had to fight tooth and nail to get a single minute with our 3D printer. Because Mama Doc has queued up so many things to print and gifts to give and little stocking stuffers and toys and this and that. And then she talks about, you know, well, I don't want to cook a huge meal, but every day I've gone over to the house for like the last week or two. She's been making cookies or pre-making a meal for for later, or some other something catering for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
She invited us over for the first time ever. She invited us over for a tree lighting, and she had a plate of cookies out, and everybody got a cookie. And she not only had her tree, but then she had this other tree, which is just a display for nativity scenes, as well as the nativities that were on the mantle and on the kitchen table and on another table. She loves nativities.
Yes.
And so while we were all watching, she walked us through when she bought each one of these nativities, why it was special. You know, she has one from France, one from South America, I believe, one that was super cheap, but she bought it when we were all kids, and she's had it forever, so that one's special for that reason. One she's inherited. Anyway.
Yep, she kind of went on and on about that, didn't she?
Yeah, and we got to enjoy hearing my mom talk about stuff that she loves, which is really neat because my mom isn't really a fan of anything. She doesn't really have a lot of anything in the way of a hobby for herself. You know, she's much more of a service and duty oriented person, and so hearing her talk about something she loves was a whole lot of fun.
And she really does have a very nice collection.
Yeah. It's not just a quantity thing, it's a fairly decent collection she's collected over the years for a purpose.
It'll be interesting to see what nighttime looks like with these lights strung.
And 98 Act has subscribed with Prime, subscribed now for 6 months.
All right.
Good to see you again.
All right. I guess I'm back to having been caught up with everything. So, do you have the showcase ready?
Yeah, and for some reason, Doc, it downloaded this time. It generated the PDF.
It actually did it right this time.
Yeah,
Huh?
I don't know why. So it's in the transfer folder, on the root of transfer called Showcase December 12, 2025.
You should also go to the room beneath you, replace the power lines there, and see if they actually shed some light on the area.
Yeah. Yes, I should. Just don't know that I want to do it right now. So.
Yeah, it looks like these orbit clusters are fairly. You need to make sure you have plenty of them for the rest of the year. And then use these for now.
Only use what from now?
The FICSMAS line.
Okay.
Power.
Okay.
Doc doesn't know about that yet.
All right. Wonder what happens to the FICSMAS lights when the event is over. They just go right back to normal
Nope, they stay.
cables.
You just can't build them again until.
Wait, you can't build them again? Or
Correct.
you can't build the ornament?
You can't build it. You can't even use the FICSMAS power light.
You cannot build a fixed power line.
That's-
The whole option of the build menu goes away.
So it's in the root of the thing, and it's a PDF file. Huh?
Yep.
Okay. Hopefully, I'll be able to page through it.
Yeah.
So
If not, I can still show up in my computer. Hey, Garrett, can you say something controversial? Nobody's talking in chat at the moment.
is that how you get people to?
I mean, it worked.
So that gamer stops.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one didn't do anything. I was expecting there to be some comment there, but we've talked about it in the past. So.
Alrighty. So.
Oh, what's some popular IP that I can crash?
Oh, I don't.
No, you don't have to, Garrett.
No, Kaizen.
Okay. Okay. So what?
Pineapple belongs on people. Oh, brother. Sure. Okay.
Okay. He didn't say the evil thing. He didn't say the evil thing. It's okay. It's okay.
What's it named, Robert? Showcase 1225.
That's it.
All right. And that's still in PowerPoint.
Yep.
Yeah. I almost thought that
I
Kaizen
thought you
said
said-
pineapple belongs on pizza, and then
Yeah.
I would have had to delete him. I would have had to ban him.
So Meech is building his Christmas factory and listening.
Well, last week, during the event, we toured.
We can't have that talk, Kaizen. We can't have that talk here.
Okay. Why did you?
He said the evil thing.
Oh, he says he likes pineapple pizza on pizza?
Yes.
Good. Well, I like pineapple on pizza. Kaizen controller. Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you very much for coming today. We're done with the stream. We'll see you next week.
Not happening. All right.
Let's pull Doc out of the way of this.
Yes, let's do that. Okay. Me? Okay, so we have Sesnick. Finally spun up the Phase 2 coal plant. Had been using coal belts underneath the generators because feeding them from above was gross. Yeah, okay. But I found a way to do a very tight coal feed from above, which made the plumbing simpler. More space, able to keep pipes below base head lift, yeah. And feed from below. Clearance on the coal feed is extremely tight, but not a war crime. Okay, just have some decoration, theming left, and cleanup of some of the concrete work and the road ramp out of the crater. All right. So this is a coal power plant. This is really neat. Neat. Makes it look so real with the fog in there, like it's a real factory down there. Neat. Okay. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay.
Kaizen says, okay, but the people who put bananas on
Now that's a little bit challenging.
Who
for
does
me.
that?
So there's the real pizza, which it has pepperoni and doesn't have pineapple or anything else. Then there are some dessert pizzas where you can put pineapple and banana and all that, and it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want with a dessert pizza because it's not a real pizza.
Okay. Well, somebody that says "'Cause I'm Nobody" submitted this one, and it's just a pretty laid out factory. Looks like it starts from maybe miner to smelter to something else, and instructor. That's pretty cool.
One of our regulars. I just can't remember which one it is. That's his Discord name.
Okay. All right.
It has a very well executed sterile look.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's Ben.
That's Ben?
Yeah.
Ben is "'Cause I'm Nobody"? Okay. Oh, Ben is obviously somebody. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go to the next one. And it's just made my first enclosed and a bit decorated factory. I'd love some feedback. Well, you did nice. Now, obviously, you did this fairly recently because there's presents falling from the sky. So it's a steel factory, iron plate factory. So this must be the inside of the factory, and this is the outside. So you can kind of see where we're going with that. And we're by this by that front door there. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, that's the level that I decorate my factory with. Probably, not even close to what Jake's or Whitestone Industries would do, but that's kind of where the level I'm at. So
Exterior previous.
yeah, exterior of this one. You seen it on screen?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, let's go next. This looks like Mega Meaty Bacon Man color. No, Technitar.
Related.
Related. Okay. Got a bunch of things going on here.
Spaghetti.
Yep, that's some pretty deep spaghetti. Looks like a bit tangled. Okay. And then Christian has a nicely laid out oil factory. Interesting, because he's got oil, water. He must be using diluted turbo fuel, or what do you think there, Robert? He's using oil and mixing water with
Just
diluted fuel.
Yeah.
Diluted fuel. So oil and water to create diluted fuel, and then he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 power plants running off of a single, looks like a single node, or at least a single pipe at this point. Way cool. And so what are all these biofuel power plants over here? maybe use that to get the thing started.
Yeah,
to-
quite likely.
Or those batteries.
I don't think they look like batteries from here.
Oh, I got a fairly small screen.
Yeah. Okay, half. Wow.
Quite a tower.
Yeah, that's quite the circle. I'm not breathing enough. Doggone it. I keep yawning because I'm not breathing enough. Quite the circle coming around here. That's just cool. Out in the grassy fields. Are these trains over here?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
2 train stations over the edge.
Wow.
Very nice.
Very, very nice. Jake's. Okay. Yeah. There we go with Jake's again. That's just really, really nice looking stuff. Stackable refinery blueprint. Interesting.
Wait, so each one of those modules is a separate blueprint?
It looks like it.
That's so cool.
That is cool. 4 stacked ones like the image can do 1,000 iron ore per minute using pure ingot alternate. Just need to make a decent roof to cap the tower. Nice. Very nice. 1,000 iron ore ingots. And this is out in the Dune Desert, so he'd probably put it right closer, right on top of an iron mine.
That would make sense.
Yeah, it would. Okay. Okay, another Jake's. This is uproad and rail upgrade connecting the Spire Coast and the Dune Desert. That is nice. Spire Coast is where we call the Northern Oil Fields, Robert?
Yep.
Okay. Nice roadways underneath this and truck stations along the way. And I suppose there's a train underneath the hypertube there. Or is that the train? That is the train. Sorry. That is the train on top. And it whirls on down and connects with other stations along the way. I use this corridor right here a lot for my trains. I find it particularly useful because it's nice and wide. And gets you from one side of the map to the other pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. And we have Undead down. Okay, just 88 more fuel generations and I have the power. Fuel generators.
Looks like he's at least going for turbo fuel, if not rocket fuel or better.
Possibly. And he's down in that lake area that we built that have all those oil fields right on the rim of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we built a big power plant there one time too. Pretty cool. So you think he's got not just, you think he's making turbo fuel here?
I mean, for 88 fuel generators, I don't think you can do that much just off of standard fuel.
Okay. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Okay.
Oh.
Now this kind of picture makes it look like a toy train.
Yeah?
Now we saw this 2 pictures before.
Uh-huh.
This is this right here.
You're right.
So you're getting a close-up view of what that looks like with the train station there and all the accoutrements all around it.
That's a truck station.
Yeah. One thing Jake's likes to do is he likes everything to look neat and tidy. So he's got 2 truck stations here, one there and one facing backwards. So 2 different trucks can stop at the station, whether they go to the front or to the back.
And you notice the little bits of detail, like the lighting on the side of the platforms.
Yeah.
That's 5 minutes of effort just to put that on there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, how much blueprint? Like, does he have like 1,000 blueprints and he has a little lighting blueprint? Or does he go and set that in there every single time?
I would think he'd blueprint that.
Man.
The way he keeps churning it out so quickly, I can't imagine that's not being a blueprint.
Yeah.
Or not be compiled with blueprinted items anyway, at least. So.
Okay.
And this is what a great day. It was fun to help build. Yep, that was our start to the track with the eight different positions. My name Jake's. Jake's is up here. Whitestone is up here. They helped build it, and of course, Mega Meaty Bacon Man helped too, but he didn't glorify himself with a sign, unfortunately. And then Pink Player's up there. So.
Yep. So I built this stadium originally, and it was fairly bland. But I built the stadium, and he came in here. He put up the billboards. He put up the truss there with the starting line. He put up the Pink Player's sign and the arch back there, the inflatable arch thing. And he helped color it. So he brought it to life a whole lot more. I just had the bare bones of the idea. Oh, and he did the arrow signs along the side.
Yep.
Of the highway as well. So he did a whole lot to making it feel much more real.
Yeah. Very true. And there, that must be making packaged fuel. Can you possibly guess that?
Yep, that sounds about right.
Yeah, Ferrari. Interesting how he made it look so much like a container, fuel container. And of course, it's out over the water, so they're on derricks there. That's pretty cool. That is really cool. Alright, Scorn Noob. Finally, some power. Yeah, it looks like there's quite a bit of power there. Very good. Scorn Noob? That's not Corn Man, is it?
No.
No, it's somebody else. Okay.
Yeah, I don't recognize that name.
Okay.
I like those big industrial buildings behind.
Yeah.
That's neat.
It is. It's just... Oh, and Bengaluru City. Bluru City. Yeah. Okay. And a dual level train station. The station up here and the tracks going by it down there. Interesting. Wow. Is this... Okay. Is this a side-by-side train? I'm trying to get the aspect ratio here.
Oh, that is weird.
Yeah. Because the over part is going over to the right here. So this looks like it may be one of the mod packs that allow you to do 2 lanes.
Oh, read the description.
Had an idea. I'm digging it. Bad pictures, but I have a second rail train going through my train station where the raised platform is. Oh, so he put the new train station on the raised platform on the side. That's interesting. And it fit. That's weird.
So Old Stoke
barely fit
asks,
anyway. Over here, it looks like it's clipping a bit.
Yeah, Old Stoke asks, how do we share these pictures like these with you?
Ah, that's a good point. Why don't you tell him, Robert?
Sure. Well, if you join our Discord, and I'll go ahead and post a link to it here. There are 3 different channels labeled Showcase. So there's a Showcase channel that's specifically made for Satisfactory builds, one for real life pictures, and one for Minecraft. Because we were playing quite a bit of Minecraft there for a bit. But yeah, if you join our Discord, you post pictures there. We do this about once a month. Usually it's the first week of the month. This time it was the second week because of our event last week. But yeah, post pictures. We like in progress builds. Like this is just a concept that he posted, as well as some fully completed builds. And it's fun to share ideas and
it is.
Get inspiration from each other.
Big fun. Big fun. Okay, well, very good. And Jake's, another Jake's. Boy, that looks like almost dystopian. The way it's just kind of towers in the desert. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, update the temple. Update the template a bit, and I think they look much better now. Quite happy with the look. Okay.
Yeah, I guess is that the same building as before?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
The other one was like a 3-way something, but
yeah.
Man. So one thing that Jake's did that he mentioned on the on our live stream last week is we got to World Tour. is that with every biome change, he's changing the style. So he started out in kind of a cyberpunk, then he went to a futuristic city. Now he's going to kind of like a post-industrialist wasteland kind of vibe, which I think he's kind of hitting.
Yeah.
You know, a lot less human, a little more abstract, a lot of reds and browns and.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Okay. I was just refreshing both of my Twitch and YouTube streams. Okay, and so we have Void Anon, and this marks the end of this run. 257 hours. 257 hours. He likes to build things really nice along the way.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing though that he's got Mark 6 belts. So you can see the Mark 6 belts down here. That he's colorized.
Though I have to say, it kind of looks like he got phoned it in there at the end, making a quick factory out in front.
Yeah, you might have. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, let's throw down a manufacturer down here so we can get something into here, so we can get something into there. And possibly... yeah, exactly. Whoops. Interesting. I wanted to see what else I could see. This kind of a generic factory like the what I tend to build. Oh, pretty cool. And more gorgeous stuff. Zesnig. Everyone builds coal here. My 64 generators with compacted coal plant in progress. Half the generators spooled up. Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, you can see the green lights on the right three manifolds, the right two manifolds, and the left two manifolds are still red lights, so half of them. Yeah. Interesting. That's quite a devotion to coal generators. And he's got, yeah, he's following the same 3 to 8 model. 3 here to 8, along here, and he's got them separated in this case over here by color. That's neat. 3 generators to 8 coal plants. Nice. And here, Voidenon, my second factory that I'm proud of, but the first one of this scale, my Opus Grande Infinity Circuit Factory. Quite a name. Infinity Circuit Factory. That's pretty cool. And he's probably doing this on a computer that struggles with the graphics, because both of his pictures have been a bit on the grainy side.
Yeah. That's a pretty massive factory.
That is a
It is. I'm sure any
Wow,
computer would
that's
struggle with this, yes.
Infinity Circuit Factory.
Uh-huh.
That's a pretty big That's a pretty complex factory to make that. Make all.
Yeah. Yeah. Jake's also knows how to take pictures. So this is pretty cool. And notice, his attention to detail down here.
Yeah. That's how he does power.
Uh-huh.
Like, okay, Garrett, you gotta get on that level.
Yeah. You're right.
It's cool. And multicolored. It is spaghetti. It is spaghetti, but it works. Yeah. Okay. This is Doc's new 60 station export building. Yep. This is the Pax Prosperitas world and how it's progressing. And we'll continue on that Pax Prosperitas world.
For how much longer?
If people don't
Basically
get
till-
bored of it.
Yeah, it'll be basically till the end of this month, but with this delay in getting it back up, sorry guys, It might last a little bit longer.
Yeah. Gamer Fox, what do you think of my factory? This really gives you a, industrial area shut down at night, walking along the sidewalks and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Mark says, I thought mine was old school, but OMG, these make my stuff look ancient.
Oh, look at that.
That is a very interesting suspension style.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Interesting. Especially interesting how he's, gone along with the curve of the road here.
Yeah, that's
and
really nice.
Putting his supports over there. Where is this? What is this over? It looks like it's, no man's land down there. And look down here too. He's got even.
This might very well be the edge, close to the edge now.
Yeah, in fact, the top there, the top of the screen, that's the blue crater.
This is the blue crater?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is off the edge of the map.
Yep.
And the blue crater is the one that's in the far south of the map?
Yeah, southeast corner, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. That's cool. This is a unique perspective that we don't get very often from this angle.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Good tower design. Yeah. That's an interesting tower design, especially. And you can see two different variants of it down here.
I kind of like it aesthetically, but I don't think it does anything because there's no load limit on any given wire. Right?
True.
But I think aesthetically it's neat.
Yeah.
It feels like a high power load.
Yeah. Like you got multiple lines being brought. Exactly.
Oh. That's not a,
That's not a power tower, no.
No, it's not.
Uh-uh.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a hand-built one. Down here that looks like the base of a regular tower here.
Mm-hmm.
But this definitely isn't.
Well, that base is the power tower.
Okay, the base up to this point is the power tower.
Yeah,
Then
in
they
fact, you can see
added
some...
them.
Yeah.
But how do you get all of those going so far? Extending so
The power tower extends a lot farther than a regular power pole.
I mean, sure, but all of these aren't.
Oh.
Those aren't power towers.
No.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What is that big?
Yeah, what is this?
Huh.
If it's a mod, we might need to get that one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And the No Name 4110 has this picture. Just taking a picture of something unique.
This looks like Jake's World.
Yeah, but No Name 4110 is Jake's
Yeah.
World.
Look at it's kind of like the rings over the top. They go around the...
It's the same photography style that he's doing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting how he managed to. What is it that he's embedded inside that pillar to create
I
that
have no idea.
vertical white?
Yeah. Crazy, crazy. Now we got two rock monsters walking across his factory.
What?
Where is this on the map? That's crazy. I don't know where this is on the map.
Oh, these are just the Western oil fields.
Yeah, okay. But from a very different perspective than I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
The fact that you call those two rock monsters, that is really funny because that's all I'm ever going to see again.
Yeah.
That's cool. He says, well, hey, I'm currently in process of upgrading my power in the same spot. Okay. Interesting. Very industrial there. Kind of like the old red barn for the Boeing company. That is just really neat.
Chico says if you're spreading the grasslands, it has the closest oil net.
Oh, the blue crater.
Interesting. Okay. Just when I get things running smoothly. I just like it when things run smooth. Okay. 1,112 per minute on a belt. On a 1,200 per minute belt. That's pretty good. Two of them doing exactly the same amount. Meaning his consumption on the other side is his production on the other side is producing exactly 1,112 for both of them. Pretty cool. And oh dear, what has Malevolo done? Robert, here's what I've made, but ensure makes no output. Make sure no output line ever goes dry, but also perfectly overflows to any downline machine. So, what do you call this, Robert?
Madness.
Did Robert fall off of his chair?
Sorry, no, I'm watching a short video somebody linked to me.
Oh,
What?
okay.
Sorry.
So, what do you call this?
It's called Chaos, but we'll give you more details on that in a short later.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Chaos is the acronym for the
And who
what this
were we
is.
rated by, folks?
Oh,
DSGZ.
All right.
Hey guys.
Fantastic.
Welcome.
Hi, guys. Good to have you. We're working on looking at various people's builds, and this is Lexi's. Factory has to keep making ingots, and the road needs to stay clear for deliveries. No people walking on this road. Okay.
Very nice.
Very good. She makes pretty, I make functional. 1,200 quartz crystals a minute? I sure hope it's enough. I sure hope it's enough. All right.
yeah. Quantum Star was off watching DSGZ, and now he's back.
All righty. Good. Fantastic. And this is nighttime in real life. Tad bit misty over the weekend in Oklahoma. This is a foggy night. This is really badly foggy in Oklahoma. You ain't seen nothing unless you've been on the West Coast and seen fog on the West Coast. But this is, yeah, the nice picture though. You took a nice picture there. And of course, Hellwalker's cat taking a snooze. Quantum.
That's for Garrett. Garrett,
Okay.
Wait, what?
it's the Nuka-Cola Quantum, made by Jones Soda. This came up a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you're right. It's in real life.
All right. About to go to bed, I guess not. Cats are already asleep there.
DSGZ says, wanted to return the raid from the other day. Oh my goodness, those are amazing.
Wired a new bike.
Some great builds, yeah.
Oh man.
That's a nice looking bike.
I miss my bikes. That one's got some neat art on the side too. Wish we could get a little bit clearer picture. I hope you'll send more pictures of that later. When you get a better picture. There's General Rex again. Hi, General Rex. Seems like we already know you. And there's Hellwalker's Black Cat. And we're done.
That's it.
We're just getting to the good stuff. I mean, the cats and the motorcycles.
So this is the November.
These are submissions from November, yes.
Okay.
Yep, we'll do it again in January with everything that's been done in December.
Which leads us to two announcements. Number one, we are going to do one race through last week's event. So, especially all you raiders, if you guys are currently playing Satisfactory, we have a server. We're going to run 8 people through. Anybody who's interested can join in and play. It has 0 mods.
Yep, plain vanilla. And let
Okay.
me get Satisfactory up and running again. That is, if anybody wants to join. There it is. Boy, I can't see.
Lexi asks, why did you sell your bike, Doc?
I sold my bike shortly after Robert was born. At that point, I had 3 children, and the bike was risky, and I didn't use it much. So I took one last ride with my dad and my brother. They had their bikes out. We went on a ride around Maple Valley. And if you know Maple Valley, that was just a gorgeous ride, coming from our house, going out there. I need to dump my mods, Robert.
Yes,
I
sir.
forgot to dump my mods.
I just posted the IP, port, and password in chat.
Okay.
The password has changed from the last time anybody joined. The first, we can run up to 8 people at once. Okay.
Okay. All right, no mods to show. Let's get back to Satisfactory there. Maybe you had to look at the little birdies before we go.
I would like to participate, but if we fill up, I will not.
Okay.
No mods, PC only.
Okay. So I sold my bike basically because I valued my family and my ability to raise my family more than my desire to ride a motorcycle. That doesn't mean I don't miss it. I have a lot of good memories riding around with my wife on the back of the motorcycle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Chinko and Lexi are going to give it a pass because they have raced it before.
Okay. All right. So if there is anybody that wants to join us, I mean, we can go back to playing my Duck solo game. That's fine too.
Mm-hmm. This was suggested earlier. It wasn't something we really planned on doing. I kind of wanted to race against Garrett.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So do we have anybody?
Not yet. It's just the 3 of us so far.
Okay. So Garrett, you willing to race Robert if
Not
nobody
really.
comes? You're not willing. Boy, things are loading slow.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm glitching all over the place while you're getting in.
Yeah.
Neuro says, I wish I could. Stuck working and lurking. Well, if we don't get anybody else, we can run through it because it'll be a quick run. And you guys can see me and Garrett running through and just as a showcase.
Okay. One last time on our famous track.
Cool. Kaizen's going to join in. What's the process to get on? So if you get into Satisfactory, so it's PC only, and you go to your server manager, the main menu, and the comments posted a little above you. You put in that IP and the port address, and the IP, the port, and the password. Okay. And Jay Sanderson is still at work too. Yeah, to be honest, we've been told that quite often, and that's kind of the bulk of our audience. It's people just at work who have that kind of job where you can always keep an ear open, and you just want some general entertainment.
Yeah. And we have a pretty chill channel, so you can't get in trouble if somebody sees it.
Unless Garrett starts talking about his favorite gamer drink.
I don't have a favorite gamer. Sorry.
And here's Lexi. She's just gonna watch. She's not gonna race. That's fine. You guys can watch me fail.
She wants to start a race.
Oh. Sounds good to me.
Looks like Kaizen controller who's here.
Excellent. Well, that way you guys can kind of see the delta between somebody who's played it before and somebody who hasn't. So.
Yeah, just find
The one thing to note, this is just typical of Satisfactory when played on a server, is you might get stuck after you get out of a vehicle. Just get in and out of it like 3 or 4 or 5 times, and eventually you'll be able to.
Quantum Star says, I've got 2 400-pound motors within 20 feet of me all day. Any noise is better than that.
Man.
No kidding. Okay, so looks like Kaizen controller is going to be here.
Okay, looks like I
All
see
right.
3 people inside.
Okay, Lexi. All you have to do is take out the red, and when the red turns to green, everybody can go.
Yep, so look up at the lights.
Go ahead, Lexi. Let's get her started.
Okay, she says she knows. Cool.
Nope, it doesn't look like there's anybody else. They're all set, ready to go.
Are y'all ready?
Yes.
Ready. Let's see who else.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Whoever's on the left here. Oh, Garrett is racing. He got out in front of us. Here, I'll change them. Wow.
Yeah, you can change to your point of view and watch the race.
While
that way.
stream, you guys can watch from my point of view until Doc gets into a.
Yeah, until I get to the next station.
Yeah. I'm racing with a little bit of a handicap here. Who else do we got back here? I don't see anybody else, so.
Yeah, you should have.
Garrett, did you wreck?
Nope. I think I'm.
Oh, there
I
he
see
is.
one other.
There he is. He's off to the left. I'm off to the
I
right.
see Robert. And behind us, and Kaizen is behind us.
Oh, no. Now I'm in last. Oh, I'm hitting Kaizen.
Gosh, why do the Explorers feel so slow?
Yeah, they do. This is not the fastest fuel, but it's one of the fastest fuels.
Yeah, we used rocket fuel. All right. I'm waiting at the final stretch before getting to the quiz.
See, I never saw this part of the race. Garrett saw it, so he probably is doing the better way. But this is
Yep.
kind of the intended
I
direction.
definitely am doing the better way.
Oh, yeah? Alright.
It is so much faster.
I didn't even know about that when we,
And a ton of people made up quite a bit of time, quite a number of places,
No!
by hitting that shortcut.
Yeah.
Gosh, the stupid sand. So slippery.
Well,
And
Dad,
s-
if I haven't jumped back to you at the right time, let me know. And I'll...
And the stupid tick bug.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
No, come on. Go, go.
Okay. There we go.
Come on, the vehicle is not controlling the way I want it to control.
I think I've made up a bit of my time. Are you still in first, Garrett?
I think so, yeah.
Oh.
Mostly because because somebody's been knocking me in the back. Probably Kaizen.
Yeah. Come on. Ugh.
Oh,
Gah.
no, 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 no! Ah!
Yes, 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 yes.
All right, they're coming around the
Okay.
curve, Robert.
I managed to
Change
get-
to mine.
Out ahead, it looks like.
Well, the first sandrail race, basically, or a race through the desert, we've got them all bunched together.
Make sure you go to the room with your vehicle number. I'm vehicle number 3. Garrett is
1.
1.
Kaizen is 2.
Okay, we'll have Kaizen do 2. Ooh, I think I just bumped in front of Kaizen. And dismantle your vehicle, bring it with you.
Yes, dismantle vehicle.
No!
Bring it with you. No what? Somebody got
I'm stuck.
in their vehicle?
I'm stuck. Okay.
No. Oh gosh. I got sent back.
Did Kaizen leave his vehicle outside?
Yeah, just... Kaizen, if you get spit back, come dismantle it and bring it with you.
There we go.
There he comes. He got it.
No! Gosh dang it! I thought I knew the entire quiz. Gosh, you are punishing with sending everybody back to the beginning like this.
It's easy to forget the answers to the questions.
Okay, Doc, where is he? Kaizen said he's stuck. He's stuck in his vehicle?
No. Not
Okay.
stuck in his vehicle.
Okay, you gotta help find him, get him back. Where is... Oh, there's the door.
Oh, cool. Here we go.
Well, I couldn't see him in any other places. So
Okay, well you have to go searching for him.
Oh man, it's dark in here.
Robert got it in front of me.
I don't
Oh,
see him
you're
in
out of
this
the quiz,
first
Garrett?
building.
I am.
I don't. Gosh, doing this thing at nighttime is awful.
It's middle of the day.
And why is it so dark in here now?
They didn't put any lighting in there. I want to help troubleshoot because I want Kaizen to... Is he... Okay, Doc, use the compass to find him. Yeah, orange is Garrett.
Why does my car keep spitting out?
Pink is Alessandra. I can't see him.
Have either
I
of you
went
have
the
Robert,
wrong
have you had any
way.
problems with your vehicle spinning out?
Yeah, it's a skill issue.
Ooh, you're still...
Garrett,
I can't
turned
find
over
him.
in a
I didn't
river
find him
and
in
I'm behind
in
you.
any of the.
Up there, so look to the right. He's that green, like that lime green. In your compass, go to look. Turn around 180 degrees. He's that one in front of you now. So he probably just has to build and rebuild, or get into and out of his vehicle several times.
Is that what he meant by stuck?
Oh, nah, he just got flung back. He's
Yeah.
fine. Okay, it looks like he's working on it again. Okay, now he's unstuck. Oh, Garrett, you were so close. I almost ran over you. I was really trying to.
There he goes.
Okay, he got out.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yep, he got out.
Okay. Sorry, I can't answer Discord at the moment. I'm kind of busy.
Not even chat. Well, Doc could read a little bit of chat.
Yeah.
Doc, you want to take the teleporter? Yeah, I'm running back to take the teleporter. Almost forgot about the teleporter. Started running after him. Okay, something is really funky here.
What's up?
I am walking incredibly slow.
Do you have Blade Runners on?
Yes.
Holding or tapping shift?
There it goes. Okay. Something thinks I'm constantly crouching.
Tap control a couple times.
Okay. All right. Stall number 2, that's on the upper floor, right?
No, 1 through 4 is all bottom floor.
Okay, so I have to go to the bottom floor.
I've already built my entire thing. How about you, Robert?
No, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I'm seconds away from finishing it.
And I'm just waiting for the last few, coal.
Really? I have 80 coal so far.
Okay.
Really? You built it that much faster than me? That's kind of surprising, Garrett. I wonder if you built something funky.
Nope.
And there he goes. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, Robert, it's a skill issue.
Okay.
There's nothing in the storage box for him to take.
What?
There's nothing in the storage box.
Have him go to room 4.
Okay, go to room 4. Oh,
I have no idea what that happened. Weird.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the Iron Buffet is where Robert's really gonna...
unless he
pull
already
ahead of me.
picked it up out of there and was still trying to figure out how to do things.
Oh, that's possible.
I'm pretty sure Robert has a better method for doing the Iron Buffet than I do.
Come on. Garrett, how are you that much farther ahead of me? I really have to wonder what you did.
He's getting red on everything. I don't know. There we go.
Yeah, we built identically, Garrett.
Spilled all over myself.
You just beat me there by about 10, 15 seconds and then built faster than I did.
Okay, we had Dan Smilly. Subscribe with Prime. Thank you, thank you.
I'm at 190. So 5 more. Okay.
Luckily, he's in an area where the inputs all lined up.
Good. Yeah, they all lined up on the lowers.
You just didn't get them fixed on the uppers?
Right. Mark asked a question on YouTube that I just can't quite get from the...
Okay. Is this just a race, or is this all the shenanigans? Well, there is quite a bit of regular stuff happening, and there's shenanigans along the way as well. So.
Biggest shenanigan is I'm going to run in there and delete Garrett's constructor and assembler. We didn't put a timer on it. Gosh darn it.
No, we didn't.
It's building a really nice manifold.
Okay, smart plating motor. Come on. Smart plating.
All right. We are down to a waiting game now. We're just waiting for the production to happen.
Yep.
Ah ha 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 ha. He had a thought. How about if I build a crafting bench?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yep. But he's up to 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. He's building fast. Be sure to refuel it. Okay, he's taking it out his first stack.
Oh, okay. Where is it? On here.
Okay. Okay, where is he? You've got enough. You only need 2 stacks. $169. Oh dear. Why does he only have 169? What's the problem, folks?
Oh, he's using Mark 1 belts.
Just running too slow?
Yeah, he should be using Mark 3 belts.
Did he have enough to upgrade it? Okay, he's off and running.
Done. Firing done.
I am totally messing this up.
Okay.
Oh, this is frustrating. See, I've done this, and I was able to bust through it pretty quickly, but
Okay, we have Kaizen coming into the smashing into the wall and running in. Good job, Kaizen. Good job. Okay.
Okay. I am on to the Tower of Chaos, or the Tower of Pain.
oh, really?
Uh-huh.
That's frustrating. Well done, Garrett.
Thank you. Thank you. No, 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 no. Oh my gosh, it is so much more narrow. Can't afford these delays.
Cheers, Doc, but I've not bothered with the 4x4. It's useless. Ping is 113 milliseconds.
Huh.
He managed to build a crafting bench.
Oh no. Oh no. Laura, help me. There we go. The game is conspiring against me at the last moment.
That's definitely it.
The one missing piece is I wish we could hear what people are saying.
Yeah. Bunch of trash talk between contestants. That's what would really make this.
Well, no, not at this point. Because see, we've got Kaizen in here, and he's used some of his materials to build a crafting bench, and I'm not sure what he's trying to craft at the crafting bench.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't do alternate recipes at the crafting bench, and this thing requires all recipes. Yeah, I know.
I think I soft blocked myself. I messed up the recipes, and I think I soft blocked myself.
No!
Meaning you don't have enough supplies to continue.
I think I might have.
Here, deposit everything you have and go to a new and go to a new one. Do it over.
Me?
Yeah.
Nah. I'm gonna go as far as I can.
So he's making iron plates in the constructor. And he's building rotors in the... So he's built screws. No, he hasn't built screws yet. Now he's building rods. Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm on the sky bridges.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to cross the finish line way first.
Oh yeah. No, Garrett 100% beat me.
Ah ha ha ha. Ah, jeez.
The automated wiring I got here. I got a stator, I got that.
That was good, right?
I'm not as far behind as what I thought I was.
No, it wasn't. There we go.
Yep. Lexi, we have a winner. You've crossed the finish line now, Garrett?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And my stuff has been verified.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, no wonder I've been so confused. I screwed up on my... I wrote modular engine instead of modular frame on my to-do list. That's why, from the very beginning, I screwed up.
Oh no.
Which is why I needed 3 reinforced iron plate, which is, duh, course.
But you're for sure done.
No, I'm still
Really?
finished.
You checked out his inventory? It's all there? How do you check out somebody's inventory?
I dropped all the items.
Oh. She's talking about you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, he's got the modular frame. Don't make any more than you have to. Okay, he's making stators. That'll get him the motor.
Robert, the crash site near the Iron Buffet. You can get the materials there.
No.
Hey, we left them there. They're fair game.
No. That was one of those oops, didn't notice it before the race, but we didn't want to mess it up for anyone new coming in, right?
All right, now he's making rotors. I'm useless at this stuff, Mark says.
Alexi says people moved to crash sites during the event. Yeah, they did.
Yep.
For anything useful?
Yes.
Okay. You have the stator and the cable needed to do the automated wiring?
Oh no. Even more of these? Yeah, I went down the entirely the wrong way, got all the wrong stuff. So yeah,
you used up your
Hoping you have
resources?
just enough left.
I got that, I gotta make some. Now I gotta stop and make 6 more reinforced iron plate. Which means,
6 more?
yeah, it's 3 reinforced iron plate. Oh, so no, I only had to make 3 more. Sorry, but anyway.
Yeah.
So well done.
I queued literally everything up on my on the to-do list, so I knew the total amounts from the beginning.
That's exactly what I did, but I put modular engine instead of modular frame on there, and so all my stuff was wrong. I'm like,
I didn't
what
even
the
realize
heck?
there was an item called the modular engine.
Yeah. See, that's the problem. I was too experienced in the game. You're not experienced enough to realize.
Oh, yeah.
So you're so
okay,
new to the game that
okay.
you could get confused.
Okay, I
really,
see.
this is just beginner's luck. That's really what the
Uh-huh.
issue is here.
The extra couple of weeks of Satisfactory that you bought the game before me.
And the 1,000 hours I played with Doc.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah. What
No.
does that matter? Shinko says, yeah, if you loot the one in between the Iron Palace and the Tower of Pain, you only need to build like half the stuff.
Really? So whoever got there first had a huge advantage.
Well, I lost track of him.
Because he's in the event.
No, he's still behind you, Doc.
You still behind me? You hiding behind a building?
It's inside.
There it goes. Okay.
Uh-oh. Did you accidentally use the stuff? He accidentally used the stuff he needed for his vehicle.
Yep, that was an issue that people had to figure out.
Yeah.
I did that my first time.
Yeah, I need to make 1 more motor because of that.
Well, he's got a car out here. Or is that your car, Robert?
That's mine.
Oh. You could just steal a car out here.
Hey. I'm really close. I'm gonna make it, but not elegantly.
Usual streaming time max is 5 o'clock, and it's 4:30 our time right now. So we're still within, and we're letting somebody who didn't get a chance to run the race on Monday go ahead and run the race today. And he's trying to figure out why he can't build his Explorer.
Forgot to put fuel in it. I don't know what's wrong with it.
And Lexi's trying to help Kaizen controller.
Yeah, see, I designed the Iron Buffet. I should have remembered all the stuff that went into it, and I just didn't.
Yeah.
When I did it in a test, and I ran through it once as a test, I had everything set up in the to-do list, and I knew exactly what to do, but... Oh, well, I messed it up. And Garrett was faster at building the manifold, too, which... That's the part that blew me away. Garrett was faster at the manifold. Okay. Oh, I did not see that he did that. That's funny.
Also, that jump went perfectly for me when I did it. And the train wasn't there.
Oh, that was all small stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, come on now.
small stuff, but they made a difference.
Okay. He's got a Explorer built. He's headed toward town. I don't know how he did it, but he accomplished it. So
Cool. That actually makes me feel really... No!
really, no.
Sorry, I'm in the tower of pain right now.
Well, you're not too
Why
much.
am I...
Not too much ahead of Kaizen right now. So
I had none of these problems before.
of course not. You weren't under pressure before, were you?
I guess not. No, I was under a very different kind of pressure. I was under way more pressure before. Before I was trying to get this whole thing done in time for the event.
Why is there loud screaming max sets? Oh, there's loud screaming because Robert keeps failing.
There's 8 carts here, Garrett.
I took one.
There's 8 carts here, Garrett. I don't think Garrett actually finished the race. I think he's been joking this whole time.
Lexi saw me roll up.
Well, knowing that the crash site is what helped people get through during the event makes a lot more sense.
Must have made 9.
I guess. Or Garrett just cheated it.
I'm not sure where Kaizen is at the moment.
By the way, Garrett, did you empty
Kaizen's
your
just coming up now.
inventory of all the stuff before you raced? Or did you keep all the extra stuff that was in your inventory before you started?
I didn't use anything I wasn't supposed to.
That wasn't the question, Garrett. That sounded like an answer called avoidance.
Nice.
So, Robert,
You managed to beat the newbie.
I want to check your inventory. I want to see all the extra junk you did.
did somebody add extra cars to this train?
Yes.
Who and when? You are just mean.
Like, So one thing I did is I don't know. I'd have to do a little bit to figure out exactly what I did wrong. That I could do better, but anyway. Okay.
I'm not
Let's
sure
see
where
who this is.
Kaizen is. Oh, there's Kaizen. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
He's making it.
So this last bit is just a little bit of parkour, you know?
Yeah, he's good at this part. Oh, no. No.
You had to say something, didn't you?
And he died.
No! Unfortunately, that's a DNF.
Oh, man.
Hey, Kaizen, if you do want to finish it, here. I'm going to show him how to teleport back to this spot
Okay.
so he can finish it up.
Let's see. He has a modular frame. He has this, and he has that, and he has. You gonna show him where the portal room is? Why did you add so much to the train? The train's almost always in the way now.
That's Mega Meaty. He did that. I did not.
After the event?
No. Tower Run. Right.
There we go.
Wow, okay.
Okay, so Lexi gave him enough stuff to get his Explorer built and get on the way. She looted the crash site. Presented him with it.
Yeah, and I guess that's what people were doing during the race too.
I didn't see that happening though.
Yeah, I didn't either. And it's one of those, you know, if you figure out a skip during the race, figure out a skip during the race.
Just as long as you don't end up fighting over somebody else who found the same skip.
Yeah.
You know, that could be funny.
Well, Chenko found an awesome skip, which wasn't perfectly reliable,
Right.
but I really liked it.
Okay.
You like Jazz says, "Hey Doc, love the content and the guide shorts help so much. Have an amazing day."
You too, thanks. Appreciate you coming online just to say that, if that's all you're gonna do. Appreciate it. Okay, looks like he has made it to the top and he's ready to come across. I think.
First time chat from Jeff has a great question.
Okay.
He says, "Doc, what server client do you use to host your server? The one I use currently keeps crashing. I need to find a better one."
Well, the one that I use is Ping Players. They're the ones that sponsor the channel right now. And they're the server that we're playing on right now. We're playing with 5 people online at the moment without a hitch and without crashing. So you can try Ping Players, pingplayers.com. In fact, right there on the screen. Use the code DOC35 if you want to get 35% off your first time period too. So It's been really good to us, and they've been really good to us as far as taking care of us with the server. Anytime we've had technical support issues, they've taken care of them promptly. So.
Oh, we got a new stream card.
Yeah, how about that, huh? That's using the same software that ran the tournament. So.
Nice.
Yep.
You went straight ahead.
No,
Good job.
that's me.
That's you.
Yes.
What am I following you for?
Following the wrong person.
Where did Kaizen end up then?
He's still trying to climb the tower.
Oh no!
Still trying to find the tower?
Climb the tower. Fine.
Okay. But he hasn't died yet, though.
Looks like not.
Okay. Alrighty. Raising Hades says laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Well,
The drift mechanics in this game could be so strong.
oh yeah, that could be nice.
Hitting the space bar, hitting the brakes didn't turn you around to 183. Kaizen says, too used to having Blade Runners. You should have Blade Runner.
Oh, they should be in your inventory, Kaizen. That might make things a little bit easier.
And they were. When he died, his death crate had them in that.
Oh no! You're supposed to have cheap. Well, no, you're. If you die, you're supposed to not finish. But
Yeah.
Well, I would have assumed that he picked up his death crate, but anyway, maybe he didn't. Oh, there he goes.
Okay, good.
Is he going across the straight one?
Yep. Looks
I'll
like
watch from this vantage point then.
the tiny little dot in the distance.
Yes, the tiny
Dad,
little
press
dot
P.
with this- Huh?
Press P on your keyboard and scroll in. Oh, it can only scroll in so far. Oh, you took a screenshot when you click.
nice.
Oh, Andy went out of render range. There you go.
And see somebody coming across here, if they recognize that all they had to do is go over here, they could skip that whole rigmarole of going around and under. So what? Okay. That was the first time I've taken a picture with the new photo mode.
Yeah?
That was cool. I love the view from up here.
Okay. Kaizen.
Empty your pockets.
Yeah, he got everything.
No, that's my stack.
No, when I checked him before, his death crate had everything.
Oh, okay. Well, he's putting it all out anyway.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
12. Yep, okay. Cool. That's it.
And the cold, technically, but
Yep.
Now, you might be interested to know that the winning position took it in like 15 minutes, was it?
Let's see. Pop that up. 16 minutes, 38 seconds.
Yeah.
That was the top.
So it was quite, quite the. How many times did Dr. Pick try it before he got that good?
That was his third race.
Yeah, 3 times. So, thanks for joining, Kaizen. Appreciate it. I hope you had fun doing it. And we're gonna end the stream here pretty soon. So let's go back to the office and catch up on. Still think my time for the first run was amazing. Yeah, Lexi, I agree. I totally agree. That first run was amazing for a first timer. If we had just let everybody only do their first time one, you probably would have had the best time. So, hey Doc, love the content. Okay, have an amazing day. Thank you. That's you like jazz? Okay, good. Just woke up, please.
So, yeah, Kaizen, we actually climbed the corporate ladder. We did that live on stream last week, and that was something incredible.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna be watching them closely. I want to do the next
thing that they come up with. Yeah.
Kit Kat's in the perfect spot. What a moment ago was.
That's this is
sorry.
Not Kit Kat.
That's Callie. Sorry.
Yep, that's Kelly. Yep, he's.
Seen Kit Kat much.
Yep, we're getting her to stay outside more often.
Yeah, we're trying.
So,
Callie is Callie a year old yet? Yeah, a year and
Callie's
a year and a couple months.
Yeah, September. Got her in September. So, yeah.
Well, she does her job well.
Yeah, there were quite a few mice that were dead outside.
She is an excellent house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, Doc, we might have to. Oh no, she's been fixed. Never mind.
Oh, thanks for the fun race. Actually, I had never made compact coal before. Okay. And Quiz had a few items I hadn't run into yet either. So I had to compendium. Okay. Compendium it. Okay. Look them up. I think is what he meant.
Yeah.
We'll look forward to seeing you two next stream, Lexi. Appreciate you coming. And Nethermaster Gaming says, I just found your channel a few days ago, but your videos have helped a lot. Helped me so much, he says. That's cool. That's why we made them. Hopefully we'll just keep on. If you go to our Discord channel, if you look in the links, there's a link to the Discord. On the Discord, there's a place to get help if you ever want to get help and post what you've learned or what you've built. So yeah, feel free to peruse that. Cosmic Monkey says, I'm about to unlock nuclear power. Should I set up a power plant for the first nuclear power plant fuel, or should I go straight forward a power plant using the Fixonium fuel? Okay. In order to get to Fixonium, you've got to first build the first nuclear power plant, and then you have to build the plutonium power plant afterwards, and then you can build the Fixonium. You can't get to Fixonium because it's made from the plutonium waste that comes from the uranium power plant. So you have to go process the uranium through the power plant, then process the plutonium through the power plant. Then your byproduct is made into Fixonium pellets, and then you can do Fixonium. So if you're going to go Fixonium, you've got a huge task ahead. It's a large supply line in order to get there. Generally, for your first power plant, I'd suggest you just go build the first uranium power plant, take the waste there, turn it into plutonium pellets, and or plutonium capsules. One of those two can be sunk in the sink, and then sink the waste, and it gets you a lot of points because the plutonium waste is a high point giver. So I would suggest you do that. It's much cleaner, much faster, a lot less headaches with water, and you'll thank me for it. If you ever try to build all the way through Fixonium, which we did in our Gigafactory build, which was the 1.1 save that we did. So that. I like jazz. I return to ask your opinion on jazz. I like all things jazz. Okay. In fact, one of my favorite people You can't even see the title on this because the title got ripped off. But this is Don Ellis live at Fillmore. Don Ellis passed away in the 80s, and he did a lot of his recording in the 70s and late 60s. But here's some of the titles. The Magic Bus Ate My Donut. The Final Analysis, just to name a couple. He does Hey Jude, but you don't recognize Hey Jude until halfway through the song. So it is a really, really cool jazz piece. I used to play this kind of jazz in high school. We used to go to contests, and one of the songs we played at contest was on here called The Final Analysis. So it's just really cool, and I loved it. So yeah, I like all things jazz. I listen to a lot of soft jazz now, and every once in a while I'll turn on the good old what they used to call swing before it really got rougher and into jazz, and New Orleans jazz and St. Louis jazz, both of those different jazz scenes. Love it all. So, gosh, Doc is so wise. Yeah, the Magic Bus Ate My Donut might hit hard. Yeah, it does. You need to look up Don Ellis. I think I got this one on LP because I lost mine from high school, so I just got this one on LP. It came from the UK, oddly enough, but I could only find it on vinyl. Could not find it on a CD or streaming or anything. It's just too old. So I'm just glad I was able to accomplish it. Alrighty. Retro Matrix says, just posting there, having problem with my trains. So hopefully somebody will be there to help you out with your trains. Whitestone Industries is a great channel to go to. He's great at doing trains, and if you chat with him in the chat, he'll answer some good questions on trains too. So Cheese Master says, yo, okay. Maybe next time, maybe. Thanks for the stream, as great as ever. The three of you, Doc. Mr. Pinky Preacher Man, and of course, AI Robert. Be good, be kind, and most importantly, stay safe. Mark, you probably watch one of my favorite Wi-Files, because he says that afterwards in Wi-Files all the time. All right. It's time to say goodbye. I appreciate everybody being here, and especially those who subscribed, and I appreciate seeing you. We'll be back Thursday morning, and we'll do a 4-hour live stream on Thursday. And until then, like Mark said, be good, be kind, and most importantly, stay safe. See you later. Bye-bye.